and you're faking in your sleep. You wish that you were deep. You can't hear me laughing to myself. If you could, you would be someone else. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not New York City, New York, but not sunny, but still stolen land, just all the same. California, Los Angeles, folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the first day of 2026. That's right. It's going to be a real tongue twister for a little bit. 2026 is January 1st, 2026, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what it is. Let's go. We're live, we're alive, and you know what it is.
Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am.
That's right. The new year, baby. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new year. And we're live. We're alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is going to be a great day regardless, unless you actually paid for the Kalshi prediction, not realizing that I would not be at the inauguration of ZOHRAN Mamdani, but instead would be live reacting to it from sunny Los Angeles, California. Well, not sunny, but we're starting right now, going live to the ZOHRAN Mamdani inauguration now.
Moved by the privilege of taking this sacred oath, humbled by the faith that you have placed in me, and honored to serve as either your 111th or 112th mayor of New York City. But I do not stand alone. I stand alongside you, the tens of thousands of you gathered here in Lower Manhattan, warmed against the January chill by the resurgent flame of hope. I stand alongside countless more New Yorkers watching from cramped kitchens in Flushing and barbershops in East New York, from cell phones propped against the dashboards of parked taxi cabs at LaGuardia, from hospitals in Mott Haven and libraries in El Barrio that have too long known only neglect. I stand alongside construction workers in steel-toed boots and halal cart vendors whose knees ache from working all day. I stand alongside neighbors who carry a plate of food to the elderly couple down the hall, those in a rush who still lift strangers' strollers up subway stairs, and every person who makes the choice day after day, even when it feels impossible, to call our city home. I stand alongside over 1 million New Yorkers who voted for this day nearly 2 months ago. And I stand just as resolutely alongside those who did not. I know there are some who view this administration with distrust or disdain, or who see politics as permanently broken. And while only action can change minds, I promise you this: if you are a New Yorker, I am your mayor. Regardless of whether we agree, I will protect you, celebrate
I'm not
with
gonna
you,
play, please.
mourn alongside you,
it.
and never, not for a second, hide from you. I thank the labor and movement leaders here today, the activists and the elected officials who will return to fighting for New Yorkers the second this ceremony concludes, and the performers who have gifted us with their talent. Thank you to Governor Hochul. Thank you as well to Mayor Adams, Dorothy's son, a son of Brownsville who rose from washing dishes to the highest position in our city for being here as well. He and I have had our share of disagreements,
right, we're live. We're
but I will
blasting off,
always
by the
be
way.
touched
Let the
that he
people
chose
know.
me as the mayoral candidate that he would most want to be trapped with on an elevator. Thank you to the two titans who, as an assembly member, I've had the privilege of being represented by in Congress, Nidia Velázquez, and our incredible opening speaker, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh, look at that. Chuck
You
Schumer's
have
there.
paved the way for this moment.
Wow.
Thank you to the man whose leadership I seek most to emulate, who I am so grateful to be sworn in by today, Senator Bernie Sanders. Thank you to my teams, from the assembly to the campaign to the transition, and now the team I am so excited to lead from City Hall. Thank you to my parents, Mama and Baba,
Oh my God,
for
those
raising
hats,
me,
those hats are
for
so
teaching
swag.
me how to be in this world, and for having brought me to
Those
this
hats
city.
are so swag, bro.
Thank you to my family, from Kampala to Delhi. And thank you to my wife, Rama. For being my best friend.
Bro,
and
I
for
swear to
always
God, I'm
showing me the
cold
beauty
just
in
watching
everyday
them from
things.
here. It's
And most
62
of all,
degrees in
thank you
California
to
this
the
morning, and it's
people
kind
of
of
New
cold,
York.
but I'm literally freezing just watching. I have chills.
A
watching
moment like
them.
this comes rarely. Seldom do we hold such an opportunity to transform and
27
reinvent.
degrees, that's disgusting.
Rarer still is it the people themselves whose hands are the ones upon the levers of change. And yet we know that too often in our past, moments of great possibility have been promptly surrendered to small imagination and smaller ambition. What was promised was never pursued. What could have changed remained the same. For the New Yorkers most eager to see our city remade, the weight has only grown heavier. The wait has only grown longer. In writing this address, I have been told that this is the occasion to reset expectations, that I should use this opportunity to encourage the people of New York to ask for little and expect even less. I will do no such thing. The only expectation I seek to reset is that of small expectations. Beginning today, we will govern expansively and audaciously. We may not always succeed, but never will we be accused of lacking the courage to try. To those who insist that the era of big government is over, hear me when I say this. No longer will City Hall hesitate to use its power to improve New Yorkers' lives. For too long, we have turned to the private sector for greatness while accepting mediocrity from those who serve the public. I cannot blame anyone who has come to question the role of government, whose faith in democracy has been eroded by decades of apathy. We will restore that trust by walking a different path, one where government is no longer solely the final recourse for those struggling, one where excellence is no longer the exception. We expect greatness from the cooks wielding 1,000 spices.
Yeah, we will
from
arrest
those who stride out onto our Broadway
SATANYAHU when he
stages,
steps foot
and from our starting
inside
point
of.
guard
We
at
will
Madison
make a
Square
show of
Garden.
it. A trial will be facilitated
Let
on
us demand
Central
the
Park
same
for
from
all
those
the
who work
world's
in
eyes
government.
to see.
In a city where the mere names of our streets are associated with the innovation of the industries that call them home, we will make the word City Hall synonymous with both resolve and results. As we embark upon this work, let us advance a new question, a new answer to the question asked of every generation. Who does New York belong to? For much of our history, the response from City Hall has been simple. It belongs only to the wealthy and well-connected, those who never strain to capture the attention of those in power. Working people have reckoned with the consequences. Crowded classrooms and public housing developments where the elevators sit out of orders. Roads littered with potholes and buses that arrive half an hour late, if at all. Wages that do not rise and corporations that rip off consumers and employees alike. And still, there have been brief, fleeting moments where the equation changed. 12 years ago, Bill de Blasio stood where I stand now as he promised to put an end to economic and social inequalities that divided our city into two. In 1990, David Dinkins swore the same oath I swore today.
As friend of the show,
vowing
Bill de
to celebrate the
Blasio,
gorgeous mosaic that is New York,
who I know very,
where
who
every
I,
one of
who
us
I
is
know very
deserving
well now.
of a decent life. And nearly 6 decades before him, Fiorella LaGuardia took office with the goal of building a city that was far greater and more beautiful for the hungry and the poor. Some of these mayors achieved more success than others, but they were unified by a shared belief that New York could belong to more than just a privileged few.
Isn't that Philip DeFranco?
It could belong
Bill
to
de
those
Blasio, also known
who
as Philip
operate our
DeFranco.
subways and rake our parks.
If anything, Bill de Blasio
Those who
looks
feed
more
us
like Michael from
biryani and beef
Pennsylvania than
patties.
anyone else.
Picanha and pastrami on rye. And they know that this belief could be made true if only government dared to work hardest for those who work hardest. Over the years to come, my administration will resurrect that legacy.
Quiet
City
and
Hall
listen
will
when a
deliver an
visionary is
agenda
talking,
of
chatters.
safety,
Okay, cool it with the
affordability,
glaze.
and
Okay?
abundance, where government looks and lives like the people it represents.
He doesn't sound
never
mayoral.
flinches
He
in the
sounds
fight
like
against
an
corporate
actual.
greed.
He sounds
and
like
refuses
a
to
politician
cower
from a
before
bygone
challenges
era.
that others have deemed
How
too
many
complicated.
politicians do you actually
In
hear
so
in the
doing,
United States of
we will provide
America
our own answer to that age-old
can
question.
convincingly
Who
talk
does
in an
New York
inspirational
belong to?
tone and have like
Well,
a
my
North
friends,
Star
we
that
can
they
look
can
to
present,
Madiba
that they
and the
can
South
point
African
to?
Freedom
Not
Charter.
many, right?
New York belongs to all who live in it. Together, we will tell a new
Is there
story of
something
our
under his
city.
eye? Yeah, it's called having an eye bag
This
when
will
you're
not be a
34
tale of
years
one
old and
city
you stayed
governed
up all night
only
because you
by
got
the
sworn
1%.
in.
Nor will it be a tale of two cities, the rich versus the poor. It will be a tale of 8.5 million cities, each of them a New Yorker with hopes and fears, each a universe, each of them woven together. The authors of this story will speak Pashto and Mandarin, Yiddish and Creole. They will pray in mosques, at shul, at church, at gurudwaras and mandirs and temples. And many will not pray at all. They will be Russian Jewish immigrants in Brighton Beach, Italians in Rossville, and Irish families in Woodhaven, many of whom came here with nothing but a dream of a better life, a dream which has withered away. They will be young people in cramped Marble Hill apartments where the walls shake when the subway passes. They will be black homeowners in St. Albans, whose homes represent a physical testament to triumph over decades of lesser paid labor and redlining. They will be Palestinian New Yorkers in Bay Ridge, who will no longer have to contend with a politics that speaks of universalism and then makes them the exception. Few of these 8.5 million will fit into neat and easy boxes. Some will be voters from Hillside Avenue or Fordham Road who supported President Trump a year before they voted for me, tired of being failed by their party's establishment. The majority will not use the language that we often expect from those who wield influence. I welcome the change. For too long, those fluent in the good grammar of civility have deployed decorum to mask agendas of cruelty. Many of these people have been betrayed by the established order.
Pretty poggers. Yeah,
but in
it's
our
Sharia law.
administration, their needs will be met. Their hopes and dreams and interests will be reflected transparently in government. They will shape our future. And if for too long these communities have existed as distinct from one another, we will draw this city closer together. We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. if our campaign demonstrated that the people of New York yearn for solidarity, then let this government foster it. Because no matter what you eat, how you pray, or where you come from, the words that most define us are the two we all share: New Yorkers. And it will be New Yorkers who reform a long broken property tax system. New Yorkers who will create a new Department of Community Safety that will tackle the mental health
When do all
crisis
the cops
and let the
resign right
police
now?
focus on the
Mass
job
resignation.
they signed up to do.
If you notice, like,
New Yorkers who will take on the
if
bad
you've been
landlords who
tracking the
mistreat their
flights,
tenants,
everyone,
and free small business owners from the
yesterday,
shackles of
last night,
bloated
everyone
bureaucracy.
gathered
And I'm proud to be one
at
of those
Jewish
New
community
Yorkers.
centers, Hillel's,
When
synagogues,
we won the primary
and they all got,
last
they went
June,
to
there were
Teterboro
many who said
Airport
these
and flew out,
aspirations and those who held
escaping.
them
There's a mass
had
exodus
come out
happening
of
in New York
nowhere.
right now. They're all flying to Florida.
Yet one man's nowhere is
Cops
another man's somewhere.
and every Jewish person is flying,
This
and every
movement
billionaire
came
as
out
well.
Of 8.5 million somewheres. Taxi cab depots.
If you were to
and
ask people, that's
Amazon
what they were saying,
warehouses,
you know, was going to happen. It's
DSA
just strange.
meetings
It
and
doesn't seem
curbside
like it,
domino
but
games. The powers that be had looked away from these places for quite some time,
Yeah,
if
woke
they'd
Sharia.
known about them at all. So they dismissed them as nowhere. But in our city, where every corner of these 5 boroughs holds power, there is no nowhere, and there is no no one. There is only New York, and there are only New Yorkers. 8.5 million New Yorkers will speak this new era into existence. It will be loud. It will be different. It will feel like the New York
as a
we
response
love.
to socialism, Miami will replace New York City as the finance capital, and Austin will replace
No
San Francisco as the
matter
tech
how
capital.
long you have called this city home, that love has shaped your life. I know that it has shaped mine. This is the city where I set land speed records on my Razor scooter at the age of 12. Quickest 4 blocks of my life. The city where I ate powdered donuts at halftimes during AYSO soccer games and realized I probably was not going to be going pro. The city where I devoured 2 big slices at Coronet's Pizza, played cricket with my friends at Ferry Point Park, and took the 1 train to the BX10 only to still show up late to Bronx Science.
Dude, people love
The city where I have gone on
New
hunger
Yorkers
strike
love
just
talking about how
outside
sick
these
New York
gates.
is. They love it.
Sat claustrophobic
This
on a
is the
stalled N
part.
train
This is the
just
part of the
after Atlantic
convo where it's
Avenue
like,
and waited
this is
in
the part of the
quiet
combo
terror
where I'm
for
just
my
like,
father
kinda-
to emerge from 26
like I
Federal
get it.
Plaza.
It's sick, man. It's a cool city. Like,
The
calm
city
down.
where I took a beautiful woman named Rama
Like, calm down, bro. We get
to
it. It's
McCarran
dope.
Park
Okay.
on our first
look
date
at me. We have
and
working
swore a
public
different
transit
oath
here.
to become an American citizen on Pearl Street. To live in New York,
I am
to
jealous.
love New York.
I am jealous
is to
because
know
in
that
LA
we are
you
the
don't
stewards
have
of something
stories like
without
this. You're like,
equal
oh,
in
this
our
is the
world.
city that I grew up in, where
Where
I
else
drove a lot.
Can you hear
I
the
drove on
sound
the
of the
10.
steel
I
pan?
drove on the
Savor
405.
the smell of sancocho.
I drove on Sunset Boulevard.
And pay
This is the city where I
$9 for
drove,
coffee on
and
the
I
same
drove, and I
block.
sat in my car, and I molded.
Where else could a Muslim kid like me grow up eating bagels and lox every Sunday? That love will be our guide as we pursue our agenda. Here, where the language of the New Deal was born, we will return the vast resources of this city to the workers who call it home. Not only will we make it possible for every New Yorker to afford a life they love once again, we will overcome the isolation that too many feel and connect the people of this city to one another. The cost of childcare will no longer discourage young adults from starting a family, because we will deliver
He ain't
universal
doing
childcare
shit.
for the many
Bro,
by
let
taxing
us
the wealthiest
dream, okay?
few.
Let him yap. Let him yap about what he's gonna say he's gonna
Those
do.
in rent-stabilized homes will
Just
no
wait.
longer dread the latest rent hike, because we will freeze the rent.
Greeks are better 61. Thank you
Getting on
for
a bus
lying
without
in your
worrying about a
username, but
fare
also
hike,
giving
or
me
whether
5
you'll
to
be
get the
able
subs. Spiker
to
Brackets
get
and
to your
service, ladies and
destination
gentlemen.
on time will no longer be deemed
Have
a
you
small
spoken to Zoran
miracle,
since the election?
because we
Yes,
will make
I
those
spoke to.
buses
I speak
fast
to him frequently,
and free.
including last night.
These policies are not simply about the costs we make free, but the lives we fill with freedom. For too long in our city, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. Our city hall will change that. These promises carried our movement to City Hall, and they will carry us from the rallying cries of a campaign to the realities of a new era in politics. 2 Sundays ago, as snow softly fell, I spent 12 hours at the Museum of the Moving Image in Astoria.
He's such a
Listening
fucking
to New
art
Yorkers
kid.
from every borough as they told me about the city that is theirs. We discussed construction hours on the Van Wyck Expressway and EBT eligibility. Affordable housing
Remember
for
when you said
artists
you'd
and
moved to
ice
New York and
raids.
Zohran got elected? Yeah, okay.
spoke to a man
Let's be
named
real. When
TJ
I
who
said
said
that,
that one day
it was
a
a
few
long
years
shot,
ago,
okay?
his heart
Yes,
broke as he
yes, it was a
realized
long shot,
that he would never
and I
get
thought it
ahead
would
here,
get people
no matter
excited.
how hard he worked.
And seemingly there were plenty of people in my
spoke to a
community that were
Pakistani
excited
auntie
regardless of
named
whether or not I would move to New York City.
who told me that
And
this
perhaps they got a
movement
little
had
too
fostered
excited.
something too
Y'all
rare.
shouldn't have knocked on as many doors as you knocked
Softness in
on,
people's hearts.
okay? I
she
just
said
didn't
to me
think that
in
it would
Urdu,
actually happen, okay? Well, I did. I wished for it, but sometimes you say things. Sometimes you say things,
142 New
words come
Yorkers
out of your
of
mouth.
8.5 million.
You say, oh, yeah, I'll move to
yet,
New York if Zohran wins.
If
Okay,
anything
well,
united
you know,
each person sitting across from me, it was the shared recognition that this moment demands a new politics and a new approach to power. We will deliver nothing less as we work each day to make this city belong to more of its people than it did the day before. Here is what I want you to expect from the administration that this morning moved into the building
I
behind
know Trump's
me.
held this shit. We're going to cover it, don't worry. Which is not
We will
surprising at all.
transform the culture of City Hall from one of no to one of how.
It's
We
like
will
when I
answer
lie
to
about
all New
gaming.
Yorkers, not to any billionaire or oligarch who thinks they can buy our democracy.
Hey, look at that. Friend
We
of the
will
show.
govern without shame and insecurity.
Adam's there too.
Making no apology for
Adam
what
is
we
also there.
believe.
I don't know where he is. I think he's like sitting
was
across
elected as a
somewhere from
Democratic
Bernard
socialist,
because he
and I
posted
will
a photo,
govern as
but
a Democratic
he
socialist.
thought I was going as well. He texted me last night. He's like, or this morning, he's like, are you going to the inauguration? I'm like, no, I'm in Los Angeles.
I will not abandon my
Adam's the one honking the horn, I think. He is. He's at the inauguration honking the horn because he's defending. He's combating anti-Semitism.
System which gives so much to so few and denies so many people the basic necessities of life. We will strive each day to ensure that no New Yorker is priced out of any one of those basic necessities. And throughout it all, we will, in the words of Jason Terrence Phillips, better known as Jadakiss or J to the Moi, be outside. Because this is a government of New York, by New York, and for New York.
It's just crazy because it's like New Yorkers have this like New Yorker supremacy ass attitude, but low key they kind of can have that because it's like one of the only functional cities.
Whether you are
And
here
even then, it's in a
today or
state of
anywhere
disrepair,
watching,
quite
to stand with me.
in many respects. But you know, in comparison to the rest of the goddamn
I ask
country,
you to stand with us now and every day that follows. City Hall will not be able to deliver on our own. And while we will encourage New Yorkers to demand more from those with the great privilege of serving them, we will encourage you to
serious
demand
question:
more
why is the
of
crowd so
yourselves
small?
as well.
Insiders, I don't know. I think there's a separate
The movement we began
place.
over a year ago did not end with our election. It will not end this afternoon. It lives on with every battle we will fight together. Every blizzard and flood we withstand together. Every moment of fiscal challenge we overcome with ambition, not austerity, together. Every way we pursue change in working people's interests rather than at their expense, together. No longer will we treat victory as an invitation to turn off the news. From today onwards, we will understand victory very simply. Something with the power to transform lives, and something that demands effort from each of us every single day. What we achieve together will reach across the 5 boroughs and it will resonate far beyond. There are many who will be watching. They want to know if the left can govern. They want to know if the struggles that afflict them can be solved. They want to know if it is right to hope again. So standing together with the wind of purpose at our backs, we will do something that New Yorkers do better than anyone else. We will set an example for the world. If what Sinatra said is true, let us prove that anyone can make it in New York and anywhere else too. Let us prove that when a city belongs to the people, there is no need too small to be met, no person too sick to be made healthy, no one too alone to feel like New York is their home. The work continues. The work endures. The work, my friends, has only just begun. Thank you.
All right, you should move there when government housing or rent stabilized apartments get built or get canceled. Okay, listen. Do I think that this brings about a socialist revolution in the country or something like that? No. Do I have a decent amount of confidence that Zohran Mamdani will hopefully be able to achieve some of his agenda? I hope so. I hope he doesn't let all of us down. You know, a lot of people worked very hard to make sure that this happened, and a lot of New Yorkers are looking to him now. But beyond that, there are also a lot of people that are like,
and here comes the confetti. Confetti cannon right behind the pressurizer here. Didn't see that one coming.
Well, hold on.
Quite a number of themes that he...
What I was gonna say is, sorry, I just got a text message. What I was gonna say is like, I think this is gonna be modest, incremental expansions of already existing social safety nets, things like that. Hopefully, it'll be successful. And there will be a lot of pushback, no matter how modest or how incremental. And there will also be a lot of criticism that comes from the left flank too, as is always the case, right? There will be a lot of people on the left flank that are going to say he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing, all this stuff, or he promised so much more, he's not doing it. And it's always going to look like, unmute, man, shut the fuck up, dude. God damn, let me do some goddamn commentary. Suck my dick. Oh my God, we're 36 minutes in. New year, new me. Haven't even put my prediction or goals out there about how I'm not going to be fucking malding as much anymore. I haven't even had the moment to lie to you about not yelling at you guys, and you're already being freaking annoying. Calm down. Okay, there you go. First mauled out of the gates. First maulding out of the gates, swinging. It's been 37 minutes since I started the broadcast. New year, same you reacting to one guy. It's not even one guy. There's hella guys. It's never one guy. When I'm getting one guide, I'm not actually getting one guide. I'm getting 10 guide. I'm getting 100 guide. I'm getting 1,000 guide. Anyway, stop. Make sure you expose your true colors before you lie to us. I don't even know what that means. But yeah, look. Ultimately, he has, he has a solid team around him. There's some people, obviously, that I'm not too fond of, and not like from his team, but I mean from his, new mayoral team, right? But outside of that, I think hopefully he'll be able to change certain things, to improve people's lives a little bit to the best of his ability from the position that he has, in spite of all of the pushback that will inevitably come. And not only that, but also he'll be an inspirational figure in the same way that Bernie was an inspirational figure for him. And I know that a lot of people on the left flank get mad about him constantly praising Bernie Sanders and propping up Bernie Sanders and assume that he's going to betray a lot of the other things that he said he was going to do, or betraying like his anti-Zionist activism and things of that nature. But I think you have to understand, if someone who is a lifelong anti-Zionist activist has also been inspired by Bernie Sanders and has positions that I would say are far more to the left and far more radical than Bernie Sanders on a lot of issues, then what makes you think that there won't be others that are equally inspired by Zohran Mamdani and will then run for office and win on positions that are far more radical than Zohran Mamdani's in terms of being on the left? This is how things work. This is why I always say change takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. And in many instances, you have to work within the confines of what is possible, right? That's just the reality. And a lot of people don't see that. A lot of people want instant gratification. Or let me say it a different way. It's not necessarily even instant gratification, because a lot of people, I think, understand the severity of the violence and the severity of structural violence of poverty, the severity of the structural violence of genocide, or not structural violence, but the direct violence of genocide. And and because of that, because time is running out when it comes to the imminent ecological collapse due to climate change, people want change immediately. People demand change immediately, and it's understandable. But no matter what our needs are, no matter what the situation demands, the reality of the matter is things are going to always move, especially in a country like the United States of America that is so unimaginably right-wing, so unimaginably reactionary, that things are going to move very slow. The very fact that we have people like Zohran Mamdani, who are seen as positive figures in American politics, I mean, this is unheard of. This is unheard of and unimaginable even in like 2016. 34-year-old Muslim socialist guy who's brown, who's anti-Israel. Like, you have to understand, given the timeline here, things are in many instances moving at a rapid pace. That guy on screen looks a lot like Zohran Law. What are you talking about? This is Andrew, isn't it?
Who's going to focus on them every single day. So this will be an energetic administration. It's going to be laser focused on the economic needs of working people, and it's a new day in New York.
Yeah, this is Andrew Chatter. You've
He
seen him
mentioned
on my
de
stream.
Blasio,
This is
Dave
Andrew
Dinkins.
Epstein.
He was not very critical of Mayor Eric Adams. Mayor Adams was up there on the dais with him.
That's the a lot of the that's the dude that runs the, I think, the Muslim account, right?
Mamdani has not been shy about criticizing the Adams administration before.
This was a speech about looking forward, obviously building on the successes.
Andrew Epstein is one of the goats on Zohran's campaign. He was there. He was there the whole day when we were hanging out, if you remember.
Reflected that vision, those priorities, a desire that New Yorkers have to see government get active in improving their lives, not to look backwards.
He said,
We got
I
a
was
playlist
elected
here,
as a
nice.
Democratic Socialist, and I will govern as a Democratic Socialist. He's been criticized for that affiliation.
I'm so proud of the collective
Is that
left
a
of
way
this.
Mamdani saying,
Collective
"Listen, I'm not
left
going
of
to
getting
shy
this over the
away
line.
from
Too often
not
we make a
just
lot of
the
talk and don't go
political
about the work we
affiliation
needed to
that
win,
he
but
has
Z and the left in New York City worked to get this done this time. Proud to be a small part of it while I was at the UAW, first union to endorse him in the primary. Yeah. So, dog, you elevated a fucking mayor. Literally never let anyone take the shit away from you. I know you're humble, but this was a dub you genuinely helped achieve, not just with the platform, but with all the people you're motivated enough to help this campaign. No, I mean, it's nothing I do is as consequential as what the people will end up doing. You know what I mean? It's just, I'm just lucky enough that I was able to play some kind of a role in this. Ultimately, this is a great moment, and hopefully it will be a really good moment for the future of the left in this country, no matter what people say, no matter how skeptical people are. The reason why I say that is because we don't get a lot of W's, man. You just got to take them. You got to take them where you can, okay? You got to take it where you can. You got to take it in stride. But it is yet another testament that you have to just like keep pushing, no matter what people say. Ultimately, though, like I said, you never know where American society will inevitably lead towards. You don't know where we'll be at 5 years down the line. So you have to keep organizing nonstop. Because, when the opportunity comes, it's good to have a solid movement. It's good to have at least less ideological antagonism towards socialism. You know what I mean? And I think it's little by little that we are all able to put a dent in this concept. But you have to remember, these things take time. I don't want people to assume that he's going to like do broad sweeping changes day one, or even by the end of his mayoral tenure. Whenever that may be. Okay. But I will say this much. I think he also, regardless of some of the criticisms that I've had with what he's done in internal New York City DSA politics, I think the reason why he's moving in the way that he's moving is because he understands the responsibility that he has as far as being like a movement builder, as far as being like a figure that people will point to. Like he recognizes that it's not just like any other mayor. You know what I mean? Like when Eric Adams was elected, he didn't have an entire future of a movement that people would point to. Nobody was like, oh, dude, yeah, Eric Adams is going to be. Nobody was looking to Eric Adams to be like, well, this is what it's going to look like for the future of like the Democratic Party politics. Well, I guess Nate Silver was, but he was stupid, right? Nate Silver was saying that, and a lot of people in mainstream media were saying that, but very quickly they just kind of dropped it because liberalism is hegemonic, and there are a million other people that you can point to. The well is deep, okay? The bench is deep for liberals that you can point to. Whereas for socialists, democratic socialists in general, or socialists of any variety, there aren't that many people in positions of power. So there's a lot of scrutiny on what they do, and basically what they end up accomplishing will be proof for many other people. Even his electoral victory, in my opinion, dramatically changed the trajectory of American politics, and you will see this in the upcoming year. I'll talk about my predictions in a little bit, but you will see a lot more Zohran-style campaigning. It's already started. Some will be indecent, and some will be legit. Mike from Beijing, Raid. I don't even know who Michael from Beijing is. Do you mean Michael from Pennsylvania, which is not in Beijing? Are you guys talking about Michael from Pennsylvania? Because, yeah, I question his loyalty to the wonderful nation of China, the People's Republic of China. I questioned it last night, as a matter of fact. I did. He has yet to go to China, so I don't even know if he's a real one. He might be one of these like Falun Gong style operatives. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, I'm Chinese, but then like I might have seen him outside of a Chinese embassy or two holding up one of those signs talking about like, they're doing organ harvesting in China, that type of thing. I'm just very suspicious about whether or not he's real. He might have even gone to like a Shen Yun show or something. I don't know. So it's just strange that a lot of people believe that he is, just because his name is like Central Committee, that he's actually pro-China. I don't know. I can't tell until I see him in China, you know? That's all I'm saying. Explain this. Kalshi, pay me my 1.2 million. He's right there. That's so funny. Okay. Once again, another L for me. Okay. I probably should have gone. And but you have to remember, I'm not a New Yorker, okay? Let the New Yorkers have their New Yorker moment. Did you even watch the chairman's New Year address, you fake white Chinese? I did. As a matter of fact, I literally did. And I was talking to Michael from Pennsylvania. I was quizzing him on it. I'm flying to Woke Mecca tomorrow morning. I have my prayer mat and my pronouns ready, baby. Hell yeah, Andrew. I'm bankrupt now. Another 5 years of wage slavery under Hassan Piker. Austin Ox, that's your fault. He mentioned Wukong. It was sick. Oh, Xi, I mean. Here it is. Here's his President Xi's New Year address where he mentions Wukong. There were some interesting moments in this. I obviously, I watched it. I read it. I analyzed it as one is supposed to do. But basically talking about how the next 5-year plan is only starting and how many targets that they've achieved, ingenuity, and all that good stuff. Obviously, the parts that Americans will pay attention to is like the conversation surrounding Japan, the conversation surrounding Taiwan. The unification with Taiwan is inevitable and it's unstoppable. That's what he said. And, we'll see what that means in 2026. Did more gaming than you in 2026. Take that. She did. Anyway, I can't believe you thought that I would not have watched the Xi Jinping inaugural address. Or not inaugural, New Year's address. But now the important stuff. Personal news. How was your New Year's Eve? My New Year's Eve was fine. I hung out with some friends. I basically left. I left the New Year's Eve party I was at. 30 minutes after the ball dropped, and I went back home to go to sleep. And then this morning I woke up and shot a very special episode with some friends of a special podcast that'll be coming out. I don't even know when. I won't say what I did, but I did a little bit of voice acting, even though my voice is a little bit busted right now. And that's pretty much it. That's all I've done today. And, a little bit of reading. Man, your life's a fucking movie for real? Yeah, no, my life's a movie. You already know what it is. Disney Pixar sodas too? Oh, well, something like that. Something like that. Similar cast. Let's just say. I believe I will be getting a haircut today from Jeff. I don't know what he's up to, but that'll happen later. But yeah. As far as the Kelshi prediction goes, told you guys not to bet on anything. Okay? These things are not going to help you. Okay? It is pretty crazy that at a certain point, because these things are so malleable, so easy to manipulate, I was at like 48% likelihood that I'll be attending the swearing-in ceremony of Zohran Mamdani. Obviously, as Austin Ox is trolling here, but Kelshi, pay me my $125 million. He's right there. I lost my kids because of you. My wife is taking the kids. Well, told you guys not to gamble. Okay, even if you think you know what's gonna happen, you never know. Chat, does Hassan hate white people? Yes or no? Brother, I'm white. Okay? I'm a white person. I am white people. They found their new HasanAbi Piker. Oh, who is it? Socialist Zohran Mamdani's wife, Rama Duwaji, appears to wear luxury $630 boots to swearing in ceremony. I love when people do this stuff because, like, especially when they talk about like luxury boots and then they point to boots that are $630, which is, once again, expensive, certainly very expensive, but it's also boots. Okay? Like it's not like like they're boots. It's like when they did this with Bernie's jacket. They were like, Bernard Sanders is wearing like a $400 jacket or something. And it's like, yeah, he's wearing a winter coat because it's cold outside. Those things are expensive. He didn't. What is he supposed to do? Knit it himself? Like, what do you mean? not luxury. It's not even couture. These motherfuckers don't know clothing. Yeah, I don't know what these shoes are, but I also don't care. But also, you kind of out yourself for chirping about stuff like this because, you know, like high-end boots, or not even high-end boots, but just like boots in general nowadays in this economy are starting at like $200. You know what I mean? So even on the higher end, you're going to see like $630, but it's not the highest end. And not only that, but it doesn't even matter. If she was wearing $6,000 boots, I still wouldn't give a shit. I don't care. Paying over $150 for any article of clothing is bourgeois decadence. Yeah, exactly. Whereas hyper-focusing on the clothing that people are wearing without even figuring out how they accrued it, without even figuring out how they acquired it, and like having a back and forth over like how expensive certain pieces of clothing are. That's how we achieve true communism, true socialism. Is dumb as fuck. Who gives a shit? Also, she's a totally separate person, and I don't even know if she's a socialist or not. And even if she is, I still don't care, for the record. Like, I legitimately don't care. And I don't think a lot of people actually care about it either. I guess they whip themselves into a frenzy to care about it, or they just like, where they'll talk about this stuff endlessly, where they'll be like, this is discourse. This is what but it's never actual like socialists. More often than not, this kind of conversation is always being, this kind of conversation is always coming from people who are not socialists at all, who just like despise socialism, who will be like, socialism means you have to be broke, you fucking stupid ass. Why aren't you wearing the appropriate price boots? But then what's even more annoying about it is there are actual self-described socialists that will engage in this kind of reactionary nonsense. Okay? They do. There are people who unironically do this. There are people who unironically also, on the left, people who are self-described leftists, whether they're anarchists, Marxist, Leninists, or the like, who also lean into the socialism is a poverty cult narrative. And they'll leftistly make this argument, where they'll be like, no, you actually don't understand. You're making a statement with all of your purchases about, you know, luxury goods that you're purchasing. Luxury goods are, causing... luxury goods mean that you are totally succumbing to the overproduction that exists under, you know, a capitalist organization of the economy, blah, blah, blah. All of these words to say you're a boring ass bitch with no swag, okay? That's it. You are, dude? Are you tone deaf? Hypocrite, you wear thousands of dollars of clothing every day? Yes, my $1,000 UAW t-shirt that I'm wearing currently. It doesn't matter. My point is, it doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. It doesn't matter. And I think more leftists should focus on their image as well. They should. Marketing is important. That's it. Branding is important. Marketing is important. Conduct yourselves a little bit better. It's true. And don't engage in purity testing over dumb shit like this. This is the one argument that actually really frustrates a lot of people, even in this community, because it's the thing that most people don't care about. And if it's something that you don't care about, it's so easy to just disparage. It's so easy to say, like, it's like me talking about, you know, it's think about how much easier it is to boycott SodaStream for BDS than it might be to boycott like Diet Coke. For me, boycotting Diet Coke for BDS was difficult, right? It's obviously not it's nothing in comparison to like maybe the marginal aid that you are contributing to the cause, right? But what's hilarious about it is like it's It's much easier to boycott SodaStream. And for a lot of people, it's much easier to say like bourgeois consumption is taking place here because this is an environment that I don't care about. So I'm going to consistently try to have an academic back and forth, a debate over, commodity consumption in an industry that I don't personally have any care or consideration for. So I don't really give a shit about it. Whereas if I were to have a similar conversation about like, I don't know, the ethics of any number of different things that are also created under similar unethical grounds, because there's no ethical consumption under global capitalism, and then told you like you have to forego meat consumption, or you have to forego playing video games. I don't play video games. You shouldn't be playing video games either. They're ruining the environment. It's a waste of time. It's actually a bourgeois good. No more video games for you. You'd be like, okay, well, I care about video games. Fuck you. And you would try to intellectualize why it's totally appropriate. It doesn't matter. Yes. As Yanis Varoufakis once said to me, our issue is not with the products of capitalism, but with capitalists that own the means of production. Just because there's no ethical consumption doesn't mean we got to go balls deep into ethically devoid consumption. All respect, Commissar Mamdani. No uncouth thought here. Only desire for higher socialism across the country for all the people of New York City. I also dress up in very flashy fits. What are you going to do? Demand that I undress for you? Wait, what? Her fits are immaculate. All you shit lips got to shut the fuck up. Okay, thank you. I thought you were like, doing the wife of a socialist mayor implies you can't wear, luxury goods or anything like that. Yeah, this shit is solved. You just say what device did you post this from. Yeah. But I do think, and I do mean this sincerely, you don't have to like buy fucking, luxury, hyper expensive fashion fits or whatever. But I do think that people should conduct themselves, if they are out and about, being, openly leftist, openly socialist, whatever. They should conduct themselves a little bit differently, because people will reflect on your worldview positively. That's important. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. And not only should you think about like, what you're putting out there, but also, but beyond that, you should also think about it when, the vibes you're putting out. The vibes you're putting out should also be good. Do you see what I mean? Especially because, and this is the one thing that I think a lot of people understand better, a lot of leftists understand better. Fascists know that. Okay? Fascists know that. They understand that, aesthetics do matter. And they use that as a marketing opportunity. That's it. Heike think that people criticize fashionable leftists because the right just really can't compete and doesn't really have good fashion sense. Anyone seen clips from that new Housewives of Mar-a-Lago show or whatever? It's like aliens trying to cosplay as pageant stars. Being frugal doesn't mean being cheap. It means thinking about the long-term use of a product and sometimes choosing a more expensive, better quality product. Yes. But you don't even, my point is you don't actually have to justify it. I genuinely don't think so. And I never thought you had to justify things like that. So that's it. Nice shirt, King. We didn't think it would fit you. No, it fits. Anyway, if you're watching Fallout, have you watched a new opening? Great funny commentary on child labor capitalism. I have not. I have not seen the last episode, at least. In any case, please talk about Jack Smith today. Dude, there's no shot. Liberals are living, I think liberals genuinely are living on a different planet. Chatter. Why would I care about the House GOP, House Judiciary, Jack Smith deposition? I genuinely don't understand. Because, like, if you needed to see the transcript of this deposition to understand that this entire thing was fraudulent, like, you're out of your mind. Like, of course it was a fraud from the start. Please talk about how the ballroom is not a ballroom. Oh my God, I've heard this. This is the new conspiracy that the ballroom that they're building is actually the ballroom that they're building in the White House is not the East Wing ballroom, but it's actually a data center or something. I love that. I love silly shit like that. That's my favorite type of silly stuff that people think. Yeah. What is the exact difference between liberals, leftists, and socialists? Can I get a clear indication of the difference between being a liberal as well as being a leftist and being a socialist and how they're similar or different? I'm just confused at the notion of what it is, trying to figure out what exactly I am. Liberalism as a political theory is the political association or the political theory that dictates the defense of private property that you own on your own, not just personal property. Socialists and leftists make a distinction between personal and private property. Private property is property that you can actually rent, seek over. Private property is property that you can actually accumulate capital over. Liberals want to defend private property first and foremost. Leftists, which is a made-up term, but I consider the leftists to be in the United States of America adjusted to how far right our culture is, our governance is. Leftist is anything ranging from social democrats all the way to like Maoist third worldists, right? But for the most part, socialism and leftism primarily is anti-capitalist. Okay, liberals are pro-capitalist. There are varying degrees of leftists out there, but you know, socialists and anti-capitalists are what determines whether you are a leftist or not. There are obviously revisionist and reformist socialists out there who believe that you can have modest and incremental reforms in the direction of a full-blown socialist organization of the economy, like a change in the organization of the economy turning into a socialist one. And there are those who believe in a revolution. However, I don't really think that you can achieve that without tremendous organizing regardless. I feel like this is such a broad issue that it's like very difficult to explain in, a short, pithy way. But understand that liberals are people who oftentimes will adopt socially progressive values, but when it comes to the economy, are almost entirely in alignment with what we would consider conservatives. Conservatives are also technically liberals as well, because America is a liberal capitalist country. There's two different versions of liberalism. Liberals in the way that we understand it here in America versus liberalism as a political theory. Dre Dossier on YouTube made a video claiming the White House ballroom is a data center. She's been popping off. You should react to her YouTube video. It'd be good content. Is she being sincere or is she joking? I can't tell. Socialists want big government to rein in the productive forces. Neoliberals want big government to only maintain the forces of capital extraction. Sure. So wait, you're a liberal then, right? Aga? No. Does your immediate family share your political views? No, of course not. Not on everything. Now, there's a difference between social democrats and democratic socialists. And the only reason why I consider AGA is a emote, is that what it is? The only reason why I would consider social democrats in the United States of America to be a part of the left is because most of our socialist politicians their only output is social democratic. And that's partially because the United States of America is so fucking slammed far right in terms of its economic perspectives that even social democrats and a modest incremental change in the direction of social democracy to gain an expansion of the existing welfare state in, like, you know, even Western Europe is seen as like a radical concept. It's seen as a totally radical concept that many Americans are terrified of. There are also different ways of governance. Obviously, you have one-party states or you have multi-party states but are dominated by a singular party. I would say most countries, whether they have a parliamentary structure, a presidential structure, or any number of different forms of governance, still end up aligning with like a one-party concept. I think it's I forget who said this initially, but it's like America is a one-party state, but in the most American fashion of decadence, they have two parties that have the same viewpoint. You know? I slaughtered it? Yeah. Here, I'll say it. It is, the quote is, the United States is also a one-party state, but with typical American extravagance, they have two of them. Julius Nyerere. The reality of the matter is America is a one-party state as well. But with typical American extravagance, they have two of them. This doesn't mean that like both parties are completely aligned on everything, but there is an established consensus. There is an established consensus on certain things that neither party actually will change. Private-public partnership is one of these examples. Private-public partnership on every issue is one of the greatest examples of this. Both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party align on this. They think any sort of like anything that the state would otherwise be in control of in other countries, in the United States of America, we delegate that responsibility to private enterprise. And we just heavily subsidize said private enterprise. They fill the gaps and that the government can't take ownership over, which is awful. That's part of the reason why you see things like what we're seeing in terms of welfare fraud in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Other things that the Democrats and the Republicans are completely aligned on is obviously healthcare. Now, there's marginal differences. There's marginal differences in which direction the Democrats want to go towards, which direction the Republicans want to go towards. The Republicans want even more deregulation than the Democrats are comfortable with. But Democrats and Republicans alike understand and have a uniparty consensus over private healthcare existing in the country. The true alternative to that would be not a private healthcare structure, but instead a public healthcare structure, a nationalized healthcare system, or at least some kind of socialized medicine structure, socialized healthcare structure, right? But unfortunately, with the exception of like maybe a couple Democrats, there aren't really any, like the Democratic Party broadly and the all the way from its leadership down to the average person that gets voted into office within the Democratic Party is completely aligned with the Republicans in terms of maintaining a private healthcare system. Okay? That's another point for uniparty consensus. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are also aligned on endless war for the most part. American foreign policy is always uniparty. Democrats and Republicans might have marginal disagreements or marginal changes of attitude. Maybe Democrats want to do things more by the book. Republicans want to do things in a more destructive way, let's say. But the problem in this situation, when it comes to American foreign policy, the problem in this situation is not because of the process not being followed. The real problem is that we have endless war all around the world. That's the real problem. And unfortunately, there is not really a single Democrat out there who is genuinely anti-war. One of the glaringly obvious examples, especially nowadays, that people tune into is Israel, right? Democrats and Republicans are almost completely aligned on Israel. They are. People try to make it seem as though there's big differences there, but not really. And with respect to the Democrats, they don't even try to communicate major differences between themselves and the Republicans on the issue of Israel. That's another moment for uniparty consensus, right? And while there are differences in opinion when it comes to social issues, and social issues are still unimaginably consequential for millions of Americans between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Social issues such as a woman's right to choose. Democrats broadly are in favor of a woman's right to choose, although there are still some naysayers, or maybe even Ezra Klein, that make an electability argument around getting anti-choice Democrats elected, right? And that's really stupid. Democrats, by and large, are pro-choice, okay? And that's a big difference. Other major differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, because now that we talked about some of the uniparty consensus, things that actually pertain to people's, modes of existence, things that actually pertain to people's living conditions, things that actually pertain to people's material realities. Unfortunately, Democrats and Republicans are two sides of the same coin on that. There's a lot of uniparty consensus on the broad strokes. But when it comes to social issues, that's where there are big differences, right? Republicans, on the one hand, do not shy away from engaging in white supremacist, racialized, agitative propaganda in an effort to galvanize their base, in an effort to radicalize their base. Democrats don't do that. Democrats, at least by and large, try to present themselves as progressive, try to present themselves as being pro-black, pro-brown. And unfortunately, in recent years, there is another established, at least in this last election cycle, there was another established uniparty consensus moment with immigration. Up until this last election cycle, Democrats had always presented themselves as pro-immigration. But the 4 years of Joe Biden and the increased migration patterns that took place in the United States of America and the public backlash that came from that made the Democrats very fearful about their pro-immigration position, and they actually flipped it. And they tried to present themselves as also being anti-immigration. This, of course, was bad for elections, it was bad politics, and it was bad policy. But but the reality of the matter is, in the past, they were at least seen as pro-immigrant. The pro-immigration position didn't really become a big thing for the Dems until Trump won. Then they switched. Why are you trying to reform the Democratic Party into being more to the left if you know it's inherently a bourgeois party and nowhere near your worldview socialism? Because I believe in organizing in the current I believe in organizing in the current political reality that we live in, and not one that I hope we lived in, right? It's not, I can't organize in a hypothetical alternative future where there is already like a pre-existing and very viable socialist party in a parliamentary structure, or a third party that's like a genuine contender, or in a country where people are not automatically anti-socialist and anti-communist in the most reactionary ways possible. You got to work within the confines of what's given to you. You got to work within the confines of reality. And the reality of the matter is, currently, the only party that is at least remotely seen as favorable to even socialist contenders, even though they do their very best to try to excise socialists from their ranks with regular frequency due to being a bourgeois party participating in a bourgeois democracy. In terms of getting the word out there and, trying to create broad awareness initiatives and try to overturn almost a century of Red Scare propaganda, you have to work with what you have. And what we have, unfortunately, is a podium and an election machine that makes it impossible not to run on a Democratic Party ticket. What is this? I'm afraid of being a communist due to Cuba. What are your thoughts on the government and all others that have gone wrong? Yeah, me too. I'm also afraid. Just like when Zohran Mamdani was elected as mayor of New York City, I was terrified that the Trump administration was going to cut off all funds to New York City. That's what I was afraid of. And then implement an incredible blockade, an incredibly unjustifiable, incredibly inhumane blockade that spans for decades. Tell that to the actual people that live there. I don't agree with capitalism. I'm just saying, how can you back communism knowing how wrong it has gone? Yeah. This is why I try to explain the chatters that socialism in America, which is the heart of empire, is not even in the mass organizational stage yet. We're still in the broad awareness initiative stage, because many people don't have any class consciousness whatsoever. Many workers don't have class consciousness. Billionaires already have class consciousness. Capital owners have class consciousness. But the average worker, the average laborer does not. Okay? So we're in a stage where you got to get the word out and try to combat a century of Red Scare propaganda that has made people incredibly reactionary against any modicum of even social democracy. That's it. Yeah, and they show you what to see, not their broken system. I think communism is good in theory. I just think that once it happens, it's easy for governments to turn authoritarian. Let me know when you talk to someone that actually lives there. You've been sold a lie. I'm a leftist. I'm just hesitant to stand behind communism after knowing what has happened historically. I mean, there is an example that you can point to as far as a communist country. Well, not a communist. No country is actually communist, but a country that is run by a one-party communist government, right? When you have foreign capital, when you have access to foreign markets and foreign capital, okay, and you are able to utilize central planning, it can be tremendously beneficial, and it can be actually impossible to avoid, impossible not to consider, and that is China. Vietnam has a version of this as well, but China especially, right? Because, Vietnam has had a lot of reform, and China has had some reforms as well, but they have clearly been able to bring, almost 1 billion people out of extreme poverty over such a short period of time. Cuba obviously is a different situation because it's a tiny island slammed in the ass cheeks of one of the largest superpowers, anti-communist superpowers, the heart of empire, and it has consistently punished the Cuban population for decades due to the Cuban population implementing a successful socialist revolution and taking out the American-backed dictatorship. If Cuba was allowed to operate in the marketplace in the same way that like all these other countries are allowed to, who knows how wonderful of a utopian society Cuba would actually look like. Cuba's success, in spite of these blockades, in spite of these sanctions, is a testament to its resilience, and it's a testament to its a form of governance not being as bad as you think it is. Because you have the United States of America, devoid of any of these other external restrictions, in a state of dire disrepair. And you still think the United States is the most successful country. You have to look at the material conditions to analyze what countries' starting points are pre-socialism, post-socialism, versus what countries look like without any sort of external factors at play, and the way that they develop on their own. America is the most domineering country on the planet, is the hegemonic superpower, and yet America is on a downtrend. And yes, there's no political system that is immune to authoritarianism or bad actors. Yes, also all forms of governance is authoritarian, obviously, if you want to get down to it. All forms of governance is authoritarian. It's just about who you are choosing to exercise authority over, or what certain things you are choosing to enforce. And if the overwhelming majority of the public actually agree with certain things, then that's good. Sometimes there will be resistance regardless, but it's still a good thing. One of the examples I use is the American anti-authoritarian attitude, which was demonstrated with regular frequency during the times when the California state was trying to implement seatbelt laws. A lot of people thought that was bullshit. California as a state was trying to implement drunk driving laws. A lot of people thought that was bullshit too. It was very authoritarian for people who wanted to slam a couple brewskis before they got behind the wheel. And yet that's a type of authoritarianism that I think we all recognize was good. Cuba is a much better example of a socialist survival under the thumb of Western sanctions rather than the DPRK the other day. That's more of a testament to total authoritarianism law. No, I think Cuba is a fantastic testament to survival. It's how Cuba has maintained its sovereignty under the thumb of empire, under an illegal embargo that the rest of the planet actually considers to be unjustifiable and illegal and votes against it, with the exception of Israel, the United States of America, and in certain instances, I think Ukraine as well. Ukraine goes back and forth on it, and done so much through communist policy. How is that not miraculous? And they send doctors abroad, surviving all that and having democracy. Communist is just an economic organization to let people more equitably decide what to do with the surpluses in a democratic manner. Anyway. All right. A lot of people have been duped into believing that corporate control, which is what happens under capitalism, is a far better system than total government control, which is what they suspect is happening under communism, or is happening under transitional socialist states, right? Run by communist parties. That's it. And I think as time goes by and people start recognizing that the conditions in China are not as bad as people presented it for years and years, and the conditions at home are actually resembling a far worse future than we previously thought we would get, I think a lot of people will be more open-minded to alternative modes of governance and alternative modes of organizing the economy. Socialism should be an extension of democracy. We understand the idea of democracy in elections and the political system. The goal of socialism should be to expand that democratic ideal to the economy and our labor as well. Yes, I agree. I do agree. What is this? Is this guy all right? Anyway. Anyway, here's what our, here's what our elite pedophile leadership was doing as they turned over to 2026. Stephen Miller and Secretary Kristi Noem singing along to Ice Ice Baby at Mar-a-Lago. They're so gross, dude. It's just like they're such fucking gross losers. I don't know how to describe it other than like just let it play. Let it play in and of itself. They're gross losers. They're incredibly cringe. Someone else at Mar-a-Lago? Oh yes, of course, who could forget? Israeli Prime Minister SATANYAHU attended President Trump's New Year's Eve party last night at Mar-a-Lago. Per Prime Minister spokesperson, Netanyahu is the only foreign leader who was invited to the event and the only one ever to have attended the president's New Year's ball. Yeah, I wonder why. It's because you got to invite your boss, okay? When your boss demands, when your boss asks you what your New Year's Eve plans are, and you're forced to invite him. Smallest, most spotted dick, driest pussy club? Yeah. Look at how FaZe rang in the new year. What is this? Stable Ronaldo just won $300,000 betting on a gay couple kissing during the New Year's ball drop in New York City. That's W. W homosexuality.
Couple kissing on TV for my parlay to hit. Please. Kai Cenat, Macklemore, Travis Scott, Stable Ronaldo, Burger. Okay, I'm the first person in the world to say that. Number one. Number two, gay couple. Gay couple. Ah! 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 Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my! Ah!
Who the fuck? Who would? The betting markets have to be so dumb because that's the easiest bet of all time. Okay? That is literally the easiest fucking bet of all time. Like, that is a 100% lock. Why would anybody put that up? Who would be like, oh, there's no way that there will be a gay couple kissing at Times Square in New York City, in Manhattan, on New Year's Eve that will be on camera? Like, you're out of your fucking mind. What? He probably had to bet at least 50K to win 300K on a line like that. That is the most insane. Like, that's the easiest bet of all time, brother. At that point, it's not even gambling. What the fuck? It was a parlay. He's clip farming, right? It's probably not good. I mean, it's probably not real. Okay, so why didn't you win a bunch of money, Mr. Easy Bet? Because I don't gamble on principle. This is like, I'm not doing shit like this. I'm too broke to find this funny, not gonna lie. What is this? New Year's 2026 begins with a gay kiss. It's heartwarming to see that while everyone else is spending New Year's with family and friends, and wokeness was screen recording gay people kissing. That's so funny. Yeah, that's like betting that Anderson Cooper is going to be uncomfortable when what's his face is going to get too sloppy and too drunk on the CNN broadcast. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's a lock. It's like, it's so stupid. That is still less pathetic than spending it doing this. He spent New Year's Eve alone in a parking lot filming the entrance to a daycare. Nick Sortor, unfortunately, got bounced from quality New Year's Eve party here in Minneapolis. So I'll be ringing in the New Year from the parking lot. Dude, what? Why would you admit to this? I don't understand. Dude, what the fuck? Yo, this is straight loser behavior, brother. You are a whole ass loser. Oh my Lord, you are such a ginormous loser. Are you joking? I think like this stuff is so pathetic. The fact that people actually wear this on their fucking sleeves, like this is what they're doing, is a testament to how little they understand. Careful, your next words might be ableist. What is this? New ESPN Scott Van Pelt visibly disgusted after two men making out popped up on a screen during New Year's coverage. Yeah, live makeouts on SportsCenter. Get into it. He said in his response to the normal couples. Oh, what are we? He said in response to the gay couple before catching himself.
Yeah, live makeouts on SportsCenter. Get into it. Oh, what do we got? We got love in the air.
Yo, he just went, it came out of his mouth and he tried to grab it and put it back in. Oh, what are we? A bunch of, love is in the air, folks. That's a broadcaster right there, dude. That's a broadcast. That's a professional. That's a consummate professional. He noticed. He noticed he was maybe live reacting a little too fast. I love seeing shit like this. This is so funny. Damn, I thought SVP was one of the good ones. I mean, he's Unk. He might have accidentally, you never know what his motivations are. He might have accidentally just like thought he could make a joke and then very quickly caught himself, you know?
Yeah, live makeouts on SportsCenter. Get into it. Oh.
Oh, get into it. I mean, fuck. Oh God, what are we doing?
What do we got? We got.
What do we got? We got love in the air. That's what we got. Oh, that's funny. I just don't think you can. You just.
What do we got? We got love in the air.
Oh wow, bro!
Tony and Mike on kazoos. Who's having a good time? Happy New Year, everybody!
The only person excited for that kiss was Ronaldo. I mean, it's just, who cares? Like, what are we, gay? I mean, I'm gay. Yeah, that's what he should have said. If those words came out of his mouth, he had to literally be like, I'm gay. I love men. I love having sexual intercourse with men. It's my favorite. I'm coming out right now. That's the only way to preserve your career at that point, okay? He almost failed a quick time event. Yeah. Almost. Drunk Andy Cohen goes off on Eric Adams and BJ Novak was visibly pissed. He's a Republican.
Watch it.
I don't think BJ Novak is a Republican, dude. Is he? The fuck? That'd be strange.
In the final moments.
Here, I gotta go pee. But yeah, this is like a classic. It's a classic New Year's Eve thing. Andy Cohen gets shit-faced.
Mayor Adams.
No.
Chaotic.
Or are we going on a de Blasio style?
No.
Oh, no.
I just want to say.
No, don't.
I mean, he got his pardons.
I'm out.
He's
Andy, we gotta cut you off.
No.
Andy, I've seen this happen.
No, I'm just saying.
No.
Great. You got your pardons. Go off into
It's after
the
midnight.
sunset.
It's after
We'll
Sweetie.
fiddle with what we have. With what you've left us
This
with.
is the thing with you and
Great.
mayors, man.
Go dance away. We'll see you at all the parties.
He can't help himself.
You've
He
partied
can't help
your
himself.
way through 4
We will see you at
years.
Zero Bond.
And you've got, we'll see you at
12:35. Don't be late,
all the
Eric.
Clubs.
Wow.
We'll see you there.
Yeah.
You got the pardon.
Okay, is this how we're entering 2026?
No, I just want to say, No. Goodbye, Mayor Adams.
He did a good job with the rats, right?
You did it. You did it, didn't you?
God.
Honestly.
Wow.
But I will say this. I think he maybe dented the rat population.
Oh, no.
No, I
done
think
He helped with the rats. That was in the Ricky Van Veen newsletter.
I love how quickly you turn. Like,
no, I will say.
But he did do great work on
I
rats.
think he got rid of some of the rats.
No, the rat population has.
Yes,
a lot of it
but
has to do with
isn't that a metaphor of sorts?
God.
This is.
I mean, let's call it as it is.
Oh my gosh.
Honestly.
So I think
but
it's
anyway,
real
there may be
after
less.
midnight.
Well, guess what? It is 2026, and there are less rats.
Fewer.
What is going on with you?
Fewer rats.
Anyway, that was awesome.
I'm so glad that you experienced this for the first time.
It really is great. I hope you guys do it forever.
Yeah, me too.
It's really great.
Me too. I'm not sure with this one. I don't know.
You think like Andy Cohen is like faking it? You think he's just like knows he has to put on a show as like being drunk now? So every year he gets like a little buzz and then he just like greatly fakes it? Because I feel it has to be a little bit of a bit, because like if you're a professional of that caliber, you can't actually get blackout drunk. Because you don't have any, when you black out drunk, like what if you say something absolutely insane? You know what I mean? Like you can just end your career right then and there.
He hypnotized me and opened my eyes. Oh.
Just keep going.
Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was the key that opened my thighs. Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know. Okay, I get it.
Okay, you know, Vanderbilt dynasty or not, Vanderbilt dynasty or not, there is something very special about putting Anderson Cooper into humiliating positions that tickles something for me. Okay, every time, put him out there in the hurricane coverage, put him into these positions, get him out of the studio, make him do embarrassing shit. I love it. I don't know why. It's the best. Because he's such a, like Anderson Cooper is such an institution, right? It's like it's like watching him in out of studio environments is so strange, because the way he interacts with the world is strange in general. Like it almost feels like you're seeing, you know, your teacher at the grocery store or something. Or but instead of it being like somewhat awkward, it's also entertaining. To me, he's just like a character, you know? He's not like a real human being, but instead like a TV character. It's like seeing Mario during hurricane coverage. No, literally. Anderson is my hero because he gets so much pussy. True. He's swimming in it. They started talking about heated rivalry. Oh, God. Uh-oh.
Sleeping in your bed, it just, I don't know.
Just the bed frame. I didn't give you the mattress.
Well, I know, but I don't know.
I thought that it made us like closer, that you were like better brothers or something. What?
This isn't the heated rivalry.
Ooh, heated rivalry. Ooh. Elia. Who's the two of us? You're Elia and I'm Shane.
What? Something about sleeping in your...
I don't even know what the reference is because I haven't seen it yet, but it is pretty funny to see him react like that. Colbert called himself a bossy bottom in front of Anderson Cooper. Wait, what?
Evie is the top in their relationship. I found out this year.
Oh my God, what is that?
Yes.
What?
It's true.
But I'm a bossy bottom.
Yes.
God.
Stephen Colbert is a bossy bottom.
Wait a minute.
Yes, he
Okay.
is. You're not the
This is.
only one.
Oh my God.
What, like, this is what I mean. Like, you are not like a, like, how is that your reaction? I don't understand. Like, he is, like, did you grow up in a normal environment? Like, how are you this shocked by this sort of back and forth? Like, he's reacting like a Midwestern mom. Oh, don't say, oh God, the words that are coming out of your mouth, don't you know? How can you be this buttoned up? There ain't no way he's this buttoned up, bro. He is one of the most famous gay men in America for like the last 4 decades, and also very handsome. There's just 0% chance that he wasn't getting into some mischief, right? Let the old gays pearl clutch. Yeah, I think he's literally playing the straight man. And yeah, no pun intended. It's not in a punny way, but like straight man in a comedy term.
There is a bossy bottom.
Wait a minute.
Yes,
Okay.
he is. You're not the
This is.
only one.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Has heated rivalry made everybody insane?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, is this a heated rivalry effect?
Yes, it
What
is.
is going on?
I guess so.
My God.
I guess so.
If Stephen Colbert starts talking
Exactly.
in Russian to me, I'm going to fall.
Yeah, if Stephen Colbert is saying I'm a bossy bottom, you just got to go with it. You got to play with it. Anderson Cooper is an alien. He lives in New York City and says his favorite pizza is fucking Domino's. That I don't understand. Andy kept calling Anderson's kids Amish because they didn't know shit. Wait, what? He's not like homeschooling his kids, though. Do we react to Zohran Speech Live? Yes, and you missed it. Isn't he a vegan? Maybe that's why Domino's is vegan options. Most New York City pizza places don't. Wait, what? Harry Enton is blitzed in Arizona right now. All I can think about is HasanAbi's impression of him as he keeps getting louder and louder, and as they keep cutting back to him. Holy Toledo! Since 1924, no one has seen a man this blitz in the state of Arizona. That's so wrong, Chatter. You were so wrong. There's so much good vegan pizza in New York. Okay, calm down, man. Everyone, every vegan New Yorker has to go crazy. Did you see the trans joke? Wait, there was a trans joke? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? Are the liberals leaning in the transphobia in the big 226? Is that what's going on? You got to watch the clip. What is it? Or is it like, or are we being hypersensitive? I can totally see us not being hypersensitive and them actually making a very shitty joke. What was it? Someday you are going to find a vegan vexillologist. No. Amy Sedaris, tough crowd. Amy Sedaris trans joke prompts mixed reactions. Oh, here we go. Let's see.
Where's the best place to meet a man in 2026?
Oh, really? Well, where's a good place to meet a man? I'd say in the ladies' room, but I don't know.
That's so bad. Oh my God. That's so bad that like her thinking that this was gonna bang in and of itself is fucking hilarious. Oh my Lord. She said, in the ladies' room. What the fuck? Right? Because all the genders are changing. It's like, come on, lady. Come on, lady. This shit wasn't even popping in like 2016, but at least at that point it was like somewhat new for a lot of people. So you could get like the shock value. Now in 2026, it's so bad that it's just like, okay.
Yeah, where can you meet a man? Maybe Bergdorf's?
Oh.
I don't know. Where is a good place to meet?
What happened? I mean, it was like a blip. I don't even think it actually.
Meet a man in 2026.
I wouldn't know.
I mean, you meet men at different places.
Fire station? Where would that be?
Yeah, fire station.
Fire
Yes.
station.
Yeah,
I'd say Tower Records in the jazz department. That's where you meet cool people, but
Yes.
it's not there anymore.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Was it a trans joke or just a sex joke? No, I think she attempted to do it, ladies' room, because all the gays are transitioning. They're transing their genders, that type of thing. But it's just like, it's so bad. And then it's pretty funny because like she then tried to like salvage it. And it just like all of our reference points are, so old.
Oh, really? Well, where's a good place to meet a man? I'd say in the ladies.
Like in this situation, she could have just like turned it on herself and been like, where you can't meet a man in Amy's box, something like that, which still would have been like, not the best joke, but turning it on yourself, I think would have been probably a little bit funnier in that situation and more in line with like a boomer joke. No, Hasan. Wait, what do you mean? That's exactly in line with like boomer humor. What are you talking about? Self-deprecating boomer jokes? Hello? If you're a comedy writer, you're writing comedy for the voice of the person who's going to say it. That's 100%. That is 100% like boomer gold, That's going to make your fathers and your mothers guffaw, okay? That's the type of shit that like Gen Xers would go crazy over. They're like, I love lead poison and this kind of humor. I love consuming lead. Yeah, that's wedding speech gold, brother. Exactly. It's like just inappropriate enough. It's just like it's inappropriate enough but it's also tame enough at the same time. All right. Speaking of comedy, once again, we're looking at how incredibly sad many conservatives are and how they spent their New Year's. First, we looked at N Wokeness, who spent his New Year's Eve screen recording gay men kissing on New Year's to get mad about, to incredible 18,000 likes. Wow. He really banged on that one. But this one, I think, takes the cake. Nick Sortor, on scene covering stories mainstream media won't, seen on Tucker Carlson's Tonight, okay? He was out there doing the damn thing. He was out there doing real journalism. Here he is, spending New Year's Eve alone in a parking lot in Minneapolis, Minnesota, filming the entrance to a fucking daycare. Nick Sortor says, unfortunately, I got bounced from the Quality New Year's Eve party here in Minneapolis, so I'll be ringing in the New Year from the parking lot. Apparently, my attempt at saying Happy New Year in Somali wasn't convincing enough for the bouncers. Sitting alone in your rented Honda Civic, blasting EDM, trying to get a creep shot of a New Year's Eve party outside of a childcare facility that's been the victim of endless amounts of harassment and, you know, scrutiny as well. What a banger way to bring in the new year, dude. And the reason he was told is because of this. Let me out. Journalist Nick Sortor is toying with the Somalis at the Leering Center in Minneapolis. You're trespassing. Nick, you're trespassing in my country.
What's up? I'm just here to wish everybody a happy new year from the Quality Leering Center here tonight.
Bro, you are like, this is just, you're like a fucking, you're a whole ass weirdo, man. How do people have no, like, how do they not see what this comes across as? How are there so many people who look at this loser shit and go, hell yeah, brother, keep up the good work? I don't understand it. Why? Like, I'm thinking about the reversal of this, okay? I'm thinking about the role reversal of this, like some, you know, hyper woke person, right? Some hyper woke person trying to do this, like, outside of like a daycare facility operated by like you know, a bunch of Christians or something, and that would still be lame. Like, it would be, even if it's something that is supposed to be a political ally of mine, right? Even if it's an action that's being taken by like supposedly a political ally of mine, it's like, that's still weird. Like, go enjoy your life. Go enjoy your fucking life. What are you doing? Also, I'm beginning to feel like a lot of these guys are engaging in this kind of thing because this is the only time where they can be around children, I feel like, because so many of them unironically look like they're not legally allowed. Like, they're not legally supposed to be around 500 feet of a school, you know?
Want to say anything to everybody?
You're trespassing, sir.
Huh?
You have no
You're
right
trespassing in
You're
my
trespassing.
country.
Live, sir. Live, please.
Live.
Live.
What do you mean live? I'm living well.
Go the cops. Yeah.
I'm on the sidewalk. What are you talking about?
You're on our parking lot.
Like, the nervous energy. Like, every part of this is so whack. He like sheepishly and nervously walks over there and he's like, haha, Leering Center, Happy New Year. Haha, you're trespassing in my country. You're trespassing in my country. I'm on the sidewalk. Why can't I be a nuisance? It's just like, it's so strange. It's such a strange thing to do. I don't know. Hopefully we'll society will just like snap back into a sense of normalcy, and we'll outwardly start calling this stuff clown behavior. You know what I mean? Because that is precisely what it is. And I genuinely don't understand how anyone can look at this and be like, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah. I'm on the sidewalk. What are you talking about?
You're on our parking lot.
Okay. What time do you close?
None of your business.
None of my business? Okay. All right. Well, happy New Year anyway.
You too. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Yeah, I like that the maximum political activism now is just like being fucking annoying with the camera. What's up, guys? Today I'm accomplishing my political agenda, my political goals, which is to go and be fucking a nuisance with a camera to some Somali folks. Hell yeah. You should give exorcism more credit for not falling for this propaganda. Oh, wow. Woke is making a comeback. Okay. Did you see? Even XUC said the video is not real journalism. Hell yeah. Woke is coming. Woke is making a comeback. Let's go. Woke 2, baby. XQC is going to throw up the black fist for Black Lives Matter again. Hell yeah. It's the woke back, baby. I'm not going to lie. I don't think it's bare minimum. I will actually give him credit for basic shit because, I mean, think about it this way. So many people who have a far better education than XUC, who you would think is far smarter than XUC, actually leaned into this being like good journalism. So yes, I will praise the juicer on this one, straight up. I suspect it's partially because he probably watches a lot of Destiny, and Destiny obviously is like very anti this, and that's the reason why he arrived at this position for once. But, you know, credit where credit is due, considering that there were plenty of people who actually did fall for this shit. I'm going to always call balls and strikes, baby.
Probably won't be a great one for you, though, I'll be honest with you.
Even the credit didn't sound like credit? No, I think it's worthy. It's worthy of credit, considering that there were a lot of fucking people who actually fell for it, so. We heard his feelings, so the cops have been called. Brother, literally, please, any other situation, random guy consistently walking up to any business whatsoever, okay? Of course people are going to call the cops after, like, their first interaction or their second interaction if you're still hanging around. Dog, you're a stalker, okay? From their perspective, you are a stalker. Why would they treat this any differently? I don't understand. Like, you're saying it's a daycare. It's obviously nighttime on New Year's Eve. I'm sure there's like a work party or something going on. But like, regardless, even if this wasn't a daycare, okay? Even if this was not a daycare, even if this was happening outside of a business where adults are, you would, after the first altercation, absolutely call the cops. It's so stupid.
First name is Bang, ID, R-A-H-I-M. Last name Ali, A-L-I. 612.
It's a rental, bro, but I mean, that's fine. If it makes you feel better.
I'm not owned. In states, these guys align with you, just actually get shot, and then they call the cops. Wait, what? I think that American mental health, like the average mental health of the average American, has gotten so much worse, post-COVID especially, that people don't feel a sense of shame at all doing stuff like this. And yes, it's because of who they're doing stuff like this to that matters. Obviously, it's because, like, you know, they're Somali. There's less weight in general on, like, you know, there's less of a consideration for their well-being and their safety. Obviously, that's just how it works. Even if people don't outwardly demonstrate resentment towards, like, Somali people or whatever, but, like, they just care less, right? They're more likely to assume that these guys are up to no good or something, right? Which in their minds will allow them to, in the minds of, like, the recipient, in the minds of someone who's watching this, will be like, oh, well, this is actually kind of valid, right? It's just kind of crazy, though, that this is what is right-wing propaganda now. Like, it's just, that's what it is. You just, like, go out and harass random people. Like, you go out and you just film yourself outside of a business. Like, even if it's a business where there's actual, you know, fraud taking place, while there is an investigation being conducted, right? You still shouldn't do stuff like this. it's strange. It's a very strange thing to do. Not to mention the insanely recessed maxilla. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's probably the reason why he's doing this, because, yeah, I did notice that as well. His insanely recessed maxilla is probably causing him, because he's not even low-tier normie status. Very, very low PSL score for this guy. He tried to hatfish, too, with the U.S. Border Patrol cap on, but we know what's going on there, buddy. His cantle tilth, his neutral cantle tilth is throwing me off. No, his cantle tilth is not even neutral. He's got what is known as the prey eyes. It's a negative cantle tilt. For those of you who don't know, as you can tell, he doesn't have the predator eyes. He has the prey eyes. That's probably also another issue here. And he's definitely rocking at least a Norwood 3 in terms of his balding, which, once again, is going to lead to a very low PSL score. Not only that, but also the goatee is far out of fashion. It's not even a completely connected goatee either. It's a disconnected goatee, so I'm taking points off of that as well. Obviously, his jawline is virtually non-existent, and he's got a little bit of a double chin going on here too. So everything here is bad. Stop speaking in terms I know. Hasan, stop. You're scaring me. What do you mean? It's a mog eat mog world out there, baby. Yeah, his side profile is really devastating. And there's nothing really redeemable here. Not even the brow ridge is pronounced enough. He's got nothing going on. Oh, this was my favorite tweet. This was my favorite first tweet of 2026. So Clavicular's charges were dropped. Okay, no criminal charges, TMZ update. Filed after Cybertruck crash involving Clavicular, police say. Yeah, I mean, I told you it's Florida. And also the fact that I told you, it's Florida. That's number one. Number two, there's plenty of evidence that this dude was like actually stalking him. There is like, but I told you, first and foremost, it's Florida. Okay. It's Florida. It's Florida. It's Florida. Anyway, Taylor Lorenz says all the people on here saying he was going to spend the rest of his life in jail didn't account for his jawline and optimal maxilla structure. Yeah, she's right. It's the halo effect. Obviously, the prosecutors took one look at his facial structure, realized he's a high-tier normie on a Chad-like ascension, and decided to not cut that Chad-like ascension short before he reaches true Adam status. Said, hey, we can't. We have to be a part of this journey. We have to see. He's mogging us. He mogged the judge. He mogged the prosecutors. He mogged the cops. One day he will be a true Adam or whatever. I don't know if this is a meme or what. What is this? Clavicular was posting stuff like this barely 10 months ago. I don't have access to the beach since it's cold, and if I coat max for a pics, I'll lose my body halo. So I have posed in front of my grandma's art. She took the pic, by the way. I have my fake mustache from eyebrow pencil for the daddy halo, girls like a dad. Interesting background / environment. NT effortless pose, high trust expression. There's simply no way this wouldn't be good for dating apps, right? Yeah, no, I do believe it. I do believe him posting stuff like this. Yeah. It's not like what he's posting now is any different than this. So he's mentally ill. What would lead you to believe? First of all, this is a Nazi who hates him, just so you understand. The person who's like dunking on Clavicular is another mentally ill, insecure loser. So, you know, let him fight. But also, what would lead you to think that he is mentally ill chatter? Was it the fact that he openly talks about how he uses a small hammer on his face to reconstruct his face through the process known as bone breaking? Was that because that was before he reached this level of attention? I love talking about shit like this because every time I talk about stuff like this, people freak out. The first time people encounter this guy, they lose their minds. Like, they're like, what do you mean? Yes, he also takes, apparently, he is meth maxing, taking little bits of meth, microdosing methamphetamines, not Adderall, okay, but straight up methamphetamines. He also has like injections that he does to burn fat. He does like topical fat melting injections in order to engage in DIY buccal fat removal, stuff like that. You used to actually joke about Kaya pissmaxing, and that is apparently something he actually does. That's true. Kaya used to pissmax all the time. When she was a little puppy, she would straight up hold her piss in when we went out on walks, specifically so she could release when she came inside. That is a real thing that she used to do. A process that we call pissmaxing. What is happening to the fucking camera? Even though the freaking Santa is gone. She also pissed on the YouTube plaque. She did do that. She's my queen. Am I mistaken for thinking this is one of the more mentally ill, unwell individuals covered on stream recently? Yes, you are not mistaken. And yes, at the age of 19, his body is no longer able to produce testosterone because he has taken a tremendous amount of steroids. I think you should bring if you want to know tomorrow's news, come here into the new year. That was a banger line from yesterday. You got it. Was he that ugly that he needed to do all of this? No, he's just mentally ill. He wasn't ugly to begin with at all. If anything, I think he's become more ugly since he started doing all this Looksmaxxing shit. He was just like a normal 19-year-old, a normal looking like 18-year-old, you know what I mean? And now he looks like he's 30, kind of. Dog, why do you know all this shit? It is quite literally my job. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, he's already infertile at the age of 19 here. We talked about this already.
Infertile, but I'm not able to have a kid right now. But if I wanted to, there's a protocol I can put in place that'd be immediately good.
Wait, why are you infertile right now?
So it's just like a negative feedback loop when you're not needing to produce testosterone anymore because your body realizes, okay, we're getting it from an exogenous
So you're not producing
source.
any testosterone naturally?
No.
None?
No.
You're a political commentator, King, not a Looksmaxxing commentator. Brother, Looksmaxxing, or sister, Looksmaxxing is now making its way into political commentary. There's political analysis that you can draw out of anything and everything that we talk about, regardless. And Looksmaxxing certainly is becoming a vehicle for political commentary, whether we like it or not. As a matter of fact, serious reporters have written about how Nick Fuentes and Clavicular and all of these other people are now saying that they are going to vote for the Chad, Gavin Newsom, who has a white family, rather than the fat J.D. Vance, who does not have a white family. That's real, straight up. Also, this is the type of shit that like every single child is learning on TikTok, unfortunately. So It's something that we have to know about and pay attention to. What is this? To be fair, Clav didn't mention the racial element. It was because Vance was subhuman. Yeah, no, he said Vance. JD Vance is subhuman. Anyway, let's get to the real news. Fox obviously did some commentary since Zohran Mamdani was sworn into office. Let's take a look at how they're freaking out.
As the clock struck midnight, Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani was officially sworn in as mayor of America's largest city, where he plans to make his anti-capitalist agenda a reality. Our next guest warns those ideas are nothing new and have failed many times. So what does it mean for America?
Does even Mamdani know his ideas won't work? Allegedly savvy media practitioner hands his critics an irresistible metaphor. Awesome. Don't you know socialism doesn't work? Because we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that we destroy whatever you're trying to achieve. Because God forbid we let anybody get the wrong idea that even a little bit of social democracy and the government doing things that are good for the working class could potentially create an environment of hope for a better future. And we can't have that happen, because then all of these people are going to assume that they can demand more from their elected representatives, and more usually will mean, things that harm the bottom line of capital owners and corporations. Obviously, we can't do any of that. So we're going to do everything we can to slap it down. They do know the most successful mayor in New York City's history was a socialist, right? You think they care? It's like, it's the same principle behind like hailing FDR as a hero, or who wasn't a socialist, obviously, but the New Deal, or recognizing the benefits of the New Deal in this day and age, while simultaneously pushing back against anything that resembles a modern version of said New Deal. It's ridiculous.
Midterms in 2026. Fox News contributor James Freeman joins us now. James, you've got this piece out, and you're right. Well, it's eloquent, but tell me really what the point is here for Zohran Mamdani. Like, he goes down to the subway station. Is he trying to say that he's bringing New York back to what it used to be, or turning it into something new?
What is this red flag pin? Is this a American Chinese flag pin? What's going on here? I can't tell. In my head canon, I'm assuming it's a Chinese flag.
Yeah, thanks, Joey. I think he's trying to say he's going to somehow return public transit to its former glory and generally expand city services.
Is the U.S. Marine flag? Okay, in my mind, it's the Chinese flag.
The metaphor he's just created is really something. You see him there in underground. This is a subway station that has been abandoned for the last 80 years. It was one of the original subway stations, and then when they brought in new cars, there was a dangerous gap, so they could...
I wonder if there's any symbolism associated with this, and perhaps like they are refusing to recognize that and instead making commentary over it.
No longer use this platform and closed it down in 1945. So dated, obsolete, dark, dingy is kind of a nice description of socialism and the misery it's caused over the last century. Let's hope, let's hope this isn't some kind of sick sense of humor for him, but maybe it's kind of a way of lowering expectations. But they should be very low. These are policies he's promised that have failed all over the world and in New York City as well. We've had some form of rent control for roughly a century. We know this doesn't work, and I think the hope for those of us in this city is that the institutional restraints on him slow him down a bit, that he maybe has a change of heart, and I'd hope your viewers around the country maybe resist laughing at all of our self-inflicted misery.
There's really two angles when it comes to Zohran Mamdani that we can look at. One of them is his
The saddest state of affairs is that nothing that Zohran Mamdani is presenting or presented as a part of his agenda is socialist. Not even a little bit. It's just he himself is a socialist advancing social democracy, right? But these guys say everything is socialist. They say Nancy Pelosi is socialist. They say social democracy is socialist. None of it matters. Just do right by your voters. Okay? It's incredibly modest. Like the expansions that he is advocating for, that he ran on, that he won on, are incredibly modest, incredibly incremental reforms in the positive direction. And yet, these guys lose their minds over it. And part of that, I mean, a big part of that is obviously like anti-socialist propaganda, no matter what, right? But the reason why that propaganda sticks is because people have been conditioned against this sort of thing pretty aggressively. And that's why I always say you have to organize around this. You have to recognize this when you're organizing. You have to recognize this when you're doing advocacy. Okay? The unfortunate reality is that the average American has the brain of a child when it comes, a very angry child when it comes to this sort of stuff.
Economic policies. We just showed you a full screen of those. We talk about freezing the rent, city-run grocery stores, social workers to replace police, free buses. Some of these I don't think will ever even get off the ground. Some of them are radical ideas, and some of them will probably be entertained and implemented in some ways. Those are his economic policies. On the other side is...
Do you think this will water down expectations and popular understanding of what socialism is? No. I think if it's you know, all these incremental gains are successful, it's ultimately a good thing because people will go, oh, that's great. I want that. I guess I should vote for more people who are self-identifying socialists. It's good. It's a good thing. It's the same with Bernie. A lot of people in the United States of America take Bernie Sanders' position for granted, right? Bernie Sanders, for the most part, has advocated for, again, a similar thing that Zohran is advocating for here. You know, an expansion of existing social safety nets. Even Medicare for all, it's in the name. Medicare is socialized health care. Unfortunately, right now, it's only for 65 plus. Medicare for all would expand that program and allow every American to sign on it. Have a single payer system. Okay? That exists in social democracies. It's technically not advocacy for seizing the means of production or anything like that, right? That exists in other social democracies. It's understandable because one of the first things that you learn in your micro and macroeconomic principles class is the concept of inelastic demand goods. So even classical economics understands that healthcare is an inelastic demand good. And therefore, you have to actually either heavily regulate the supply or you have to completely control it. Because otherwise, if you don't do that, companies, private enterprise that is only interested in increasing profits will consistently increase the price point of said good or service. Because they know if you don't have healthcare, you die. Yeah, with inelastic demand, the concept of supply and demand does not work. It's that simple. And yet here in the United States of America, all these brilliant economists refuse to reckon with that. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because they're insincere. Okay? It's the first thing you learn in your economics class. Literally one of the first things you learn. Isn't that crazy? And yet all of these people, even liberals, so-called brilliant economists, refuse to bring it up in this conversation. Very strange.
It's the people he's putting in his cabinet. I mean, he just appointed, I think, his chief counsel, someone who felt compelled and called to come defend the Al-Qaeda attackers that were involved in 9/11. So, you know, when you take those two angles, what do you have here?
Yeah, there are some restraints.
What's your take on people further the left and Demsocks calling him a social fascist? I'm constantly telling my friends that we aren't even at this point where we have organized socialist movements to fuck over And their retorts are usually, well, siphons political potential socialists to reformist positions. Yeah, okay. So what's their argument? I mean, I hear it all the time. I hear it in this community all the time as well. What's your argument? Are you actually, where is the potential socialist that you are moving away from reformist positions? Wait, they're talking about me? No, they're not talking about me. They're just talking about 9/11. Like, see, that's what I mean. You act as though you are already fomenting revolutionary socialist values amongst a labor class that is completely oblivious to their class position. Right? So where is your propaganda? Where is your movement? You know what I mean? Where's your movement? If the people that you have in mind are just like willing and they're ready and they're excited at the prospect of a violent revolution, there needs to be some organization around it, no? Like, there needs to be some organizing around it. The idea that all Americans are just Marxist-Leninists in weight, but progressives siphon them away is very silly, but persistent one on the left. Exactly. It's just like, I don't even necessarily disagree with this concept either, as far as like, I always say this, like, most people, if you don't use the term socialism, will agree with socialism, okay? Most people, if you don't tell them that you're educating them on class consciousness or their class position in society, will understand it if you don't use certain keywords, okay? 100%. So yes, a lot of the concepts, when removed of the ideological associations and the endless amount of stink associated with it due to Red Scare propaganda, are just basic concepts. When reduced to its bare bones, like communism, what's that? I saw like a movie with Bryan Cranston in it. Where his daughter is sitting on top of a Trumbo. Hollywood Blacklist, I think, where his daughter is asking him, "Dad, are you a communist?" Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is it. Okay, it's super simple.
Dad, are you a communist?
I am.
Is that against the law?
It is not.
The lady with the big hat said you were a dangerous radical.
Yeah. Some of the Phase Boys were talking to Toby from the Sidemen, and people were praising Toby for controlling their own wage and what they want to do. Exactly. Great point, Chatter. I didn't know that the Sidemen had a cooperative formation. Okay? They had a cooperative ownership structure. I only found that out because Toby from the Sidemen, Sidemen, for those of you who don't know, is an incredibly popular, if not the most popular group of content creators in the UK. Okay? Their most popular content creator from the Sidemen is KSI, for those of you who don't know. And Sidemen, when they first started as a cooperative, basically. They're the biggest YouTubers in the UK by far. And they have a cooperative structure where they have one pool of money and they have equal say and equal pay over the distribution of resources and the revenue generation strategies, all that stuff. Okay? And that's amazing. But of course, when you describe it as like, oh, this is a cooperative corporation, this is socialist, this is like, you know, securing the means of production or whatever, right? People go, oh, gross, I don't want that. That's scary, that's weird, that's bad, that's wrong. But when you just say like, nah, we're friends and we started this business together and we wanted to make sure that like we look out for one another, right? Whereas your co-op, Hazan, I literally own and operate a cooperative corporation. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fear and is a cooperative. And I wanted to have a conversation with the boys that left Phase about potentially restarting their whatever enterprise they start as a cooperative. But obviously me having that conversation as as someone who is like advocating for cooperatives is going to be met with tremendous tremendous anger and resentment, and people will push back on it, and it will actually lead them away from even thinking about it sincerely. Whereas when you have a successful YouTuber, like, one of the sidemen being like, oh yeah, we have a cooperative structure without actually saying those words. Much more effective, right? Much more effective way of driving home that point.
Are you?
Radical, maybe. Dangerous only to men who fling cokes.
If you could have any superpower in the world.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Why? What?
I love our country, and it's a good government. But anything good could be better, don't you think?
Is Mom a communist?
No.
Am I?
Well, why don't we give you the official test? Mom makes your favorite lunch.
Ham and cheese.
Ham and cheese. And at school, you see someone with no lunch at all. What do?
Share.
Share. Well, you don't tell them to just go get a job.
No.
Oh, you offer them a loan at 6%. Oh, that's very clever.
Dad.
Ah, then you just ignore them.
No.
Well. You little commie.
That's it. That's it. Like, at its bare bones, that's a perfect distillation. It's a perfect way to explain this. A worldview that revolves around equality. A worldview that revolves around the principle of sharing is caring. That's why I always say that. Right? The movie is Trumbo. That's it.
We are a creditor and interested party. The city is owed money that Pinnacle never paid. And we will fight for New Yorkers' interests to safe and habitable homes.
Get him on the pod, big dog. What are you doing? Do you think Bryan Cranston is actually a communist in real life and not playing one on this in this movie from 2015? Are you okay? And even if he was, do you think I have any way of getting him on my podcast? Did you think that Bryan Cranston was also a meth dealer? My dad's friend knows him. I can get you hooked up. Okay, well, if your dad's friend knows him, and not even your dad knows him, that's going to be quite difficult, don't you think? Anyway. Yeah, I think Bryan Cranston's probably like a typical lib, like a very progressive guy. I have an older coworker that is a fan of Charlie Kirk that said he believes communism doesn't work, and I did the same thing. I asked him, did he go to public school? Did you like going to public school? Did you have free lunches? Did you enjoy having free lunches? Congratulations, you like communism. Yeah. Sometimes it's good and purposeful to make things easy to understand like that, especially when everyone is constantly trying to make it more confusing and complicated to comprehend. It is what it is. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid, right?
I think it's chief counsel, someone who felt compelled and called to come defend the Al-Qaeda attackers that were involved in 9/11. So, you know, when you take those two angles, what do you have here?
Yeah, there are some restraints on him, as you point out. So rent control, going further to freeze the rent. He probably needs to wait a year to get all of his people onto the board that makes...
I don't think he means me, Chatter. You're being crazy.
One of them is his grocery store off the ground. Those are his. Someone who felt compelled and called to come defend the Al-Qaeda attackers that were involved in 9/11. It's the people he's putting in his cabinet. I mean, he just appointed, I think, his chief counsel, someone who felt compelled and called to come defend the.
Yeah.
New York, well,
I think there were obviously a lot more issues there beyond that, but
past California. So one hopes that maybe time in office and maybe wiser heads, either somehow emerging within his administration or in Albany, will restrain him. But the agenda is very anti-growth. I think bizarre. This is the world's headquarters of capitalism, and here we have this plan. But I think it looks like very good news for Dallas, Charlotte, and Miami.
You literally took the first two cities out of my mouth. Someone should tell him people can move, and Dallas and Charlotte have open signs standing at the airport. All right, James, thank you so much for writing this piece, and thanks for joining us.
Revisiting election night. This is a 5-minute video on election night. You know, you already watched my election night stream, so you know the fears that I had. And it's really interesting seeing the Zohran Mamdani team, including Zohran Mamdani himself, experience the exact same style of fears, regardless of what the numbers look like, up until the very last moment where it was official. Maybe it'll help you understand why I was so fucking scared personally.
Not too bad exit policy. But who knows? It's all secondhand.
You got just one thing can set you into this spiral.
What's going on?
This is a bad exit poll.
Okay. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas and Ethiopian aunties.
That's the He's the one who wrote the go to speech.
It's so different with you as the
It's way better. Yes, 70%. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force.
Oh my god.
Because of you, we will make this city.
Oh god,
I feel like I'm gonna die.
I just said that.
I said, you said I'm gonna die. I said, I feel like I'm gonna die.
You to one up my dying?
Yeah.
I have 4 words for you. Anaminkum. Oh. And then we lost.
Don't say that.
We've been sitting here. These exit polls. Oh man.
That's a good sign. I thought she was going to lose
Guys, it's closing in 1 minute. Okay, guys.
8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're up 11. Up 11, but it's not enough. Still like 33% of the way through. Maybe like 35%. But it's 50-41.
People are calling, everyone's calling.
I would not call it.
This room is really filling up with supporters now. They are anxious, anticipating hearing from Mamdani tonight.
It's 8 points now. 8 points now? I'm not. Don't worry yet.
And are you looking at anything on Twitter right now? Cuomo just cracked 40. I don't want to hear any of this.
The story for tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democratic.
Wait, I'm 99%. Sure, I saw you in the crowd. How could you have? I got kicked out, I thought, according to Reddit. I got kicked out. I wasn't there.
New votes coming in mayor's race.
Oh, 52.1. Oh, that's right. That's in Manhattan only. Oh. Human mind is a wild thing.
To 60% in, and it's still holding. Brooklyn's still the lowest. Staten Island's now at 83%, and you held totally even there.
Like,
the 8% is not.
It's not super inspiring.
Why doesn't this feel better?
Yeah, nothing's been called.
Yeah. You got anything more for us?
It was even just 4 years.
MSNBC just called the race for us.
Zohran Mamdani, the state assemblyman from Queens, who ran an insurgent campaign that absolutely blindsided the Democratic establishment, will be the next mayor of New York City.
Woo!
What?
Is it official?
Yeah.
It doesn't get any more official than this. Wow. Oh my god.
Take that, exit polls.
Congratulations, my dear friend.
Oh, this is insane.
Go. Guys, I don't know.
How come he wasn't watching your stream? Yeah, I agree. That's kind of fucked up. These guys are fake, bro. They're fake. Not even watching the Twitch stream a little bit. I'm in the same building. I'm downstairs. It's messed up. Not a real one. Not a real friend.
Did you really think at any point you were gonna lose?
Yes!
Yes! Oh, you.
Did you think you would? Yeah. See, did you think they asked her like? They asked him, did you think you were gonna lose at any point? He says yes, 100%. Stuff like this doesn't happen. Okay.
Senator.
Zohran Mamdani was elected mayor of New York City on Tuesday, capping a stunning ascent for the 34-year-old state lawmaker who is set to become the city's most liberal mayor in generation.
Guys, we just crossed 1 million votes.
Wow.
That's
incredible. The New Yorker Daily, the Mamdani era begins.
Wow.
We've won. Yeah.
Still saying the most liberal. Zara is one of the best campaign people I've ever seen. I can't believe the DNC had her at one point. Let's not even yeah, she's great. She's dope. Morris Cass is the fucking guy, by the way. He's working on many more campaigns this cycle. Yeah, including Graham Plattner. You were in that shot of the floor, big dog? No way. I made it. SpongeBob meme. Squidward meme. If Zohran were the one, his election documentary would be on Means TV instead of Netflix. Yeah, if I was a real one, I'd be streaming on Means TV instead of Netflix as well. You're right. This is just how it goes. Or not Netflix, Twitch. Anyway, he did the mayor's listening thing, but that's too long. I don't really want to get into it. Video shows, where is Kaya? I cannot believe it. You guys are memeing, right? Like you just saw her walk away. Look, yeah, Kaya is asleep. Can you pet Kaya, please? Can you pet Kaya, please? Can you pet Kaya, please, please? And then immediately goes, where is Kaya? Literally from 2:08, can you pet Kaya, please? Kaya is asleep, to where is Kaya as soon as she walked up. Incredible. And then yesterday he says, please stop getting baited. Video shows of the ceiling of a ski resort bar catching fire, killing dozens. I saw this. I'm going to skip that one. And we're going to get into One Nation Under Israel. Okay. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to talk about Israel. Boss man Benjamin Netanyahu, the real big dog. He rung in the new year alongside his favorite Donald Trump, to which I joked and said, when your boss asks you what your New Year's Eve plans are and you're forced to invite him, yeah, he was the, according to the Prime Minister's spokesperson, Prime Minister's spokesperson, Netanyahu is the only foreign leader who was invited to the event and the only one to have ever attended the president's New Year's ball. Okay? Yeah. You think he brought his dirty laundry? Oh, I'm sure. Maybe he's getting Trump to clean it personally. You know what I mean? Cutting out the middleman. I can't say this enough, but without your stream, I would have never learned or even looked into the mayoral race this time. I grew up in Queens, and this was my first time ever voting for mayor, but thank you for educating me and many other New Yorkers about him and socialist policies. Hell yeah. I also do love personally that these guys will talk about how mad Trump is at Benjamin Netanyahu or whatever. Like Axios will still report on it all the time. Shouts out to Barak Ravid, my favorite IDF soldier, Barak Ravid. You know, working in American media at Axios, constantly writing the same exact articles he wrote about Joe Biden being very angry at Benjamin Netanyahu, now writing it about Donald Trump being very angry at Benjamin Netanyahu, and then he's over here fucking celebrating New Year's Eve with his bestie. Now, obviously it's all bullshit. I mean, here they are looking at fireworks together, but it didn't end there, right? Benjamin Netanyahu's Florida trip did not end there. Anyway, there was a Steak Rico. Yeah, I know. We'll get into that in a little bit. But Netanyahu's trip didn't end there. He also went to a synagogue in Florida this morning. And he got incredible, tremendous applause inside of this synagogue in the state of Florida. Okay? He made this, but before we do that, here, let's take a look at his stop in Florida, in South Florida.
And Local 10 was given an inside look. The Prime Minister is spending the day at a synagogue in Surfside. We were the only American press inside of that service where he was attending. So let's get straight to Local 10's Shlomo with more.
Like, that's crazy. What do you mean you were the only American press allowed inside of the synagogue that Benjamin Netanyahu was attending? Like, that in and of itself is already kind of crazy. Like, what do you mean? Like, what are they doing fucking... Are they not allowing American press into a synagogue when there is a foreign leader inside of the place of worship? Like, I don't understand that.
What this trip was all about. Rosh, good evening.
I'll tell you, today we were a part of history, and it was incredible that Local 10 was allowed inside of this synagogue so we can bring you the images and the words of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. Now, I say a part of history because...
People with no reading comprehension are getting mad at your tweet about Bibi at the synagogue? Wait, what? What do you mean? You're basing your opinion on a whole religion because of one single place of worship, then you use your huge platform to signal blast justifying anti-Semitism because of it? You're not who I thought you were. You're actually a bad person. Wait, what? You already have been saying I'm an anti-Semitic terrorist, no? Why is he acting like this is a new revelation for him? Very interesting. In any case, my statement on this, here it is. Here, you'll see. Israeli Prime Minister received the hero's welcome at a synagogue in Miami, Florida, as the crowd erupted in applause upon his arrival. To which I said, I've spent the last decade talking about the separation of Zionism and Judaism, and while conceptually it is true, these sorts of images make a much stronger argument against said separation. Then people wonder why anti-Semitism grows. This is a big part of the reason why, which is pretty basic. It's not just my assessment at all. This is what anti-Zionist Jews will openly point to as well when talking about how Israel creates anti-Semites every day. And I think every single person understands what I mean here, that while there is a dangerous conflation between Zionism and Judaism, this conflation is oftentimes marketed pretty much by conservative Jews, Zionist Jews, and Christians, Zionist Christians alike. And it's very frustrating to consistently try to make an argument that tries to spare Jews living in the West when people look to things like this and go, what are you talking about? I'm hearing from Zionist Jewish people that every Jew is a Zionist. Every Jew loves Israel. Why the fuck are you trying to tell me something fake, something phony? Who am I supposed to believe? What people are telling me? What I'm seeing all the time? Or some random fucking Muslim woke guy who's just insincerely trying to be woke? This is the way reactionary politics works. This is the way that right-wingers operate. This is the way the right-wingers operate about, black people, for example. This is the way the white supremacists operate about black people. When you try to explain to them that crime is more often than not a consequence of people's material conditions, they think you're actually defending. They think that you're defending black people falsely. It's much easier to understand that like black people are inherently violent, all this shit, right? And what's really frustrating about that is that it makes my job as someone who combats anti-Semitism much harder as well. And it makes people lean into the likes of Nick Fuentes, who are, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Why is this shit breaking? It makes people like Nick Fuentes' argument much easier. Because it's already much easier to just be like, yeah, Jews control the media, Jews control this, Jews control that. and then present an argument that is anti-Semitic when talking about Israel, right? It's much more difficult to educate people on a true anti-fascist, principled anti-fascist stance, okay? Just in general, right? Much, much easier to do that. And then when it is constantly being reinforced over and over again, this tie is forcibly being presented as the reality to many Americans who are not super educated regardless on Israel, but no longer like Israel. Of course, they're going to learn this wrong lesson. Okay? I know I'm out of focus. I don't know what it's trying to focus in on instead of me. And it's very, very frustrating. It is very frustrating. What? Hasan, you're looking at my Twitter on stream. Would you have said this? I spent the last decade talking about the separation of individual actions and Somali identity, and while conceptually it is true, these sorts of videos make a much stronger argument against that separation, and people wonder why anti-immigrant sentiment grows is a big part of the reason why. Brother, I have literally talked about Jeffrey Epstein in the same exact way, where if you think these two things are equivalent, you're delusional. Okay? Do you not understand the main difference here? Do you not understand the main difference here? If I were to run around and say, this is how all Jews are when talking about Jeffrey Epstein, I would be doing what people are doing about all Somalis. Okay? This argument is quite literally the opposite. I'm saying that all Jews are not monolithic. No group is monolithic. Okay? But for the average person, they do not have the capacity to comprehend such things, especially when people like yourself, Harley, are consistently defending the idea that Israel is a salvageable thing. You live in the West, you don't live in Israel, and you consistently defend Israel. You say people who are criticizing Israel are anti-Semitic. You consistently conflate Zionism with Judaism over and over and over again. You're teaching people to be anti-Semitic. If you spent more time in here instead of just like constantly fucking chirping about me, you would have actually understood my position a long time ago. Okay? What I always say is Judaism has been around for a lot longer than Zionism has, right? Zionism is like maximum, 100 years, maybe a little bit longer than that. Israel's been around for 78 to 80, right? And yet, in the last 80 years, Zionism has overcome Judaism as for many secular Jews too, especially, has overcome the actual religious principle and turned into this like civic nationalist religion that revolves around ethno-religious supremacist values and an exterminationist principle against those who were living there prior to the people without a land going to a land without a people, even though there were people there. So when you have people like Jake Tapper, for example, also defending Israel on the conditions of Jews have to have an ethno-state, Jews have to have an ethno-state, it's ridiculous. And then you have Nick Fuentes also saying the same thing, but in a negative way. People are not going to come to someone like myself and listen to my perspective on this. They're going to keep hearing it over and over again. They keep hearing the false conflation from people like yourself. They keep hearing this false conflation from people like Jake Tapper. They keep hearing this false conflation from every outlet in the media, both pro-Israel and anti-Israel. So what are they supposed to think? That's it. And it's really interesting because as a Muslim living in the Western world, I have a unique perspective on this, one that I've actually talked about, one that I've written about extensively, one that I gave a speech on specifically at Oxford Union. If you want to understand my position, genuinely, if you are actually just not saying this to come across like a reasonable person while you're trying to, like, you know, disparage me or something, go watch that. Okay? You're basing your opinion on a whole religion? I'm not. As a matter of fact, if you had the reading comprehension here, you would understand that that's the opposite of what I'm saying. Instead of rage tweeting and sitting in this chat, you should perhaps try to comprehend what I'm saying here and not just act as though you are charitable to my position on the internet to, you know, try to win over some people or try to win like this silly argument, which you're not going to win anyway. Okay? Just think about it. Instead of tweeting, just try to understand what I'm saying. Okay? You're basing your whole opinion on a religion because of one single place of worship, then you use your huge platform. I think he makes a valid point. Why is the brutal Zionist regime so popular among Jews? Have you ever taken the time to research that exact question? This is not something that I want to happen. This is something that I have worked, as I'm saying here, against happening over and over again. But when you say you're Jewish and you defend Israel and you think Israel is defensible when it's conducting a genocide and you say it's not a genocide, okay, what do you expect people to learn from that? When they hear that over and over again, when a random person who already has anti-Semitic tendencies, as most people do, right? I think you and I would agree on this. This is not like a, crazy position. A lot of people will say like, oh, you know, there are a lot of Jews in Hollywood. Isn't that strange? There are a lot of Jews in finance. Isn't that strange? Like those sorts of attitudes have always existed, right? The nascent anti-Semitism, it can be dangerous if all of a sudden people have a negative perspective, but it's like, it's a thing that has been talked about over and over again, but not oftentimes discussed. Right? When you already have a lot of people, especially living in a fairly segregated society where they might not live around any Jewish people at all, and they have these sorts of attitudes, and then they hear over and over again that every Jewish person cares about Israel. So if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. And then you advance silly, faulty numbers like 90% of Jews are Zionist over and over again. You're teaching people that Jews care about Israel a lot. Okay? Now, the extent of that care is up to question. Obviously, it's a very vague observation. What does that mean? That Israel is important to you as a Jew? Because that's the poll that people point to. That was a question that they asked in that poll. But having said that, when you say that over and over again, what do you think people are going to learn from that? What do you think people are going to learn from that? They're going to think, okay, yeah, all right, Jews care about Israel. That's what they're going to think. The difference now, however, as opposed to the last 50 years, is that now Israel is seen as a negative. Okay, now Israel is known as a state causing terror, which is the truth for the record. It is the truth. Israel is a terrorist entity. Israel is a state, a vassal state of the United States of America that is causing a metric ton of terror in the region. Okay? According to you, you just made a couple of claims just now about my stance that aren't true, but I understand you're in your flow state and I won't hold it against you. According to you, China is just a normal country, but Israel gets all your attention. What should people take away from that? I mean, this is something that I've talked about quite extensively, but I think you might hear it for the first time ever. But here it is. China's operation in Xinjiang, okay, in terms of dragnets, mass surveillance, and re-education camps was completely unjustifiable. I've talked about this extensively. You'll never hear it in clips, obviously, because it doesn't favor people's arguments that I'm a China dick rider who never criticizes China. But if Israel operated in the same way that China operated in Xinjiang, in both Gaza and the West Bank, where every single Palestinian had equal rights in the aftermath of this re-education and whatnot, the rest of the Western world would consider Israel to be the most peaceful nation of all time. As a matter of fact, people such as yourself and numerous others still consistently refuse to recognize that Israel has conducted a genocide, that Israel has always had an ethnic cleansing goal in mind from the beginning, that the inception of the nation state started with the Nakba in 1948, and even before 1948, obviously. This is the problem. Also, we're not even talking about China right now. We're talking about Israel. I held this on to a higher standard. I don't go off of every streamer that says some bullshit. There isn't enough time in the day. Also, tweet mentioning equals cyber stalking. Language and words are important these days. People like yourself have to stop fucking them up. I've had personal conversations with Harley back in the day too, which makes this even crazier because I know his newfound allegiances with certain people that he knew were Nazis makes things even stranger in this regard. Finding yourself aligned with the likes of Sam Hyde after openly stating that you know that they're Nazis, while simultaneously consistently talking about someone like myself that you know has spent a good deal of time and still consistently does so in combating anti-Semitism, shows me that your highest priority is simply trying to defend Israel at a time when, unfortunately for you, it's utterly indefensible. Okay? You got the United Nations. You got plenty of Israeli and Jewish academics who openly recognize it as genocide. It's over. It's done. And despite the consistent propaganda in the Western world through Western mainstream resources, even Americans are recognizing that Israel's doing a genocide. So the more you consistently try and defend this, the worse it'll look for you. Not only is it shameful to defend genocide, but you also are making the world a less safe space for anti-Zionist Jews and all Jews alike by consistently putting up a front where you claim you're like doing this because Jews have to exist in Israel. Jews have to have Israel exist in the way that it does, the violent ways that it does, where even the notion of giving equal rights and equal representation to non-Jews in Israel is actually a serious demographic problem. That's an ethno-state, brother. That's fascism. I'm an anti-fascist. It doesn't matter if it's the fucking German folk doing the fascism, and it doesn't matter if it's Itamar Ben-Gvir or even someone such as yourself doing the fascist argumentation. God damn it. I know I'm out of focus. I know. I'm losing my fucking mind about this. What is happening with this fucking stupid ass camera? Is it the Labubu that is focusing on maybe? I feel like it's still out of focus. It might be focusing on O'Bungler. What a horrible days to have eyes and have... I have Syrian, Tunisian, and Moroccan Jewish friends in Montreal, and they cannot go where their grandparents grew up. The Nakba went both ways. Oh, my Lord. Sure, bud. Well, don't worry. Israel's taking up pieces of Syria, too, now. So maybe they can go to Israeli-conquered territory in Syria if you think that that's a serious consideration. Is there ever a moment where you consider the actual victims here when we're talking about it? Or is it always that you and your friends living in fucking Canada that are the real victims? Like, this is what I mean. It's like sheer arrogance. It's the way that a lot of people who want to defend Israel communicate about this stuff. That is how you fuck up 80 years of solid propaganda with billions of dollars in lobbying funds and hundreds of millions of dollars in direct economic aid to Israel in return for the multi-billion-dollar, very consistent and fairly successful propaganda apparatus. That's how you fuck it up. It's the sheer arrogance. That's what it is. Sorry, can you not accept that there are and have been victims in both sides? Brother, do you think that the Nazis were victims in the Holocaust too? Is that what you're doing? Is that the argument that you're going to present to me right now? Because you do realize that the Holocaust is not like a singular event, you know? What do you mean, both sides? What the fuck are you talking about, both sides? There's no both sides in the current genocide, the current Holocaust that Israel is engaging in. What is the both sides of that situation? Don't do this fucking bullshit victimhood, brother. Like, what are you talking about? What is this? There's no standard with you. You are the worst of humanity. What? Those words and all the other words you type don't tell me anything about genocide. They're pretty irrelevant to the discussion we're having. This video is proof that it's not a genocide. That's why you started rambling. Not trying to justify war here. I'm demonstrating how it's not a genocide. More than 19,000 rockets were launched at Israel since October 7. It's a very small and densely populated country. You don't fund genocide. Your country prevents one. Not apartheid. Palestinians, Christians, and Arabs, Druze, and plenty of non-Jews live in Israel. Oh, brother. It's just, I don't think you are capable of reading the room. That's the problem. And not just this room, but every room that you're in at this point. Okay? And this is kind of my point. The point I'm making is, brother, even if you want to defend Israel, you should just probably keep it quiet. Okay? Because you are genuinely participating in people developing this horrible tying their friends and the people that they know in the Western world of Jewish background to Israel, because you're doing that. Okay? That's true. 10,000, not this room, every room. You don't understand. People fucking despise Israel. You don't understand it. You do not understand it. This shift happened for you so fast that like it's left you behind. You literally are arguing with points that you could potentially win people over with like 10 years ago. Okay? It's an entirely different environment now. I'm telling you, it's like if I ran around talking about ISIS and how good ISIS is and how it's true Islam, or why can't the Islamic Caliphate do a little bit of fucking conquest? Everyone else has done it. And as a Muslim, we all love ISIS, and that you guys are actually being Islamophobic when you criticize ISIS. Like, if I were to do that, that would be the equivalent of what you're doing right now. And of course, people's takeaway from that would be, oh my God, Muslims are fucking crazy. Do you not understand that? Now, the difference is no Muslim does that, and yet the State Department-backed propaganda apparatus consistently tried to make it seem as though Muslims fucking love ISIS, even though Muslims are the primary victims of ISIS. Most people would not dignify you with this response and try to talk to you like a human being at this point, okay? As a Jew that traveled abroad, I can tell you this negative sentiment towards Israel and Judaism conflated is not new since 1023. Oh. Yeah, I wonder why. Do you think Israel tied its actions and its conquest and its violence to Judaism after October 7? Do you think that this is a new phenomena? No, this is my point. My point is, Israel's been doing it to actual genuine success, especially in the United States of America, for a very long time. The Holocaust was a state-planned industrial genocide aimed at exterminating an entire people everywhere. The Nakba refers to a mass displacement during a regional war with multiple population movements happening as a result of that conflict. I said the new Holocaust, the current Holocaust, the one that just, the one that was now paused for a little bit, even though it's not necessarily really all that pause with a fake ceasefire. Okay? Yes, the Nakba is a planned out, systematized ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay? That's what the Nakba was. It's because they already hated Jews, Hassan. People hated Jews worldwide before Israel, Hassan. Oh my fucking Lord. You're literally... Oh. You need to understand something, okay? No one is denying that anti-Semitism was not a major vehicle throughout history, okay? I talk about the pogroms. I talk about the Holocaust with regular frequency. This has nothing to do with the Nakba, okay? Unless you think that the Arabs, Muslims and Christians alike, that lived in that area were simply frustrated because Jews were there now and not because they correctly recognized that the British occupants that lied to the Arabs initially were actually, after the Balfour Declaration, creating a settler colony. And they were right, by the way. The Arabs were correct. They were creating a settler colony. That's precisely what happened. It wasn't Jew hatred at all. It was self-preservation. It was people fighting to make sure that they weren't slaughtered. It was people fighting to create a nation state for themselves. And prior to the British intervention, prior to British control in historic Palestine, British mandate Palestine, there were Jewish people living there, and they did not have these sorts of issues. There was no like consistent Jew hatred that was taking place under the Ottoman Empire, and I'm sure you know this already. Okay? Or maybe you don't, but the Ottoman Empire was considered a safe haven for Jews that were escaping numerous other pogroms throughout time, whether it be the Spanish Inquisition and numerous others. I need you to understand, okay? And I don't know if you ever will. Lied to Arabs and the Jews, lied to both, bro. First of all, there were Arab Jews as well, as you like to bring up when you're talking about your friends in Montreal. Okay, so it's not even like different. You don't even live in Israel and you're using like Israel demography. It's so funny. This is what I mean. It's like pure brain rot. Ugh. In any case, I don't think you're ever going to... I think you might be a little too deep. You might be a little too invested. And I doubt you're going to comprehend what's going on. But once again, yeah, the dhimmis in the Ottoman Empire, Jews pay taxes for being Jewish. Dog. In comparison to the Inquisition... Just don't refer to me. Listen to Jewish historians, okay? Listen to Jewish historians. The Ottoman Empire, in comparison to the Western pogroms, the pogroms that were happening in the Western world, were far more tolerant to coexistence, okay? Yes. Jews and Christians paid a tax. This is not even a defense of the Ottoman Empire either. Like, I don't even give a shit about defending the Ottoman Empire. I'm just talking about history. Every non-Muslim paid a non-Muslim tax, and Muslims had a separate tax. But you do understand this, right? You do understand this, right? Like when you consistently try to like defend Israel and talk about, you know, an ongoing genocide in this way, when like even people who don't give a fuck about Muslims, right? Like Arabs, Muslims at all are recognizing this to be like a truly horrifying situation. Like you are saying, this is my shit. This is me. I am a Jewish person living in Canada or living in America. I don't know where you live, right? And I love Israel, and I'm going to defend Israel, and I'm actually going to use anti-Semitism as a reason for why Israel must exist in the violent ways that it does. This teaches people the wrong lesson. It teaches people the opposite lesson that I'm trying to teach them, which is ironically exactly what I was trying to say here, which you did not understand. Okay? That is my point. You're contributing to it. Anyone that turns around and says Zionism, well, 90% of Jews are Zionist. Okay, 90% of Jews are Zionists. So if you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Jew, does not realize that you're teaching people to be anti-Jew in that situation. You're not teaching them that like there is a difference in opinion between many different people. People go, okay, I'm anti-Israel. So if 90% of people are 90% of Jews are pro-Israel, then I guess I'm anti-Jew. That's it. Because a lot of Zionists do not understand that people do not fuck with Israel no more. It just doesn't make any fucking sense, especially to someone like myself, especially someone whose name is Hassan, especially someone who's like, a prominent left-wing critic of America in the Western world, who is of Muslim background. I just don't understand it. It's like running around and saying all Muslims love ISIS. That's what it feels like. And for the record, anti-Semitism would still exist. People would still tie Israel's actions to Judaism regardless. But you're not making it any fucking easier, especially when you argue with someone like myself. Oh my God. Haha, in comparison, bro, Jews paid for being Jewish. Okay, they were tolerant, but Jews are discriminated against. You painted it as it wasn't like that. And then I pointed out and you get exasperated. This has been my issue with you. No, reading comprehension is your major issue. And critical thinking is your major issue. On the one hand, there was ethnic cleansing taking place against Jews. On the other hand, Jews, just like Christians, were forced to pay a tax. Okay? A non-Muslim tax. Take it up with people that chose to escape to the Ottoman Empire at the time and not with me, okay? They made that choice. And I think it was the right choice to make. Yes, if he's talking about jizya, it was only for military agents and capable men only, not women, children, and the elderly. Around 1.5. Muslims pay 2.5 zakat. Can't believe we're still doing this Islamophobic talking point of the Big 2026. And the tax exempted them from joining the army. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Here, I mean, this article is a great one. I've talked about this already. What did the Ottoman Empire ever do for us? Quite a lot, in fact, by Diana Darke. Contrary to the prevailing view, the Turkish civilization had an egalitarian, multicultural outlook which protected Jews. It's ridiculous, dude. It's just so funny to try to argue on, the Ottoman tax policies of me in an effort to try and fucking justify the Nakba somehow. Oh shit, dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that Jews and Christians alike paid a specific tax when they weren't serving in the Ottoman military. So I guess it's okay to fucking do the Nakba. And then 80 years of like slow burn ethnic cleansing and mass displacement and land theft. Shit, I should have thought about that. Yes, Jews don't have to pay taxes for being Jewish anymore. Look at your chat trying to justify how Jews paying taxes for being Jewish. Isn't that bad, lol? Dog, it's not that bad in comparison to fucking genocide. That's the point that people are making, which I think you can understand, right? Or perhaps you can't. Take it up with the people who fled and sought refuge in the Ottoman Empire. We don't have to have this discussion right now, especially when you're trying to justify the fucking Nakba for this reason. Oh my God. Do you not understand how fucking stupid this argument is? Are you all right? Never justified the Nakba, only pointed out it went both ways. Jews were expelled as well during the Nakba. Oh my God! Yeah, why the fuck do the Palestinians have to be those who are ethnically cleansed for the European genocide of Jewish people? I know. That's a separate point, too. Anyway, yeah, you never justified the Nakba. You just said both sides suffered. Yeah. Yeah, you know, poor Nazis suffered during the Holocaust, too. Why do you not think about that? Poor Turks suffered during the Armenian genocide. Why does nobody ever think about that? It was just mass transfer. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was a little bit of ethnic displacement, right? That's what I would sound like if I were you. You know, doing the same kind of defense. And many people still do it to this day, as a matter of fact. Anyway, this isn't even like one of the more consequential parts of this conversation, because like you won't even recognize that Israel's doing genocide to this day. So I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about at that point. Anyway, hopefully this was somewhat educational. Maybe one day. But this is not the right argument to make. And if you were in here, as a matter of fact, when I was talking about this initially with the Somali conversation, assuming that all Somalis are actually doing mass fraud is akin to assuming all Jews are doing international sex trafficking for Mossad and pedophilia, like because Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? That's a better argument, which is one that I presented when talking about the Islamophobia and comparing it to anti-Semitism. You are extensively trivializing the Holocaust to prove your point. Israel is a terrorist state. Okay. A terrorist state that's doing what? Doing genocide. Zionism is a fascist ideology. If you don't recognize these things, we can't have a normal conversation. I can explain it to you again, over and over again, but stop. Monkey do Houthi, shut the fuck up. Anyway. In case of Morocco, Israel paid Morocco to transfer Moroccan Jews. They didn't have enough population. Yes, in numerous other Arab countries in the MENA region, there are different reasons as to why. There are different ways in which this kind of population transfer took place. And it's not without like pogroms initially as well. There were some. But to compare separate countries, many of which were already under the protectorate, or not protectorate, as a matter of fact, whether to compare this to all these other countries in the MENA region, many of which were actually under the power and influence of a colonial superpower that was dominating them, is fucking insane. Whereas the precursor militant groups to the IDF, before the Israeli state was established, the Zionist brigades, they actually carried out a planned ethnic cleansing campaign. It wasn't like Jews that did this planned ethnic cleansing campaign. These were militancies that specifically under the ideology of Zionism conducted a planned ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing campaign. And they were successful. 750,000 Palestinians were removed from their homelands, never allowed to return. There's a difference between that and like the Israeli state that was established after the fact. One, really pushing and pulling in terms of like a lot of the instability that was taking place in the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that were fomenting in the region, in the MENA region, / going to, in certain instances, places like Vichy, France, to demand that their colonial occupants dispose of all the Jews and send them to Israel. This asymmetry has always played itself out because Israel is seen as a profoundly important Western apparatus. And that's why they've been armed to the fucking teeth. Initially from even the USSR, as a matter of fact, by way of Czechoslovakia. That was a major L from Stalin. In any case, did he say Hamas attempted genocide on October 7th? That's so funny. Yeah, so you're right. The Jewish partisans attempted genocide during the Holocaust. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was attempted genocide against the Germans and the Polish. It's just like, anyone that was taking up arms alongside Nazi Germany was in fear of being genocided. Do you think Israel being horrible about tying itself to Judaism will make some people retcon their beliefs on everything surrounding World War II, and that conversation being popularized could swing people to be more sympathetic to actual Nazis and thus then be used to genocide, or just then be used to justify growing fascism today? Abso-fucking-lutely. That is exactly what's happening right now in broad daylight, in real time. It's exactly what I'm trying to fucking avoid. It's exactly what I'm trying to fight back against. And yet you still have people like Harley coming in here and trying to claim that I'm anti-Semitic, not realizing that right now anti-Semitism is unironically seen as a marker of earnesty, and you are so fucking far removed from the attitudes and how much they've shifted that you think that this is a successful strategy, okay? People think you're a real one when you actually are anti-Semitic. It's fucking insane. It didn't happen overnight. Israel played a major role in it, though. There was already a lot of anti-Semitism flinging around, and yet, even to this day, for the record, like, anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, it's real hatred, but it doesn't have the same impact, the systematic discrimination that it once did in the United States of America, but it doesn't have the contemporary systematic discrimination that, like, anti-blackness and Islamophobia has, right? That's just true. Like, there was a time and place when, people wouldn't hire Jewish people. There was a time and place in the United States of America when Jews had a hard time getting into schools and whatnot, things of that nature, right? But in modern American society, anti-Semitism is not systematic, right? In the same way that, like, anti-blackness is. Okay? Having said that, however, that could change in the future. And that was certainly the case in the past. What is this? This gets 18K likes on Twitter on the regular. I don't see him under these tweets. I know. That's the other thing. You got Nazis who are fucking popping off, and you're coming to attack the one guy who is anti-Nazi. Okay? You're a fucking idiot. Actually, like, you are genuinely fucking stupid. If you sincerely think you're fighting anti-Semitism, which I don't think you are, I think you just want to, like, defend Israel somehow, and no one gives a fuck about what you have to say elsewhere. And this is the one community where people are not going to immediately, like, shut up Jew or something. So that's why you're in here trying to fucking chirp, because you know this is not an anti-Semitic community. It's an anti-Israel community. Okay? But if you want to fucking actually tackle anti-Semitism, why don't you go after real anti-Semites? The fuck are you doing in here? It's so stupid. It's the same thing that fucking Ethan Klein has been doing over the past 2 years, like a dumbass, not realizing that the environment has shifted so dramatically that consistently chirping about anti-Semitism, especially against people who are objectively not anti-Semitic, who have spent a good deal of their professional media career fighting against anti-Semitism, consistently claiming that they're anti-Semitic, when actual anti-Semites are fucking going around town gaining tremendous prominence, shows me that you're not a sincere person at all. You're a fucking idiot. You're wasting your time. Anyway, let's get back to Benjamin Netanyahu speaking at the synagogue to loud cheers.
Netanyahu, as you may know, has been prime minister several times for several years, but this is his first time to visit South Florida, and he comes here to the synagogue behind me. His message was very simple and to the point. Fight. Israel will not stop fighting.
You try saying you have a much larger platform than the real anti-Semites? Really? I have a bigger platform than Candace Owens, who was running around with a copy of the Talmudic Jew to 160,000 live concurrent viewers, talking about how Jews are contract people, Jews are contract lords. You don't share 95% of my views, brother. You don't, okay? You don't. Clearly. Okay? Because the 5% is a justification for an ongoing wholesale slaughter. It's ridiculous. I hold you to a higher standard, Hasan. No need to be so angry and insulting. You are molding the brains of the youth. You are painting Israel as Nazi Germany is insane. No, it's not. It's not. It's 100% correct. This is the problem. Not only is it correct, but it hurts your feelings to even consider it. Open up your fucking mind and realize that that is precisely what is going on. Israel is the modern version of Nazi Germany. It is exactly the same. What the fuck are you talking about? Zionism revolves around ethno-religious supremacy and complete colonial domination, settler colonial domination over the indigenous population of non-Jews. It's fucking ridiculous. Blames Jews for everything, even Jew hate law. Bye, guys. Thanks for speaking to me as a human being, which is apparently something I should be grateful, according to Hasan. Any other place you have this conversation, any other political space you have this conversation that is anti-Israel is immediately going to dial in on every anti-Semitic meme that you will ever hear. Okay? That's just the truth. The reason why you know that's not going to happen here is because deep down inside you also know that I am not an anti-Semite and I actually viciously combat against anti-Semitism. Ironically enough, our argument here stems from me saying Jews consistently saying they love Israel and defend Israel's genocide is actually fomenting anti-Semitism and making the United States of America and every other Western country a less safe space for Jewish people overall, because everyone fucking who is not as socially invested in the continuation of Israel as an ethno-state is going to look at this and go, okay, well, I guess, I guess Jews do care about Israel. All they care about is Israel. All they talk about is Israel, and become anti-Semitic as a consequence of that. Jesus Christ. No, it's not that complex. It's not that complex. Like, Jewish people are not like cut from a special cloth where they're incapable of being fascist, okay? Or fascism is not only Nazism. It's so stupid. In any case, if you want to fucking combat anti-Semitism, go talk to your friends like Sam Hyde, who you've defended as of late, which is insane. You know? Jesus Christ.
A historic day in South Florida.
Yeah, like Albert Einstein compared Zionism to Nazism in fucking 1947. Not even 1948. 1947. He said the Zionist brigades are behaving in the same way that the Nazis did. And I feel like that guy knew a lot about what the Nazis were doing. You know what I mean? It's ironic because so much of my research or everything that I've learned about this predicament, so much of that has come from Jewish and sometimes even Israeli academics. Okay? If it wasn't for Jewish Israeli academia, the new historians, we wouldn't even know that, like, we wouldn't even have evidence, rather, because we knew that the Nakba was an ethnic cleansing campaign, obviously, because their victims were alive. Some of them are still alive, right? But we wouldn't have evidence that it was a planned extermination campaign, okay? It's ridiculous. I can't believe we're having like the same fucking argument still after 2 goddamn years.
For the first time since he has been Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu makes a visit to South Florida.
I don't know of anyone who doesn't go to Florida these days.
Research meaning Twitter? No, you don't. And your chat proves that you don't. This is the environment you've built. You know, research meaning Twitter. Dog, I literally have a dual degree in political science and communication. This is something that I have actually... Why am I entertaining this? It's just pure projection because your fucking favorite content creator who you think is actually an intellectual or some shit is only getting their information from, I suspect, Twitter, or consistently claiming that I'm getting my shit from Twitter.
Most of them stay. It's a pleasure to be among proud Jews and proud non-Jewish friends of the Jewish people in the state of Israel who understand that unity, strength, and resolve are the guardians and guarantors of our future.
In the morning, heightened security around the synagogue. Crowds gather. Local 10 gets inside the synagogue as people wait for the Prime Minister. And then Netanyahu arrives. People capturing the moment so close to this world leader.
Jake is a Holocaust survivor. He escaped the death camps. And I shook his hand, and I said to him, and I said to you, I say to the entire world, never again.
Yeah, never again for anybody, okay? Not the Kahanis interpretation of never again, which is never again just for Jews. But that is the modern state of affairs. Unfortunately.
Never again. President Trump asked me, how do those people, how do they stand it? How do they do it? And I said, well, see, I couldn't quote directly a great singer in Israel.
So you're saying all lives matter, Lamau? I mean, that's quite literally the point of never again, yes. Yes, it is. It literally is. That you're not wrong. Yeah. Yes, all genocides matter. It is genocide. I mean, that's the one time when you can say, you know, yeah, all lives actually, when it comes to human rights.
You know that. It's the spirit. It's the spirit of our forefathers.
And Netanyahu leaves the audience with a message about the rising tide of anti-Semitism worldwide.
The last thing you should do is lower your head and sing cover. That's not what you should do. You should stand up and be counted. You should fight back. You should speak up. You should attack your attackers. You should delegitimize the delegitimizers. That's what you need to do.
I cannot believe this motherfucker gets to do whatever the fuck he wants, dude. Hasan saying all lives matter with his entire chest. Yes. It's so fucked. BLM was such a bad choice as slogan, man. No, it wasn't. What the fuck are we relitigating here? No.
You know, it's interesting. When I say fight back, is to fight back to combat anti-Semitism. That last remark there,
yeah, no, totally. Thank you. That's what he wants.
Was speaking about a teenager who was in the audience, and this teenager asked the Prime Minister, how do I deal with anti-Semitism on college campuses? And Netanyahu says, do not lower your head. The Prime Minister also spoke about his recent visit with President Trump in Mar-a-Lago, calling him a great friend to the state of Israel. We'll have more for you tonight at 6 o'clock. For now, I am live in Surfside. Shlomo, Local 10 News.
Right now at noon, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is making a South Florida stop today.
Visiting a synagogue in Surfside. Local 10's Rosh Lowe, the only South Florida reporter inside for the service, and he is live with us. Rosh.
You know, we have an incredible opportunity to be the only South Florida television station allowed inside the Shul of Bal Harbor. I'm joined by Representative Carlos Jimenez, and let's get to some video. Representative, tell me about the historic nature of this event. This is the first time Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been to South Florida since he's been Prime Minister.
Yes, or particularly Miami. I think he's been maybe to Mar-a-Lago before, but I don't think he's been down here. And so it is very historic. I was actually, when I said, oh, I'm sure.
Like, it's, what a shame, dude. What a deep fucking shame. Seriously. Deep fucking shame. And any moment, if you are, and I'm preaching to the choir here to all the anti-Zionist Jews, so it's not about you, but like for Harley, for example, every moment that you spend attacking people who criticize this, as opposed to attacking Benjamin Netanyahu for being a fucking war criminal that is basically using a synagogue, a place of worship, like a fucking fleshlight to do propaganda, and the people who invited him and cheered him on, is a moment that you're refusing to comprehend exactly what's going on here. Like, I thought at least liberal Zionists kept saying, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu is bad. Benjamin Netanyahu is the singular responsible factor here. Well, it turns out you don't really fucking hate Benjamin Netanyahu that much if you hate him, but then you're like, but he still should be able to go to Florida. He should go to a synagogue. Everyone should cheer him on. Everyone should talk about how big of a fucking brave hero he is. Well, I guess you don't fucking hate Benjamin Netanyahu at all. I guess that was just a talking point, and you're kind of butthurt that we're not eating that talking point. What's the bigger problem here? Me saying that the conflation between Judaism and Zionism is incredibly dangerous and makes it less safe for Jews in the Western world and Jews all around the world, as a matter of fact, and that when people are in the affirmative inviting Benjamin Netanyahu to a synagogue and cheering him on, when the entire world recognizes him as the fucking war criminal that he actually is, an evil person in general, what do you think is happening there? Shouldn't you be mad at the synagogue? Shouldn't you be mad at the attendees? Shouldn't you be mad at people who thought this would look good? This would be an appropriate idea at a time when fucking anti-Semitism is exploding? No, you don't want to get mad at that because you want to fucking defend that. That's why you come in here and you yell at me, a person who's calling it out. It's ridiculous. It's not only ridiculous, but it's utterly devoid of self-preservation. It's just like you're ridiculous, you're silly, you're not even recognizing how this looks. You're basically advancing the same argument that these people are learning, the wrong lessons that these people are learning, that you do care about Israel more than you care about the genocide that Israel is conducting. You care about defending Israel more than you care about anything else. It's very short-sighted.
Sure, he comes here often. No, absolutely not. I think the last time he was here was over about 25 years ago. That was for a private wedding. And so, yeah, this is a historic event, and certainly my honor to have been invited to it, and certainly my honor to be attending it.
I want to talk about your relationship with Israel, and I've covered you for a long time as the mayor of Miami-Dade County, now in the House of Representatives, going on, 6 years almost?
I'll be on my 6th year starting on the 3rd of January. Yeah.
Tell me about your support for Israel.
No, I'm 100% behind Israel, and I have been for a long, long time. As mayor of Miami-Dade County, really, here's a little tidbit for you. I wanted a couple of routes for Miami International Airport. One was to Japan, one was to Tel Aviv. I got Tel Aviv, I didn't get Japan. And so we've always had this close relationship. I've been 100% pro there.
What is this? Like, this is what Israel defenders are saying now? Limit the First Amendment to defend it?
It's time to limit the First Amendment in order to stop.
Bro. Oh my God, no shot.
Time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it, and quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms.
And who the fuck do you think you are, Shlomo? Providing your 2 cents on our Constitution. I don't know about.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? I need to see the OG video. Also, she's not slurring. His name is Shlomo before you fucking freak out. Okay? Chatters. I know some of you heard her say Shlomo and went, whoop, your ears perked up. His name is literally Shlomo. Okay? Calm down. Okay? Hold your fucking judgment.
Rights be limited. I hear the I'm proud to be, and all of the Star Spangled Banner all starts playing in my head. I get heated and I'm angry. Left, right, red, blue, Republican, Democrat, from the hardest left to the
Founder and CEO of Cato Network, Shlomo Kramer, also one of the founders of Checkpoint, another big cyber company. Shlomo, it's great to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How is AI, cyber warfare, shaping geopolitics right now?
So AI is going to revolutionize cyber warfare, from critical infrastructure to the fabric of society and politics, and undermining it, giving unfair advantage to authoritarian governments against democratic countries. First Amendment type of...
That's already happening?
That's already happening. You're seeing the polarization in countries that allow for the First Amendment and protect it, which is great.
That's crazy, brother. You can't... This is what I mean. This is the arrogance, the sheer arrogance, okay? You say stuff like that. Like, I swear to God, look, different circumstances for Dubai. Dubai is funding, and the UAE is funding and facilitating the genocide that's going on in Sudan, right? And obviously the victims are in the African continent, so people don't really care about it as much, right? Because there's a white supremacist undertone to the whole thing. However, if Dubai also had a bunch of, sheikhs and whatnot that went on Western television and said, of course you are going to give me billions of dollars, okay? Of course, brother, what are you saying? Come to Dubai, give me $1 billion for gun. I will do the genocide. I will do whatever I want. And then simultaneously say, and you cannot speak out against the UAE. Brother, if you speak out against the UAE, you are being Islamophobic. And we will limit the First Amendment. If you were to fucking hear that all the goddamn time, okay, I think a lot more people will be paying attention to fucking what's going on in Sudan. Okay? Straight up, Americans partially hate Israel now because of this shit. This is crazy. You got to do it with the thickest Israeli accent, being like, the First Amendment is, it must be shut off. People are saying too many bad things. It's ridiculous. Anyone that sees that is immediately going to be like, well, fuck off.
And I know it's difficult to hear.
That's literally a big part of the reason why people fucking hate Israel in the West now, because of the sheer arrogance of Zionist envoys of Israel, the sheer arrogance and the way that people who want to defend Israel communicate their perspectives with unlimited hubris and arrogance. For the last 2 years, as in the backdrop, there is a fucking limitless slaughter of children taking place, was enough for a lot of people. Was enough for a lot of people who had a lifetime of pro-Israel propaganda baked into their fucking consciousness too.
But it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it, and quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online, and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
control the social media.
Yeah.
Even the CNBC anchors are like, what the fuck? I don't know about this. What are you saying? Give it to me. I will control. Give it to me and AI. We will control environment. No more First Amendment. He's definitely not going to like it when people are forced to use their real names and say the exact same things. No, it's just like, Like this is fucking crazy. Like this is unironically what people are seeing, what they're experiencing, what they're frustrated by. And it gives a perfect opportunity for people like Nick Fuentes to immediately package this back to like Jews control the media. Okay? The connective tissue there, however, is not just Nick Fuentes saying all Jews care about Israel. It's Jewish people who also love Israel consistently putting that at the forefront of their argumentation, being like, if you criticize Israel, oh, sweetie, you're being quite anti-Semitic actually for criticizing Israel. The fuck do you expect people to learn from that? You know what I mean? Why do you think he's popping off now? Why do you think this fucking neo-Nazi that was deplatformed from every fucking platform is now a major figure in American politics? How do you think that happened? Because people fucking hate Israel. And he is seen as an earnest criticizer of Israel.
They should do that. And we need to educate people against ICE, and government need to develop cyber defense programs that are as sophisticated as the cyber attack. Today it's a 1 to 100 ratio. And really government are not doing this today at any rate, and enterprises are left fending from themselves.
The technology is moving much faster than the political system typically can to respond to
so
it.
you need to use technology in order to stabilize the political system, and you need to put adjustments that are perhaps not.
I mean, we're at a point, though,
necessary.
right? I mean, I can go on Instagram or TikTok, and frankly, it already is becoming unclear what is fake and what is real.
Exactly.
And once you eliminate that ability to discern truth from fiction, and what are you left with?
You are left with polarization of society and inner fighting, and you have to control that. And you see that already happening across the world. So this is an urgent need by the government to do that. And until then, enterprises are buying by themselves more and more cybersecurity solutions, but they can't afford all these solutions by themselves. So they are looking for ways to deliver more efficient consumption.
And I assume you have some of those ways, obviously.
Right. So, and that drives really the next generation of companies such as Wiz, CrowdStrike, Cato networks on the network that are platforms and are able to deliver this extended need for security in an affordable way for enterprises.
For enterprises,
right.
Not for governments.
Not for government, but government need to start building their programs. And the same tools can be used also by government.
But the two leaders in AI, one is China, which obviously already is using AI to control the population. Yeah. And here we're all out in a race with China. And so we're not as interested in regulation right now, certainly not at the state level, for example.
And that's a big mistake, because if China has a single narrative that protects its inner stability, and the U.S. has multiple allows for multiple
Open Presidents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Let's
narratives,
go.
It puts them in an unfair advantage.
He's doing such a good impression of Hasan doing an Israeli accent.
That long term is going to cost the stability of the nation. So changes must be made.
Anyway, yeah, that was as horrifying as I thought it was, for the record. Like, that is crazy. That is as horrifying as I thought it was. It's crazy. It seems he just wants a China-like censorship on the media. Yeah, it's fucking, it's so dumb. We are looking at all the worst aspects of Chinese governance and like Chinese repression and being like, let's not do any of the good stuff. Let's only do the stuff that people really fucking hate. Okay? It's so dumb. It doesn't work without the other, especially in the Western world. It will never work. You want to know why? Because those liberties are the only redeeming qualities of living in a fucking liberal capitalist Western country. Are you fucking joking? It's like saying we're going to shut off the treat machine and we're going to shut off your free speech openly, so you can't even feel like you have an opportunity to buy, like, I don't know, a diverse array of products that is relatively affordable, or even speak your mind. Call Trump a pedophile when you feel like it. The only reason why that kind of social restriction works in a place like China is because they also really base boost the material conditions. Okay? That's it. You can't have one without the other. Now, I'm not even going to make an argument about whether or not America has achieved true liberty in terms of free expression and things like that. Obviously that's not the case, but I'm talking about like the feeling of having true liberty in self-expression, right? Because we believe it. We have it. We believe that we have it.
Our greatest ally, the only democracy in the entire region. And yeah, I'll stand behind Israel 100%.
I wanted to ask you, maybe we can show some of the video here. What a massive crowd out here to see the Prime Minister of Israel. I've covered a lot of events. First of all, I haven't seen security like this, but I also haven't felt the excitement. What do you think it is about Netanyahu being in Surfside that is, look at this room, causing all this excitement?
Well, he's a great leader, and he has helped to protect Israel. And so, like I said, I'm 100% behind Israel, 100% behind what the Prime Minister has done, especially in light of what happened on October 7th. And what Israel had to do.
Like, these dudes are so out of touch, dude. It's just not. I guess you can kind of get away with it in this day and age with American politics, right? Like, you can just refuse to entertain the quite reasonable demands that the masses are making. But there is a time limit on that, I think. You can't get away with it forever.
And we have to find peace in the Middle East. And peace comes through strength. It doesn't come through appeasement. And so, Benjamin Netanyahu shows strength. And he is committed to, the survival of and the prosperity of his nation. And so that's why you see a whole bunch of people here. I know that there's at least one more representative, colleague of mine, Representative Fine, and also Senator Navarro from Ohio is here too. So yeah, there's a lot of buzz here today.
You know what I love about South Florida? Even though it's a big city, it's still a small town. For people at home, I was walking through and I saw the representative. I go, "Do you recognize me?" He goes, "Yes, of course I recognize you." We've been covering each other for many years, and it is so nice to be here to see I want people at home to recognize the importance of this. The Prime Minister of Israel chooses South Florida. What is the connection? And then I'll let you go. What is the connection between South Florida and Israel specifically?
Well, we have a huge Jewish community here, and the connection again. We go back to what we did, right? We had that direct flight. That's a direct connection to Israel. There's a lot of people that donate money to Israel from this area, and so it's. I don't know if it's the number one, Jewish community in the United States, but it's got to be top two, okay? And so there's a huge connection to the state of Israel. There's a deep love for the state of.
Bro, look at the amount of fucking cops, too. Jesus Christ. This is like Trump level security, brother. For a fucking foreign leader. What are we doing? God damn, dude.
Israel here, and I'm sure glad that he finally came down. He needs to come down more often.
All right, so we're going to be here live, and I thank you, Representative Jimenez. I really appreciate your time. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Let's let people at home. I want to show you the scene inside, just because it's unique that we're in here. We've seen a lot of representatives in here. We've seen just a ton of people who are just truly excited to see the Prime Minister. Now, as I mentioned there in the interview, this is Netanyahu's first.
The president is visiting. Why wouldn't they be there? True. Daddy's here. Listen. I am surprised that you're surprised by that level of security. I mean, dude, come on. They like shut down the entire fucking city, bro. What are you talking about? I feel like that goes beyond, It's also so crazy. It's like, look at all these people. They're very excited for Adolf Hitler to visit their place of worship. It's awesome. We all love it. This is totally normal stuff. Let's look at the comments. Remember, they hate us and actively working against us. Oh, that was him. Passed by me in a motorcade full of state troopers. I thought it was Trump. America first. Jump Donald Boyd Trump. How high, Master Netanyahu? High. 2028, we will elect a president that will kick Israel out. Oh, what a day it will finally be free. A hero's welcome for a war criminal is insane. Disgusting war criminal. Why is this news station making propaganda for Israel? It doesn't seem legitimate and doesn't he have a son who lives in Florida? So I doubt it's his first time there, and the U.S. taxpayer dime unusual. And then bots. No, don't. No. Don't lay right behind me. Get up. Okay, up. No. Place. Immediately lays down. Okay. Come here. Get over here. Come. Get over here. What's this? What's this? Good girl. Just roll over her tail a little bit. I know it's maximum abuse to not roll over my dog's tail when she lays down right underneath my chair wheels. Kaya is never beating the Treatler allegations. Oh, she is Adolf Treatler, dude. Are you kidding me? She's the ultimate Treatler. She is a Treatlerite through and through.
To South Florida, since he is the prime minister. And of course, as we were talking to the representative about, there is that connection between South Florida and Israel. So many people here in the community are interested in what he has to say. Can we take it off the tripod for a second, Jacob? Let's walk around this room for a second and just see the faces in this room. So we're here at the Shul of Bal.
This guy is so stoked. He's loving it, dude. He's like, wow, I can't believe it. I love Benjamin Netanyahu. I love that he's here right now. What an incredible honor that we got to be here and film all these people who are also very excited to see our big, beautiful boy.
Harbor.
Psychotic.
And, this is, if you're familiar with the area, this is Surfside, Bal Harbor, massive congregation, but also we have people that have come from all over here to see the Prime Minister, and you can see the crowds here. I do have to say, the amount of security that I saw here was absolutely incredible. People coming here. Let's just walk through the crowd.
Oh, Danny Danon. Israel is number one. I hope there are no terror babies in here. Danny Danon.
For a moment.
Wow, all the goats are here.
For a second here. 1 second. Just stick with me for a second. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mayor Minor. You're live on Channel 10 now.
Oh, hello. Why doesn't everybody introduce?
Hello. I'm Minister of Transportation of Israel.
What does today mean to you?
Oh, this is tremendous. We have the Prime Minister, Bibi Netanyahu, is coming here, and you can see the support that the South Florida community has for Israel, and we're all out here to show our support.
I was talking to Representative Jimenez about this. I've, A, never seen the amount of security, but B, those streets are crowded with people. There's this sense of real excitement here. Tell me about the historic significance of Netanyahu making South Florida his first visit since he's prime minister in America.
Yeah, I mean, that shows you, because a type of visit like this, everyone's been saying, well, in years past, this would have been in New York.
Do you think there are any protests around that area? Brother, one, it's Florida. Two, I don't even think they could get anywhere near it. Did you not see the way that they fucking shut down the city? It's crazy.
And now the Prime Minister of Israel is choosing to come to South Florida and be here. And you see there's a lot of people from Miami Beach, Surfside, Bell Harbor.
Miami Beach specifically. We talk about South Florida's connection with Israel. What is Miami Beach's connection with Israel?
Well, we've stood firm in support of Israel and fighting anti-Semitism. They're connected. And I say all the time that we in Miami Beach are the leading example of what it is to support Israel and fight anti-Semitism. We will always stand with Israel.
Unfortunately, we saw with Bondi Beach, the anti-Semitism is out there. The first night of Hanukkah, of course, that tragedy. What have we done here in South Florida to make sure that we're safe?
Well, we do a lot, and we make sure, for example, we had some very anti-Israel protests early on, and that's okay. Free speech is allowed, but you cannot intimidate and harass people, and that's where it goes over the line, and we made sure we put it in check. Free speech, but you're not going to intimidate and harass people, and that's unfortunately what's happening in other parts of the world. They're letting it go unchecked.
What are you most excited about here in the speech today?
Well, obviously.
Ugh. Gross. Oh, is the Iranian protests are attempting to break into the government building? I'm not going to cover this today. Trump demands answers on Minnesota daycare fraud. We're moving on from that. Oh, I wanted to show you this. Tony, double circ Tony DeCoppel, don't trust just me. Make me earn it, he says. Oh, God. Everything sucks so bad. I'm already in a bad mood. It's like literally fucking day one of the year, and I'm already in a shit-ass mood. Barry Weiss's faux populist smarmy bullshit will, of course, ignore 50% of Americans, what 50% of Americans think Israel is committing a genocide, and 60% supporting ending military aid to Israel. This posture will be entirely selective and mostly involve dehumanizing trans people and immigrants and sucking up to Trump. No one can just have an ideology anymore. Everyone must launder their ideological preferences through some alleged Joe Sixpack everyman whose voice will be appealed to when and only when it confirms to the ideological priors of Larry Ellison and the business needs of Oracle. Yes, my New Year's resolution is more fun and less boring shit. More fun news and less boring shit. Let's do the history of almost all the slurs.
Red light, now it's trying to stop me.
The Gutians invade Mesopotamia.
What?
Contributing to the fall of the Akkadian Empire. Details of the war escape us to this day, but what we do know is that years later, historians wrote down the events which led to the eventual death.
Bro said the history of almost every slur and went to Mesopotamia, bro. That's crazy.
Of what many call the first human empire. One of these texts was The Curse of Akkad, and in it, when referencing the Gutians, ancient historians call them human in form, but with the intelligence of dogs and the appearance of monkeys. Their speech is twisted, like a dog's bark. They don't cultivate the land, but live like wild beasts, and swarm the land like locusts. And that, my friends, is the first known written example of an ethnic slur. In the many millennia to come, we will replicate this model of othering, simplifying, and demonizing those we see as inferior to us under the context of race, class, ethnicity, gender, religion, and even good old looks. Welcome to the most unhinged video we've ever made, a list of almost every slur in history. Before we start, I want to make the intention of this video very clear. Slurs are more than just offensive words. They are linguistic weapons of oppression.
That's very cool. I like that. I like that that is the, like he's doing a deep dive into slurs, but then also talking about, is this part of your racism PhD? So yes, as a person who's a recipient of Racism University's Racism PhD, I am very familiar with a lot of the slurs, but I wouldn't say I'm like a slur anthropologist. So some of these things are going to be new to me as well. But I'm glad that he's starting by talking about like slurs aren't just about like making people feel bad. You know what I mean? It's not about like hurting your feelings. It is a weapon of dehumanization.
Histories are tied.
Only a real racist, which by the way, I had to go get a racism PhD, right? Yugopnik, on the other hand, is Balkan. And as everyone knows, by the time a Balkan boy reaches the age of like 12, they already have a racism PhD. So for him, this is basically like ancient knowledge that he is that is downloaded into his brain. You know, I am a mere latecomer to the field of slurs.
To colonialism, slavery, genocide, and systemic discrimination. By examining them, we expose how language has been used to dehumanize people and justify violence. Ignoring slurs doesn't make them disappear. By studying them, we acknowledge their historical trauma, recognize how they're still weaponized today, learn how to challenge them effectively. But most importantly, at its core, we realize just how bloody fucking absurd they are. This shit becomes borderline comedic once you understand that it's been like used by our species for 5 millennia of society after society, thinking their beef is the most important beef of all time, that their society is the peak of civilization and that their neighbors are the most inferior peoples to ever people. The pattern behind slurs repeats itself so much, it reveals its own absurdity. And through it, the absurdity of superiority of one people over another, which slurs de facto imply. So, strap in. We're going for a ride.
Hi, I'm CRT1000. I've been hired by these strange humans for this video with a very simple purpose, to say words out loud that they wouldn't be able to say due to the social stigma associated with said words. I've been told a Balkanoid and a Filipinoid are the makers of this video. And while they can say most of the words discussed in this essay, either because nobody cares or because said words are ancient, there are some which are more problematic, as I'm told. So because of that, I will be saying all of them, indirectly protecting my employers from social cancellation, even though in effect I'll only be reading out words they've written, which realistically is the same thing as them saying them out loud. Therefore, this whole operation is still China, Swede.
A bunch of Swedes and Finnish people migrated en masse to the United States in the late 19th and early 20th century. The domesticated whites would often make fun of their accents, clothes, food, and so on, but while the Swedes and Finns had radically different languages, it was still hard for the domestic monolinguists to differentiate between them. Enter race science of the time, which says Finns were part of the Asian race due to their Uralic non-Indo-European language and historic connections to Siberian peoples. So probably your regular bigot just went, okay, so they're like Asian Swedish people, China Swedes? Yeah, China Swedes, that works. Classic othering of inferior versus superior Europeans by depicting one as less European than the other, whatever that's supposed to mean.
Curry Mouncher.
British colonizers go to South Asia. They see people eating food they never tried, so they dismiss it as weird and disgusting. Mockingly, they call people who do eat it curry munchers, as it means to differentiate them from Europeans on the basis of what they see as a more advanced palate and sign of culture. Time passes and the
There's nothing more ironic than having the fucking cuisine that you have, and then years later, basically admitting that your cuisine is ass because now the tikka masala is the national dish, right? But like having such ass cuisine and then choosing to dunk on you know, Indians off of their obviously superior cuisine. Incredible.
British colonizers end up trying said South Asian cuisine as their brains realize that the best meal on the planet might not actually be beans on toast.
The exact etymology is debated, but some linguists suggest it may derive from the Korean word guk, which means country or soup, possibly misheard by U.S. soldiers during the Philippine-American War or later in Korea. Another theory links it to the Tagalog,
which is crazy because it's like another testament to how like white supremacy works. Specifically American racism. This is really interesting for me. Racism sommelier, racism PhD here. What I've always found very interesting about American racism, American versions of slurs and American racism in general, white supremacist version of racism, is that it actually is indiscriminately discriminatory. Now, you have perhaps a million different variants of pejoratives and slurs in the Balkans between two dudes that basically have lived side by side with one another for hundreds, if not thousands of years, that look the same, that sound the same, that have almost identical foods that they're consuming. And they will make ethnic delineations and find new and unique ways of shitting on one another, right? Whereas the American mind does not make such distinguishing factors. It does not make it does not place any emphasis on these distinguishing factors. So this term, the G word, right, G-O-O-K, was literally utilized against Koreans, against the Chinese, and in Vietnam as well. And it's fascinating because they did not choose to like come up with new terminology whatsoever. They just went, oh, they're Asian. They're all the same. Not realizing that half the time they were also fighting against like warring Asian countries that were being dominated by other Asian countries that were, trying to occupy them as a colony. American racism is unique in that regard. It's a somehow less sophisticated version of racism. Isn't that interesting?
Phrase gagoka.
Gagoka. Gagoka.
Used by Filipinos resisting American occupation. Finally, the term was recorded in the 19th century as a derogatory word for Chinese immigrants, possibly from eyes, a racist descriptor for Asian facial features. What's impressive about the slur is that it developed relatively separately during different decades and still ended up generalizing as a slur against this or that kind of Asian ethnicity. U.S. soldiers called Filipino guerrillas, North Korean citizens and soldiers, South Korean allies, and even Vietnamese resistance fighters of the American War that exact word. Pretty interesting how the Yanks can do 3 wars with 3 different ethnicities and still call them all the same slur. Fully drinking on the Kool-Aid of superiority, an invading soldier has to fight their human instinct to feel for the so-called enemy. To do so, he must strip them of name, individuality, culture, and respect. In this case, depicting his enemies as an Asian horde in need of culling.
Alibaba?
Because something is foreign, it usually means it's bad, until we try it. Now apply that systemic bigotry, and you have the British Empire. You've probably heard the phrase, open sesame. It's from a great Middle Eastern folktale called Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, where amongst other events, a poor woodcutter discovers a thieves' den and manages to open it by saying the magic words, revealing immeasurable treasure inside. The story received global fame, which spread the name Alibaba to every corner of Europe and later the United States. Not really knowledgeable about anything related to Middle Eastern cultures, except for that one story they heard as a kid, bigots at the time, and as deployed soldiers abroad started calling the enemy, or the minority, Alibaba. To give you modern context, think of people calling Somalis pirates because of their only reference point being that Tom Hanks movie, or Borat with the Kazakhstanis. The only thing they really know about a whole people comes from a single place of media or art. So, that being their only reference point, they...
Are you noticing something here? The etymology of slurs is actually really important. This is why I love this video. Because it says a lot about, because language says a lot about culture, right? And if you noticed, once again, the American version of slurs are so incredibly stupid and bottom of the barrel. No sophistication whatsoever. None whatsoever. You go to any other region. That's why I always say, like, European racism is different. Like, it's infinitely more difficult to understand. You have to do, like, genuine reading to be able to unlock, you know, even the precursory racist notions that the average European holds. Fuck! I hate this. I hate this so much. Anyway, let's keep going.
Double down, unwilling or unwise enough to dig a bit deeper. Even in fiction, when entrenched enough, can open sesame to stereotypes.
Bogtrotter? Imagine an island filled with swamps. Now imagine another island filled with swamps. That's Britain and Ireland. Now imagine one of these islands occupies the other for centuries, and one of the best slurs they can come up with as an island filled with swamps is to call the other ones swamp people, throwing stones in a glass swamp, I guess. So yeah, bog trotter, referring to the Irish as impoverished, dirty barbarians that live in swamps.
Sheepshagger, one of the most classic slurs out there, calling a whole nation zoophilic. Arab, Turkish, and Persian bigots love calling Kurds sheepfuckers. Pakistani bigots do the same to Afghans, and urban Arabs to Bedouins. Mizrahi Jews and Arabs throw donkey lover at each other all the time, and pretty much every reactionary in the Balkans implies Albanians like to marry goats. The most famous version, though, at least in the Western Hemisphere, is the one used against the Welsh, a classic sheepshagger. Maybe the smoothest sounding slur on this entire list. Lesson, there isn't really one here. Urban versus rural areas are always going to manifest as some sort of crass play at obsession with animals or the soft urban life. If there's one slur category on this list I wouldn't take too seriously, it's probably this one.
Beaner. It's a derogatory slur primarily targeting Mexicans and other Latin Americans, mocking their dietary staples like beans in Mexican cuisine, likely emerged in the early to mid-20th century in the US, tied to anti-Mexican racism and stereotypes about poverty. Basically, beans equals poor, which I take deep offense on because beans, when done right, can be the goddamn taste.
Same to the curry one. Again, the colonist has an air of superiority that transcends or that seeps into every single aspect of existence for those it seeks to dominate. And it's very interesting that they will take something like objectively superior, you know, the beans that exist, especially in Latin American cuisine, and they will literally fucking use it as a pejorative. It's the same as like the British looking at India and saying, oh, they're curry eaters or whatever. It's delicious.
Thing ever. Similar to curry muncher, this slur is seeped in irony as Mexican food ended up becoming one of the most widely celebrated cuisines in the country amongst people of every single ethnicity. I think you're starting to see a pattern here, right? Like one group calling the other disgusting or cheap due to what they eat, wrapped into a perfect racism taco. Yes, I would love some hot peppers with that. Thank you.
Bimbo? No, not the misogynistic term for hypersexualized women. It's the German slur for black people. The word likely entered the language during the late 19th/earliest 20th century, when the country had colonies in Africa like Cameroon, Togo, and Namibia. It's derived from bimboshi, a term for black laborers or servants in German East Africa. Scholars suggest it may have originated from local African languages like Swahili, but was distorted by German colonists into a derogatory term. In Nazi-era Germany, bimbo was used to demean black people, often associating them with subservience and primitivism. Today, bimbo is rarely used openly, but remains recognized as a racist relic. Most Germans associate it with historical racism rather than contemporary speech. If you're a black woman being accosted on the streets of Germany, don't be too quick to judge. Maybe they're not misogynistic pigs, but they're just being racist.
Barlija, Ustasha, Setnik.
Serbs and Bosniaks. Hey, Ustasha, fuck you for being Nazis during and after World War II. Bosniaks and Croats. Hey, Chetniks, fuck you for supporting expansionist, monarchist, clero-fascists during World War II. Serbs and Croats. Hey, Balije, fuck you for supporting the imperialist Ottoman occupation for 5 centuries. Basically, each of these...
Listen, they made the best boy slaves, bar none. Okay? Or at least that's what fucking Alexa tells me. All jokes aside, the reason why I say that is because of the practice of devshirme. For those of you who don't know, the Ottoman Empire had a very interesting approach to slavery. Very still horrifying. It's slavery, right? Obviously, it's completely unacceptable. It's disgusting. But contrary to the very different chattel slavery practice that oh, it reconnected. We're good. Hello. Are you guys ready? I was talking to you about the practice of devshirme. So, Serbs, primarily Christian, right? The devshirme practice was one that the Ottomans applied, where they would go to towns, places that they conquered, villages they conquered, and they would basically take young boys who were non-Muslim, okay, and send them to education. And this education was quite literally, like, it wasn't just like any kind of education. It was a very specific kind of education that would create some of the best soldiers in the form of janissaries, but not just the best soldiers, but even the best architects, the best teachers, and the best viziers, people that basically were elevated to the highest rungs of Ottoman society. Mimar Sinan, if I'm not mistaken, I believe, is also a devshirme. He is one of the most important architects in the Ottoman Empire, in the entirety of the Ottoman Empire history. Many of the most famous people in the Ottoman Empire, historic figures, come from the devshirme program. They would teach them the arts, poetry, different languages, train them in every fucking aspect of life. And then, just like unlike chattel slavery, what's really interesting is they had to be non-Muslim, right? So there are stories of Muslim parents lying about their children being, or Muslim parents basically lying, Muslim families lying about their kids because they were so poor that they would basically lie about them not being Muslim so they could fucking send their kids off into the devshirme program. So that's why I said jokingly the Serbians made the best boy slaves. Yeah, so it's an interesting concept because they literally would get incredible education and would reach the highest rungs of society. Is it really the same as the dancing boys? No. No, there isn't. Eunuchs are totally different if that's what you're asking. Because I saw some people talking about eunuchs. The only eunuchs in Ottoman Empire were in the harem. And initially, the harem, like the person in charge of the harem leader or whatever, they used to hire, like they used to, use a black slave in the harems. And the reason for that was because obviously if the person who was in charge of the harem had sex with the concubines, then everyone would know because the babies would be black, right? So then they actually started the practice of snipping the harem lord's penis and balls and turn them into eunuchs. It's fucking horrifying. Anyway, let's continue.
Ethnic groups uses the most controversial period in the history of the other groups to generalize them and call them all equal supporters of said political movements and periods. In the Balkan context, it's additionally ironic because all of these reactionary movements these slurs refer to were defeated thanks to the greater collaboration of all three of these ethnicities fighting for the same goal. The lesson? Divide and conquer, words edition. By constantly using said words, the subject is reminded of the harshest periods in history between his group and the outgroup, minimizing chances for dialogue and finding any sort of middle ground. That's one of the most impactful aspects of slurs. They throw us back, in a matter of a second, to periods of strife, death, and hate, effectively eliminating any chances of reconciliation between partners and even victims and perpetrators on a national, religious, or racial level.
Timur.
What's more important, the hardworking farmer or the logistics expert who plans out how the farmer's food is going to reach the shelves? Who's got more culture, an ancient local religious tradition of a small town, or the edgiest new wave beats being thought up in urban rave clubs? What's better for the human condition, tightly knit small community or an ever-expanding family of the metropolis? These questions have plagued our species ever since 3 dudes living in a cave looked across the field and called 2 dudes living in a cave backwards. There's probably 1,000 different variations of small-town folk calling big city dwellers every homophobic slur under the sun in an attempt to depict them as some sort of weak, sissy boy, and vice versa. 1,000 different variations of city folk calling people from small towns all kinds of zoophiliacs and sister lovers. You're probably whispering the one you regularly use to yourself right now. So touching on all of them is impossible. Instead, we found a relatively niche Syrian infighting term, Timur, which touches on all the classics: classism, big city elitism, and of course calling your perceived enemy's blood filthy based on some historic event or another. So Timur is used by Syrians from Damascus against Syrians from rural areas or other regions, particularly those from the countryside of Homs, Hama, and Aleppo. The slur references Timur, a 14th century Turco-Mongol conqueror known for his brutal invasions of the Levant, including the sack of Damascus in 1401. Timur's forces were notorious for mass killings, destruction, enslavement, and leaving a traumatic mark on Syrian historical memory. In contemporary Syrian slang, calling someone Timur implies they are backward, uncivilized,
It's ironic because Timur is, I've never heard this and I'm Syrian from Damascus. There's mad people saying that. But Timur is a Turkish name.
Barbaric or violent, drawing a parallel between the historic brutality of Timur's forces and stereotypes about rural Syrians. It obviously sometimes implies the person being called Timur might be an unwilling descendant of the so-called invading hordes. The slur reflects long-standing class divisions in Syria, where urban populations have historically looked down upon rural communities. The Syrian civil war in 2011, as you can probably imagine, launched the use of the word. and more importantly, the rural-urban class divide into hyperdrive. While Timur is not universally common as other Syrian slurs like Shimali for northerners or Falla for peasants, it is still used in certain circles, particularly among older or more elitist Damascenes. So to round off is promised a perfect combination of the manipulated historical context. Rural and urban parts of a country fighting against each other is like your legs fighting your arms. You're literally on the same team and would likely not survive without the other. So stop.
Freeloading View Goblin, a creature who shamelessly consumes content without hitting the subscribe button, lurking in the shadows of algorithms, denying creators their rightful dopamine hit of validation. Yes, I am looking at you, you algorithmic welfare queen. Click that button right now. Oh, good. Thank you. Subscribe. Okay.
Chuchmek and Chichimek.
Now, what do Aztecs and the Russians have in common 1,000 years apart? A lot, probably, including a crazy similar slur. The Aztecs used the term Chichimek to broadly refer to nomadic and semi-nomadic peoples from the northern regions of Mesoamerica. While Aztecs themselves were also of Chichimek origin, they used the term pejoratively to describe groups they considered less civilized. The term encompassed various tribes and cultures, and the Aztecs acknowledged their own Chichimek heritage, whilst also distinguishing themselves as a more settled and sophisticated group. In Russia, it's a derogatory term used against people from Central Asia, like Uzbeks, Tajiks, Kazakhs, or the Caucasus region, like Chechens and Azerbaijanis. In Russia, too, they acknowledge the vast influence Asia and Asian cultures have on the Federation. Bigots among them, similar to the Aztecs of old, distinguish themselves as a far more settled and sophisticated group. Worlds apart, centuries apart, similar logic. Basically the same sounding slur. What does that teach us? Something about human nature? Nah. Just that bigotry is the rehashing of ancient, idiotic, infantile logic. There's nothing new under the sun. An eternity of we're better, you're worse. Booga booga.
It's CRT 1000 again. After having gone through some updates, my core imperative is to speed up this video's production, so I introduced part 1 of 2 slur speedruns. For the linguistic expressions of bigotry that had to take a backseat for this video, but that were nonetheless deemed too important to miss. Cabbage eater
used to refer to Germans and Russians due to their propensity to eat cabbage a lot in all sorts of forms. That's it. That's the slur.
Ching chong.
Look, their language sounds nothing like ours. That's so funny and inferior. I am permanently stuck at 10 years of age.
Camel jockey.
We have horses. You have camels. That's bad because they're different. Pretty much that. Arabs and South Asians ride camels, which I guess is so weird that they turned it into a slur.
Smoked Irish.
I think you can already guess this one, and if you can't, you're a better person than me. Irish, a disliked immigrant minority in early 20th century America. Black people, a disliked newly semi-freed minority in early 20th century America. White people.
What? Bro, they hated Irish people so much that they would call black people Irish? That's crazy. I thought they just call Irish people black.
Love obsessing over skin color. So how do you distance a pasty Irish redhead from your white identity? You call him black. Smoked, in this case. Quite unimaginative, if I may say so myself.
Mayonnaise monkey.
So what's an unsmoked Irishman? A mayonnaise monkey, I guess. A term used by black people in the US as a way to describe white people based on their, quote, mayonnaise-like skin.
Bro, cum skin is way better of a deeper cut, in my opinion. Cum skin. I think mayo monkey is like, it's low level, honestly. Like, sun dodger is funny. Cum skin gets right to the point. It's just like, it's indefensible. You got owned, you know what I mean?
Yeah, this one's the classic you do me, I do you approach of slur back and forth, I feel like.
Northern monkey.
Used in the south of England to call northerners unsophisticated, basically the English version of redneck.
Southern fairy.
Used in the north of England to call southerners pompous, weak, and gay, basically the English version of sissy boy.
Cheese-eating surrender monkeys.
This refers to French people coming out of a 1995 Simpsons episode,
Bonjour, you cheese-eating surrender monkeys!
referencing France's surrender in World War II and their propensity to eat cheese.
Macaronar.
Romanian slur for Italians because they eat macaroni. Balkan people tend to call all pasta macaroni as a way to undermine the importance of pasta-styled meals. Pakistani
is
incredibly original. The racists are so dumb they use it for non-Pakistani people as well.
Polak.
Polak, incredibly original. The racists are so dumb they use it for non-Polish people as well.
Dago.
Spanish name Diego or Italian name Dago, often short for Salvador.
That's where that comes from? Oh my God, I didn't know that. Okay, I'm learning. See, here's the thing. As a racism PhD holder, I actually don't know that much about like the anti-European slurs that specifically pertain to like white Europeans. Like that's the one area where I just like, I guess I gotta get a postdoc for that one. But in my PhD, I primarily focus on like, you know, the antiquated versions of racism, mostly like non-white.
Used as a slur against Spanish people, Italians, and even the Portuguese. Incredibly original. These racists are so dumb they use it for other ethnicities as well.
Oven dodger.
The Holocaust. Ovens. They survived. Oven dodger. Fucking demonic.
Interlude 1 complete. Chinaman.
The term Chinaman is an ethnic slur historically used to demean people of Chinese descent, particularly in English-speaking countries like the United States, Canada, Australia, and the UK. While it may sound like a neutral term, akin to Frenchman or Irishman, it's really, and I mean really is not. It first appeared in British colonial contexts, but solidified during the American gold rush when plenty of Chinese miners searched for their fortune by emigrating to the United States. They were called Chinamen while facing brutal working conditions and racist hostility. Newspapers and political cartoons frequently used the term to portray Chinese people as filthy and eternally foreign, incapable of assimilation. Of course, as you've probably noticed from this video, racists are not exactly knowledgeable about the diversity of most places. So, surprising to no one, it was often used against non-Chinese Asians as well. For example, in 1870s England, the Japanese admiral Togo Heihachiru referred to as Johnny Chinaman by his comrades. Keep in mind, Mr. Heihachiru would go on to literally lead wars against the Chinese, but in England he was Chinese. Let me give you another. Another Japanese gentleman, this time Tajuki Yamashita, who took a case to the United States Supreme Court in 1922, asked for the right of Japanese immigrants to purchase land. He was rejected by Washington's Attorney Court General because, quote, the blacks, Indians, and Chinamen were impossible to assimilate into the American people.
Bozgor.
It's a highly offensive ethnic slur used primarily by Romanians to demean Hungarians, particularly ethnic Hungarians living in Romania who form the largest minority in the country, mainly in Transylvania. The term means, well, almost nothing. That's why this one is kind of special. It's just derogatory because it's derogatory. It doesn't imply anything. It's just a dirty word for Hungarians. Nothing to do with how they look, talk, or walk. It's almost respectful in just how non-attribute it is. We looked at 50 sources and the closest we got to the root of the word is a relatively commonly used Hungarian swear word, buzzed meg, which when butchered becomes bozgor. A lot of Romanians say it simply means stateless, which is to an extent the whole point of the slur. Hungarians lost Transylvania for the final time after World War I, so the Hungarians left in the Romanian borders are often reminded of said loss and their current stateless status, even though most likely they got Romanian and Hungarian passports inside of the common EU. Small additional note from Ugopnik here. I'm disappointed in you brothers and sisters of Romania. I always call you the only cute, lovable Balkan country, but I guess we're all as reactionary as the rest of the world at the end of the day. Lesson, I find these to be the dumbest of slurs, to be honest, reminding a people.
What does Magyar mean? means Hungarian. Magyar. In Turkey, you don't say like Hungary doesn't. That's not a thing. In Turkey, we say Majaristan. The Magyar people. It's the which I guess it means Magyar means hungry in Hungarian. Is that what it is? But yeah, they there's a unit in the Ukrainian force called the Magyar Birds. I assume they're drones, right? Is the stan suffix of Turkic origin? No. I think isn't it Arabic or Persian? As much as I would like to steal another remnant of Persian culture, as I am often doing, I'm gonna say no. Yeah, it's Persian, not Arabic. Sorry. We have the real racism understanding here. Oh, what are we watching? We're watching your video, Ugopnik. And as someone who has a PhD in racism, this video made me realize I got to go get my postdoctorate. Because the reality of the matter is there are still areas of I definitely still have like areas where I need to learn more about different variants of racism. It's just like, you know, you caught me lacking a little bit.
They lost to you and they'll never be accepted as one of you is just inviting another ethnic conflict. But hey, that's exactly what most political.
Also, you missed it. We were talking about, before you brought up the glorious Yugoslavia, I said Serbs make the best boy slaves, and chat lit up.
Politicians and rich people want in the first place. So good job playing right into their hands.
Internet slows.
What is the internet? A vast connecting tissue bringing
That's a crazy fucking
individual
sentence.
mind.
Yeah, no shit. But I'll let you have that one. We are cute. But then that, yeah, and then my Twitch player died after I said that. But then we went into a great educational moment where I explained to you guys the history of the Devshirme, Ottoman Empire, colonial imperial conquest, things of that nature. You're not a, I would have thought as a true Ottoman, you would have said Circassian, Cherkess. No.
It's closer to a unified equilibrium where thought is exchanged freely, leading us to greater understanding of self and fellow man. And then
True anonymity where the darkest urges of our degenerate species can come out to play without limit. A place so hyper-focused on pre-established norms that it only seeks to reproduce them in its own language. Enter racism, but with a 4chan spin. Pajit and curry self for the Indian. Famoid for the woman, zipperhead for East Asians, and big chilling for the Chinese. The internet promised us salvation. Instead, it gave us 30 different variations of the word incel. Do with that what you will.
Spick, or spigotti.
This one's pretty bad. It stands out as a particularly vicious insult against Hispanic and Latino people, especially those of Mexican, Puerto Rican, and Central American descent in the United States. The exact origins of spick remain debated, but linguists and historians have proposed several theories. One of the most widely accepted explanations is that the slur emerged from basic mockery of
Blue Greek Poseidon. Hello, everybody. It's my first time here. You arrived at perhaps the best time that you could have. Just right as he was just slurring. Rapid fire slurring.
non-native English speakers, specifically the no spick English or I know speak English, which led to bigots turning the pronunciation of speak into a slur. Another theory is far nerdier. It implies it's just a clipped form of the word Hispanic, similar to how Jap was derived from Japanese during World War II. I personally don't think this one is possible, because I honestly can't imagine a racist American white dude even knowing about fancy words like Hispanic in the first place, especially back then. And now to theory number 3, that the—
Okay, I 100% agree with that. I 100% agree with that. Americans are literally too stupid. American racism is far too stupid. There is 0% chance they knew the term Hispanic.
slur gained traction during US military interventions in Latin America, particularly in the early 1900s. American soldiers stationed in Puerto Rico, Panama, and other Spanish-speaking regions would use the term to dehumanize locals, making their job as occupier easier to swallow. And finally, we got one I randomly saw on Wikipedia, to be honest. That makes it all about Italians. Here's a direct quote. In the 1960 Dictionary of American Slang, spic is first identified as a noun for an Italian or American of Italian ancestry, along with the words spic, spig, and spigati, and confirms that it is a shortened form of the word spaghetti. The authors referred to the word's usage in James M. Cain's Mildred Pierce, referring to a wop or a spig, and say that this term was never preferred over wop and has been rarely used. However, the etymology remains. How it started, I guess we'll never know. But if there's one lesson out of this particular slur, it's that the monolinguists and their insecurity of never having been able to learn a second language will somehow make speaking one into a bad thing.
Imagine you.
Oh my God. I wonder if that's part of the reason why American racism is so like entry level, because they're all fucking monolinguists. They're single language cucked. And I wonder if that's the reason why. Because like, if you're in the Balkans, like you learn, or if you're in Europe, you are constantly for thousands of years around people that speak different languages. And that's why like your slurring has to evolve. It is also very funny to think of like random unwashed Twitch streamers talking about how like Somalis are subhuman and stupid or whatever, when again, monolinguist. Classic white supremacist attitude.
You're a Danish bigot. Wait, sorry. Don't. Imagining you're Danish could potentially be irreversibly traumatic. So imagine you're a regular bigot, an impressively unimaginative one. For a couple of decades, one ethnicity keeps migrating to your country, which you, of course, hate. So you call them a thing like Krakemat. In this case, a word from their native tongue.
Are you saying that Europeans are more racist? It differs. I'm saying that Europeans have a more intellectualised, a much more sophisticated version of racism, as opposed to Americans who are Americans' racism, which is very black and white. No pun intended, but also low-key kind of pun intended. American racism is very black and white, literally. You're like, oh, are you black? You're not white. Here's the slur for you. Are you brown? You're not white. Here's the slur for you. Like, Americans don't even understand, like, the reason why I brought it, I first brought this up when talking about the P word, okay? Pakistani shortened, right? This is a slur against, like, often South Asian people of Muslim background, usually, or of Muslim descent, usually, but just it's used against all brown people in countries where there are a larger number of like Indian and Pakistani migrants. Americans don't even know this slur, though. They don't even know that it's a slur for the most part, because they don't even make this like distinction where they will literally be like they're anti-Indian hatred, at least until I am going to fucking shoot this camera with a gun. I swear to God, I'm just gonna pick up a weapon, put bullets in it, cock it, and shoot this camera with a fucking gun. Fuck! What are you? Let's continue.
Meaning to the mountain. You keep using that slur for a while, but at one point you start realizing that people from that foreign land you hate so much aren't immigrating anymore. It's people from a completely different place that are now the problem. So it's time for another slur. You think and you think and you think, but you're dumb. And you can't be bothered to think up something new, so you start calling them the same word? Wait, really? Did you just call them the same word? What? That's the story of Crackamut, a slur that brought two unlikely peoples together under the same Danish confusion. People from Greenland, the original title bearers, and Arabs, the inheritors of this great Danish privilege. Jokes aside, nothing like the laziness of a racist to bring a people together.
Shylock? To be or not to be? A Jew? Ah, yeah, Shylock, the merchant of Venice, where the main bad guy was a stereotypical Jewish guy called Shylock. Spoiler warning, the story ends with his forced conversion to Christianity and a staggering defeat at the
Yeah, Trump said this word famously.
hands of some handsome Christians. Now we might ask where Shakespeare got his inspiration for a greedy, money-lending Jewish character, and some might answer based on lived experience. And you would be wrong. Have you been missing the point of this entire video? No, Shakespeare wasn't presenting a justifiable stereotype, not only because there is no such concept, but more importantly because he had probably never even met a Jew. In Shakespeare's time, no Jews had been legally present in England for several hundred years. However, stereotypes of Jews as moneylenders remained from the Middle Ages. Historically, moneylending had been a fairly common occupation among Jews, in part because Christians were not able to offer interest-bearing loans, then considered the sin of usury. While Jews were excluded from most other fields of work, at the same time, most Christians...
Yeah, I think Brandon has said it too. Trump and Brandon both.
Kings forbade Jews to own land for farming or to serve in government. Thus, moneylending was one of the few occupations still open to Jews. Since that era,
I'm impressed that Trump knows a word that originates in Shakespeare's work. I mean, if you know there are a lot of words that have originated from Shakespeare's work. That's kind of the whole thing with Shakespeare. Like the word assassin. But to be fair, I think the only reason why he knows that word is because it's a slur.
The character's name has been a synonym for loan shark, and as a verb to Shylock means to lend money at exorbitant rates. In addition, the phrase pound of flesh has also entered the lexicon as slang for a particularly heavy or unpleasant debt. So yeah, a lot of the stereotypes, even the slurs, can come from completely fictional depictions of a group of people, often written by someone who's never even talked to a representative of said people once in their life. When they tell you to go read a book before you speak on a particular topic, they're usually not talking about fiction.
Marokaki? During French colonial rule over Morocco, the French administration exploited divisions between Algerians and Moroccans, using ethnic slurs to foster distrust. Marokaki may have evolved from French soldiers' mocking pronunciation of Marocain. Some argue it comes from the Arabic Marakshi, meaning from Marrakesh, but twisted into a slur. After independence, Algerian and Moroccan governments clashed over borders and political influence in the region, where the slur found its political use. This wouldn't be the end of the slur's story, though. A few thousand kilometers and a new settler colonial project to the east would see it completely recontextualized. In Israel, unlike its usage in North Africa, it reflects internal ethnic tensions between Ashkenazi European and Mizrahi Middle Eastern and North African Jews. It's basically used to demean Jews of Moroccan descent. After 250,000 of them moved to Israel
Israel be like, we invented this slur. Excuse me, this is actually a Israeli invention. You're being quite anti-Semitic. This is our slur. We invented it.
As the settler colonial state was being established, Moroccan Jews were and continue to be often underrepresented in administration and high-paying jobs.
Oh no, I hope Harley Plays wasn't in here. He might get offended that we're making jokes about the state of Israel. Oh no. Oh no. He's like, yeah, you know, just like the under the banner of the Ottomans, paying jizya justifies doing the Nakba, you making a joke about Israel stealing from other cultures and claiming it for its own justifies maybe a third Nakba. We should do something else. Who knows? Don't get me started. I'm deeply hurt. I set you to a higher standard. You've disappointed Epic Mealtime. Yeah, what kind of standard does he have for fucking his bestie, Sam Hyde, who is literally not only a Nazi, but also a pedophile too?
While being generally depicted as uncultured and violent. Israeli hyper-right-wingers like Ben Gvir used the phrase as a rallying cry for the Moroccan Jews against the establishment as a means to push attention away from the Palestinian plight or class issues into an internal caste battle of the apartheid state. It's a country so steeped in ethnic-based division that even after the complete disenfranchisement of the Palestinian, they somehow still manage to fight amongst themselves on who gets to be on top. You might think you're superior to another group, but someone out there definitely thinks they're superior to you. The whole game is rigged. None of it makes any sense.
WAP? The term has been long used as a racial slur against Italian immigrants and Italian Americans, but its origins and context are often misunderstood. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, the word first appeared in the United States in 1908, tracing back to the southern Italian dialectical term, guapo. This term, derived from the Spanish guapo, meaning good-looking or dandy, originally carried connotations of a boastful, swaggering man, a characterization that evolved over time. In southern Italian dialects,
The fuck? So the slur just means you're hot? That's crazy. What kind of slur is this? I didn't know the origination of the term, but W slur, literally. Damn, dude, you're a hot Italian. I bet that's gonna hurt your feelings.
though, particularly Neapolitan, guapo was pronounced similarly to wapo, with the final vowel often reduced to a schwa sound, making it sound like wop to English-speaking Americans. Historically, guapo described a flashy, sometimes arrogant man used among friends in Naples. When Italian immigrants began arriving in large numbers in the late 19th century, the term was...
Dude, America, this is why I always laugh when people are like, yeah, we got to get these Hispanics out of here. We got to get these Latinos out of here. It's like, dog, it's the most American thing, okay? There has never been a fucking moment where the incoming group was not immediately yelled about endlessly, okay? It's always been the same. I thought it meant without papers, saying Italian immigrants were undocumented. I think at this time, no one was coming with papers, right? I mean, I guess, yeah, no, maybe. Maybe this is after that point, but like, who the fuck had papers? No, but yeah, no one really had papers at that point. But dude, look at this. Like, look at this shit. It's just so funny to be like an Italian American and just be like, yeah, we got to get them Latinos out. Exactly. Whole point of the videos is in-group, out-group shouting matches we've been doing for 10,000 years. No, I know, but it's like especially funny for Americans because it's an entire settler colony that only exists because of unlimited migration. Like, that's literally how this country was designed. Like, institution of slavery and indigenous genocide, and then just like an unlimited amount of migrants coming in over and over and over again. And it's just like such a stupid thing to be like, oh, dude, I fucking hate the new group that's coming in now. Oh, you hate the new group that's coming in now? That's so crazy. That's such a new thing. Wow. I can't believe it. I can't believe you hate the new group that's coming in now.
19th century, the term was adopted by older Italian communities to mark newer and poorer arrivals before being weaponized by non-Italians as a general ethnic slur. What makes this slur a very interesting case study is its absurd short-sightedness due to typical elitism. Already financially established Italians of the United States tried to distance themselves from the new arrivals in the eyes of the local ruling class. The only thing that ever accomplished was give the larger group yet another slur to use against you, leading to even greater stereotypes. This happens among immigrants even today, with the self-orientalization, the conscious or subconscious belief that your culture is inferior to the one you migrated to, will only accept you if you fully distance yourself from your so-called former people.
Engelsman? You know how they say the one positive thing about bigotry is that it unites one group of people against another? Well, bullshit. Engelsman is a slur used by one group of South African whites, the ones who can speak Afrikaans, against the English-speaking white South Africans. The white South Africans are literally infighting during apartheid.
This is a great song. I've never met a good South African. And that's not bloody surprising, man.
Unity through bigotry, my ass. Polaka?
By now, you've seen plenty of intersections of race and ethnicity, or religion and ethnicity, but a big global player is bigotry linking misogyny and ethnicity. The Brazilian Portuguese slur Polaka, which literally means
I'm sorry, what? The Brazilian Portuguese slur that is about Polish people? How did this... What? How do you even... What?
Polish woman became synonymous with prostitute in the early 20th century due to the stigmatization of Eastern European immigrant women, particularly vulnerable...
Oh, no. No. Oh, wow. Europeans hate Polish people. A lot of Polish immigrants in Brazil. I didn't know that. I mean, I know there's a lot of Japanese people in Brazil. Brazil is so fucking diverse, actually.
Polish arrivals who were forced into sex work in cities like Rio, stereotyped as exotic and morally loose. The term...
This is similar. In Turkey, there's like definitely a lot of stigma towards Russian women. Like Turkish women don't really fuck with a lot of Russian women because there's a lot of Russian tourists that come to Turkey. And as I've taught you guys already, Turkey... Are you fucking kidding me? Like, how does it know that Chopper is behind me? How does the camera know that the Chopper... I haven't even shown Chopper. It feels like... It literally feels like the camera is focusing on everything but me. Like, everything but me, okay? I'm so mad.
Generalized into a crude label for foreign sex workers, lingering in old samba lyrics.
Anyways, as I was saying, Turkish men consider blonde women to be exotic. Turkish men orientalize white women, specifically blonde women. And a lot of Russians are blonde. And so the misogynistic, yeah, we noticed. Okay, calm down. A lot of, there's this like almost hatred towards Russian women in a similar vein where they consider every Russian woman to be a sex worker. A lot of Turkish women will, you know, say that.
And literature. Though now considered archaic and offensive, it reflects how xenophobia and sexual exploitation shapes language. Othering a different gender is already too easy. Othering a different gender who happens to be a different ethnicity, that removes any motherly and family attachment from the subject, making it easier to dehumanize them. For example, it's much harder for a bigot to say that all women of his nation are sluts, because that includes his mother, his sister, maybe even his daughter. But to say it for another nation, well, anything goes.
Haji? The term Haji has a complex history rooted in religion, but it has also been used as a slur in certain contexts, particularly in Western military and cultural settings. It's originally an honorific title in Islam. It refers to a Muslim who has completed the Hajj, the sacred pilgrimage to Mecca, which is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. During the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Haji began to be used by some American military personnel as a generic and often derogatory term for Arabs, Muslims, or local people in the Middle East and South Asia. Similar to how terms like Gook were used in Vietnam or Charlie as slang for the Viet Cong, Haji became a racialized term aimed at dehumanizing the enemy. It went so far, they started using it to describe terrain, culture, or objects.
There was a cartoon called Haji about an Indian kid. I think they got confused.
Haji truck, Haji shop, Haji look.
Oh my, that's just dreadful. Anyways, here is part 2 of the slower speedrun. Words worthy of analysis, but not its own segment. A dishonorable mention of sorts. Fialabe.
One country has mountains, the other doesn't. The one with mountains calls the denizens of the other one mountain apes. Pretty lazy. But we are talking about Danes and Norwegians here.
Shkije.
Albanians calling Serbs and other Slavs barbaric and backwards.
Shipta.
Serbs and other Slavs calling Albanians barbaric and backwards.
Type C.
What Malaysians sometimes call Chinese people. Why Type C? Because that's what everyone calls USB-C ports. Type C.
Wait, what? That's got to be a new thing then. Hello? Type C, USB-C has not been out for that long. The Malaysian found they invented a slur, what, like in the last week or so? What are we doing? I don't even get this one, and I made the video. There is a lot of there's like anti-Chinese sentiment in a lot of these countries that also happen to have a lot of ethnic Chinese living in them. Obviously, Singapore being one of the nations that we're talking about here. So I'm not surprised that there are like different variants of saying someone is Chinese.
Chinese, it's hilarious.
Seppo.
One of the most creatively vulgar slang terms for Americans. Originating from Australian mockery, it's a rhyme. Septic tank rhymes with yank, and Seppo is a shortened form dropping the tick tank, but keeping the sewage theme jab, so
What?
I guess it calls Americans full of shit.
Frog eater.
The French sometimes eat frogs, so the rest of Europe went, ew, ugh. Different variations of frog eaters still live every corner of Europe.
Margus.
What
You were
Arabs call
targeted in the
Persians,
video?
basically calling them spellcasters and Zoroastrians, therefore not real Muslims.
Malakor.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Every corner of Europe.
See, I rarely ever rewind when I miss a beat on a YouTube video, but this one is a special one, so we have to go back.
Margus.
What Arabs call Persians, basically calling them spellcasters and Zoroastrians, therefore not real Muslims.
Malakor.
What Persians use against Arabs, basically calling their cuisine disgusting. Locust eaters.
BCD.
ABCD, American-born confused desi. That's it.
Kiro.
What Turks and Arabs call...
Wait, what? Wait, what is this?
Kurds, basically calling them hairy and dumb.
Oh, Kuro. Kuro. Wait, I didn't even know that was anti-Kurd. It's K, not U. It's K, which is an I without the dot on top of it. No, it's not like, it's not even a slur. I didn't even know that it had like an anti-Kurdish origin, which I believe it, I'm sure it does. But yeah, see, Turks are saying it's not a slur and it's not anti-Kurdish. I'm sure it might have been invented as an anti-Kurdish slur potentially, but Kuro just means like a mountain Turk, and not Albanian. I just mean like, it means like someone who is not as educated. Of course, Turks would say that law. Ask Kurds. No, dog. Like, Turks don't use it against Kurdish people or something. They use it against everyone. Like, it means hillbilly. It means hick. That's what it means. Here, I'll give you another one. Another pejorative that I never really thought was a classist pejorative. Okay, are you ready for this? Amele. It means worker, but it has like a negative connotation with it. It means like worker, but it's like a bad way to say worker, basically. It's not a slur necessarily, but it's a pejorative. The more you know. Amele. Amele. A-M-E-L-E. It means like it means laborer. It's not like a peasant. It just means laborer, right? But it's not like, no one would think it's a slur, but they would say that it has a negative association with it. You're like, oh yeah, amelesin. And then if you have amele yanı, which means redneck, literally, kind of like redneck. If you have a bad sunburn, you'll say, oh, I got amele yanı. Amele yanı oldum. Which means you have like a bad sunburn, like as if you were a laborer, like a shitty version of a laborer, a degrading. Yeah, it's not a slur, a degrading word. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's like someone, calling someone a burger flipper, kind of like that. It's specifically a type of day labor that carries stuff from point A to point B. Amele yanı is a trucker's tan, kind of. Yeah, like a farmer's tan. Farmer's tan. I can't believe you said, no, it's not an anti-Kurdish. We call every country person that after every example of lazy racism in this video. This one was Keko, not Kuro. Oh, maybe it could be Keko. I think that is anti-Kurdish. Yeah. I mean, I can't speak for how they use the term in Arabic, but Kuro just means like hick, hillbilly. And not like Kurdish. Is Keko? Oh, Keko means brother in Kurdish. I won't remember none of these, not gonna lie. Well, you're not supposed to.
Paddy?
British slur for Irishmen, derived from the Irish name Padraig. It stereotypes Irishmen as drunken, violent, stupid, or uncivilized.
Towel and raghead?
Those people over there wear specific head coverings. We don't, except for hats, of course. How do we dehumanize them? Call them ragheads. Get it? Because they're wearing something on their head. Want to make it worse? Call the cloth a towel. A case of focusing on one differentiating aesthetic between you and them, especially if it has cultural significance, a surefire way of othering yourself from them and vice versa.
Red leg?
Same like redneck, but referring to the tanned legs of poor indentured white servants working in Barbados. Interesting how in two pretty far off places, a similar sounding term was developed for poor field working white people. And it all has something to do with them being red from the sun.
Speed run over? Fluke?
If you're an American, do us a favor and imagine what people call a redneck. Now imagine a medieval British person. Chances are, through your stereotypical vision, those two are polar opposites. Jimmy the Tractor Oiler versus Shakespeare or whatnot. While the slur plouk is here to teach us, everyone can sometimes be someone else's redneck if you scale up enough. People from the British Isles bring a Celtic language to what we call the north of France. People who speak it live there for centuries and get named Bretons. Britain? Breton? I think you get the point. The French, as the French do, view them as naive, dim-witted peasants and end up developing a slur for them. Plouk. basically the 19th century replacement for redneck. In Breton, bleu or bleu means parish. Many Breton villages start with the name Plu, so the French picked it up as an aggressive designator of the minority. It pretty much means hick to this day. So if a rural Mississippi guy is a hick to a New Yorker, the New Yorker is a hick to a Brit, the Brit is a hick to a Frenchman, who is a hick to the Swiss.
Pluk is very common now. It just means clown.
Who is a hick to... Yeah, that's the point. It's dumb.
Malone? Take yourself back to a time when you tried a truly delicious piece of meat. No, I mean real food, not this shit. Okay. Now, imagine yourself having some really good meat, and other than devouring it, what was your second instinct? Yes, you probably wanted someone else to try it. So you pass a piece to one friend, then to another, but to your surprise, the third friend looks at it and says they're not gonna eat it. Why? It might be veganism, it could be a religious principle, or he might just not like you. Doesn't matter which one's the cause. One thing is for certain, you now fucking hate the guy. He rejected your gift. Now expand that little allegory to the ideal of religion, doesn't matter which one. How do you think a people seen as unaccepting of a quote-unquote blessing get depicted? Mal'oon is one perfect example of many, seen as a derogatory Islamic religious term derived from Arabic to mean, quote, deprived of Allah's...
What is this? Someone already got mad and said Hassan will make a good Christian slave. I would. Except Christians keep coping because the Ottomans did reverse Christian slavery. I'll make the best. I would make the best Christian slave. I'm tall. I can carry a lot of weight. It's not going to happen, though. Is when you were talking about the Janissaries? Yeah, I know.
mercy or curse, insinuating that the Hindu population of Bangladesh are literally damned due to their religious beliefs. Obviously, the term is used in the same context outside of Bangladesh as well, but the premise is simple. You or your ancestors had been given a chance to convert. You did.
Dude, you have been condemned by God is a crazy fucking bar. That is, I mean, that's like, that's got some fucking power. That's got an oomph in it as far as slurs go. Yeah. God has fucking forsaken you.
Didn't, hence your existence must be cursed. And for the context of this essay of ours, it must mean you are less than me. Someone should draw a massive chart showing the hundreds of slurs every religious group has against every other group, just to show us how, for groups that don't like each other, they really love calling each other the same names.
Madrasi and rice bag.
There are so many slurs coming to us from the incredibly diverse Indian subcontinent that we had to limit ourselves to a few that represented the general picture of inter-ethnic strife in the region. Otherwise, we would be here for a week. The term Madrasi has been used as a regional and ethnic slur in India, primarily targeting people from South India, especially those from the former Madras Presidency, a major administrative region during British rule in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, and Kerala. It basically lumps all the South Indians together as one group of people using colonial terminology in spite of all of them speaking different Dravidian languages. It's often preceded or followed by the word Kalu, which means blackie in Hindi. So yeah, Madrasi is obviously very racist, but also ironic. In their sense of superiority, the North Indian bigots...
Chad, do not repeat these caste slurs. Wait, Medresa also means like place of higher learning, which is crazy. Yeah, it just means like school.
Are using terminology developed...
Immediately says it. I guess it's a different word.
By a people, the British, that considered them just as inferior. Rice bag, on the other hand, is basically a slur for Christians, but especially South Indian Christians, North Indian Dalit Christians, or Adivasi Christians. The reason they call them rice bag is that a lot of Christians in South India, especially in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, come from oppressed caste backgrounds. This created an opening for Christian missionaries to preach the gospel, and it created an opportunity for these people from oppressed caste backgrounds to try and escape the system by converting to Christianity. As a small bonus, the church would provide them with goods like bags of rice and an education. So in a sense, when Hindu nationalists use the term rice bag, it's both a caste slur but also kind of an ethnic slur depending on the context. A pattern we see repeating globally with minorities who converted to this religion or the other over particular historic periods.
Bro, you could do a video that's 8 times longer than this just on like Indian slurs and adjacent slurs. I feel like not just even because like Indians do racism on hard mode, on expert difficulty. It's kind of crazy. It's just every now and then when like the Twitter, oh, he said that. Oh, I was putting my dishes away. Indians have the most advanced racism, like even more advanced than the Balkans, which is shocking. I know. It's sometimes like every now and then my For You page on my Twitter will get busted. And instead of showing me like the regular American style Nazis that it shows me all the time, it shows me like Indian Nazis. And I don't mean like Indian Nazis who are like pro Adolf Hitler, even though that also exists, obviously. But like different groups in India hating one another. And sometimes I find myself going down that rabbit hole to just try to understand what the fuck's going on. And it is virtually impossible. Okay? It is virtually impossible to comprehend with my white ass. I sit my white ass down and I listen and I try to learn and I try to understand. And it is some of the craziest shit, dude. And it's also kind of funny because probably the only racism that you have to be born to learn. Yeah. I think it's also obviously funny because like Americans are so not about that at all. Like Westerners in general don't make any of those distinctions at all. And they just think like, you're fucking brown, shut up, you're Indian. But it is crazy that there's like this massive, massive distinction and thousands of years of fucking torment.
Chekwa/Chekwa.
The term Tsekwa is a derogatory slur used in the Philippines to demean individuals of Chinese descent.
Black or not black? No, literally, no, exactly. It's the same reason why like first gen, fresh off the boat, African migrants have sometimes, let's not say always, but sometimes have a sense of superiority over African descendants of slaves. And they think like, oh, well, we're from Africa. And oftentimes it comes from like the fact that you're coming from an upper class in the African nation of origin that you're coming from, right? You're wealthier, have higher educational attainment in comparison to your countrymen. So you come to the United States of America and you think like, oh, well, black people in America, they're different. Until you meet a cop. You know, or you meet a white person and then you realize, oh shit, they don't actually make this distinction against me at all.
The term may have originated as an imitation or distortion of Chinese-sounding words, and during the Spanish rule from the 16th to 19th century, Chinese immigrants, then called Sanglays, faced discrimination, including massacres and forced relocations. After World War II, tensions flared between ethnic Filipinos and Chinese Filipino business elites, reinforcing set negative stereotypes.
Ironically, the more diverse the place is, the more slurs you have.
Calling them inherently greedy, or otherizing them as foreigners in perpetuity.
Okay, except for America. That's what I mean. Americans are so bad at slurring. That's what's so crazy. America is one of the most diverse countries on the planet. I think it's not necessarily diversity in and of itself, but it's like it's diversity where you have to be close to one another for thousands of years, where you just like invent reasons to hate on one another, pretty much. Okay, bro, then invent some. Be the change you want to see in the world. Okay, you got it. I'll come up with some new slurs.
Julie. It's true, though. They really do control all the businesses. Sorry, that goes against the point of the video.
Christ killer.
Jesus Christ, now this one is old. The saying stems from passages in the New Testament where a Jewish crowd says, "His blood be on us and our children," referring to the crucifixion of Christ. Church fathers like John of the 4th century preached that Jews were God killers, cementing the myth in Christian theology. The Christ killer accusation gave way to other.
Yeah, but Europeans are importing anti-Semitism from the Muslim world. Can you imagine the fucking audacity of Euroid Christians claiming that anti-Semitism is like a Muslimic invention? There you go. There's one kind of slur. Euroid or Ameroid.
Other myths, like the idea that they drank Christian kids' blood for rituals and stuff. Too many pogroms and World War II later, it's still used by white supremacist groups all over the world. The Vatican itself, if you're Catholic, officially rejected the Christ killer charge in 1965, stating that, obviously, might I add, Jews cannot be held collectively responsible for the events described in the Old Testament. Not like what a religious organization says about an ethnicity matters, but still, I thought it was worth mentioning that even the organization that originally helped create the slur no longer wants anything to do with it. Maybe next time someone says an ethnicity...
Guy said, how is that a myth? Guy is less woke than the Catholic Church in 1965. Okay? Guy in 2026 being like, what do you mean? No, that's not a myth, dude. All Jews killed Christ. Like, duh.
Killed God or the Son of God, take it with a grain of salt.
Wasn't it the Romans anyway? I think it's because, like, what is it? Like, Jews sold them out or something? Isn't that what it is? Isn't that where it comes from? Judas, right? But my question always was, isn't that supposed to happen? I mean this sincerely. Why would you get mad at Judas? It's like almost collaborative, right? Because it's like supposed to happen, and then he's coming back. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole ordeal. So you should be thankful that they, you know, that Christ was sold out. So why are you mad? It's a collaboration. It's like getting mad at the person on a song that you have like that. Getting mad at the other artist that you gave a feature to on the song. It's not Judas, it's Pilates. No, the Jewish groups accused him of crimes and had their Roman rulers execute him as the charge. It's all nonsense, of course, but that's why they blame the Jewish accuser in the biblical story, and yes, it directly conflicts with Jesus' task sent here on earth, which was to effectively die. No, it's not Judas. It was a crowd of Jewish people telling Pontius Pilate to crucify him. Yeah, but ultimately, it's not like the Romans are not... The Romans are not Jews anyway. Like, shouldn't you get more mad at the Romans? I guess you can't, because then they became Christian. right? Pontius Pilate. Pilate. Isn't that how Jeremiah Wright says it? Anyway.
The N-words.
You're gonna make me read this one? Oh, it's my turn now, is it? Okay. Alright. Nobody, and I mean nobody, has been ruthlessly demeaned, undervalued, and discriminated against as the melanin richest population, stemming from the richest continent on the planet. Africans, black people, is by itself a massive oversimplification of one of the world's most diverse continents. In their ability to understand nuance and their drive towards the enemy's dehumanization, the imperialist powers that be, from Europe to the Middle East, set the groundwork for the vast generalization of many African peoples. There are far better intellectuals, especially ones with more melanin, than the creators of this video, I don't know, man, pretty dark, that can tell you the millennia-long story of the sacking of Africa that continues to this day. What we are here to do, though, is talk to you about what is considered the world's nastiest slur. The N-word evolved into an international symbol for hateful expression of racial and ethnic superiority. The generalized notion of Africa and Africans is what originally lent itself to a standardized slur for its entire population. You don't need a different discriminatory term for the Yoruba people, the Igbo, the Akan, or the Gurma. They were all one massive
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to what I was saying. And I don't even think it was like originally Americans that invented it, right? But it kind of goes back to the same like oversimplification.
In need of conquering. And as that flesh filled thousands of slave ships, they became one, not only in the eyes of their enslaver, but amongst each other, in this new struggle waiting for them for generations to come.
Don't repeat the slur. Are you guys stupid? No shit.
Away from home.
Shut
As
the fuck
centuries
up.
passed, leading to the modern era, the
Damn, homie turned it up. Yeah. I was like, oh, this is the best part. It turned it up. No, I just couldn't hear it because the audio levels are off.
word solidified itself as arguably one of the most dehumanizing expressions on the planet. It also spawned many offshoots which targeted specific aspects of the black experience at the time. The N-word in particular carried so much unfiltered, hateful bigotry that while it still mainly represented hatred towards black people, it also became a universal tool for calling someone subhuman. In the most radical racist circles on the planet right now.
Yeah, I know this video came out 6 days ago, but since the video came out, there's actually an update on the N-word. And I really hope that they put an editor's note in there, because I was told by Ricky Banks that it's not possible to use the N-word in a racist way if you don't mean it. This is missing important context from one of the most important thinkers of our time. Yeah, and also that, like, as a white guy, sometimes you see the N-word in like a vulnerable moment as an expression, and that actually you're kind of at fault for getting mad about it. So I'm just saying, like, I really hope that they put some kind of editor's note in here, because that is an important update. I now have to delete the video. Didn't ask enough white guys what they think about the N-word. Okay, not any kind of white guy, just one white guy.
That's exactly what the word means. You simply add a stereotypical geographic attribute of the people's land, or say something they do with their food, or style of dress, and you have unlimited racist ammunition. Arabs? Sand N-words. Asians? Rice N-words. Russians? Snow N-words.
This incredibly loaded term seems to have organically evolved itself into the unilateral benchmark for bigotry. And while that is obviously incredibly disgusting, it also reveals the very irrationality of slurs themselves. They don't follow with logic or meaningful critique, but with projection, fear, and ignorance. Slurs by nature are
low-key. Even Americans used to have like a more complicated and more comprehensive understanding of of cataloging different types of black people, now that I think about it. There are terms like, I don't know if I should say it, but, you know, terms that indicate that you were divided by 8 to demonstrate like your level of blackness, right? Because it stems from the 1 drop rule. Like, it starts with octo, let's just say.
Lazy. They reduce the complex, the nuanced, the ancient, and the rich into something a frightened mind can process and control. And yet, by using the N-word as a template for degrading others globally, what's been exposed is not just the depths of anti-blackness, but how found...
Nice bathroom. Stop being a bitch. Listen, that was still used in Virginia state records until like 2017, for the record. Like when they were putting down like what kind of black you are, when writing in the rule book, writing in the official like marriage licenses. Is still used by my friend's grandma. Yeah.
Foundational that anti-blackness is to systems of global oppression. It's no coincidence that a term born out of colonial violence and slavery now serves as a shorthand for dehumanization in general. It speaks to how blackness was and still is constructed as the bottom layer of an insane racial hierarchy, a reference point for inferiority. And so, to insult someone anywhere in the world is to compare them to that position, to black people. That's not just hatred. That's systemic.
Conclusion?
But here's the paradox. In all its violence, has also revealed the truth of solidarity. Because if they can twist it to insult the poor white, the Southeast Asian farmer, the Middle Eastern refugee, then what they're really showing is that the tools of bigotry are so adaptable, it's only a matter of time before they are twisted and pointed at you. When something means everything, it means nothing. So let the slurs rot under the weight of their own emptiness. Let them be reminders, not of who we are, but of how terrifying the oppressor is.
Of course, Yugobnik's final point is we should just say all the slurs. Typical Balkan boy. Just kidding. That's not what he's saying. Our takeaway is we should say all the slurs. Why can't white people say it? Oh, that's a. Isn't Serbia the least anti-black, the least anti-black country on the planet or something? Because they're too busy slurring Albanians. What was that? That was like a meme. They looked at like who the least anti-black countries are. Out of all the white nations, the least anti-black nation, I think in the European continent was like Serbia or something. I don't think that was real though.
Of people they cannot understand.
Slurbia. What the fuck?
Cannot categorize, definitely cannot erase.
How would a race of people have ever developed naturally on a planet where their own skin can't protect them properly from their own sun's radiation? So how do we account for the fact that white-skinned people are here on a planet where they should not exist? And once again, it all leads us back to the Anunnaki.
What the fuck was that? That was a great video. Serb makes a whole video on how slurs equals bad chat. Man, this taught me Serbs are really racist, bro. Ha ha ha. Never change, guys. I don't know, man. It kind of felt like in the end there, you were saying we should dilute the power that slurs have by reclaiming them and saying it. Specifically, right after the N-word, too. Feels strange. Thank you. Thank you to Ugobnik. Thank you to Wow Mao. The only time I've ever seen that motherfucker lock in was on a 48-minute video on slurs. He was dead serious. Shocking. What does that say? Oh, Anunnaki is a Nazi-originated mysticism about how white people are the alien species that came from Agartha and built a giant futuristic civilization before being wiped out by floods or migration. Yeah, bro. If you're that advanced of a fucking space colony civilization, you can't take an L on floods or better yet, fucking migration. Okay? Excuse me. But if like, you know, having sex with non-Agarthan whites is doing white genocide, then you fucking suck, okay? What do you mean? Oh, I lost to nutting. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop nutting, dude. I couldn't stop having sex with people not from my ancient space colony. Get the fuck out of here. You're an idiot. Anyway. I'm gonna do the Wow Mao locked in for the slur lecture. Meanwhile, he barely edits the TikToks on her page. He does not edit any of my TikToks. I fired him after he said 9/11 was good and he loves Osama bin Laden. Remember when he said that? When he said he loves Osama bin Laden and that, you know, he wants more 9/11s. He said Osama bin Laden was the most powerful Pinoy. Just kidding. He was 6'7", and that's not a real thing. You're going to get him canceled? Ethan, you hear that? I fired him. What is with you? What do you mean? I'm having a good time doing slurs in 2026. Anyway. All right, I'm tired. Motherfucker took 6-7 months to edit that shit. Damn. Are you going to do predictions? No, I'm not going to do it today. I'm really tired. This is literally a half day. 2026 is starting with a half day. Not even 6 hours. Half day Hossie. Okay? That's how it is. That's how it is. That's how it's going. Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow. All right. Peace, everybody. I forgot that Jeff was supposed to come here and cut my hair. I didn't even like hit him up. That's how all over the place I am. Yeah. It's crazy. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, here it is. Anyway, love you guys. Peace. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord at your prop, great names take on breaks. Time
Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming.